Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being here today. It's Tuesday. Great. It's Tuesday. I totally knew what day it was. We are here. We're gonna watch, the Rainbow Six Invitational group stages, which started today. They're today through Saturday. And then, the quarterfinals and stuff like that will be next week. So, Fleckis, thank you so much for the 49 months, and Arkwin, thank you for the 45-month resub. I set up a couple scenes for this, so we'll see how it works out. Hopefully good. And that's my whole plan for today. Okay, that tab is muted, this tab is unmuted. That I don't have sound. Hang on. Oh wait, maybe it's because of this computer I don't have sound? Fromage is not in the tournament,
Right,
no.
but let's see if he can do it again.
All
He's going to be heading out towards the small tower. He gets picked up on the drone, and that could be crucial here, as Fantasy is trying to work in from that side again. We saw last
all of a sudden sound.
He used the showers, he got himself up white stairs, he found kills inside of the round. So this time, BDS just trying to have that presence over there to prevent him being able to do the same thing, but not quite sticking it quite as much, which I think is right, because if I remember rightly, he did find a kill underneath last time.
There we go.
Flurry of drones charging their way here into kitchen downstairs.
I know, I've been asking for this for like
these nades from below.
4 years at this point.
Upwards. We said about BDS, they missed that in the first half. They only had the sledge, but they've got the buck. They've got 4 nades on side. They could look to threaten a member or two from BDS from below here. A couple, if not 2 or 3 of them, are in safe spots, mind
I'm gonna
you,
switch back and forth. I'll check the other
not
channel and stuff sometimes too. But.
So really, it's only Breeder that was kind of under threat, and even he's now hightailed away out towards pit.
I don't know who's
just looking to try and get underneath. He's got the book, he can open things up, but he's
BDS
not
are actually
sure
one of the top teams in EU right now. Although EU is kind of struggling.
And he starts sort of tentatively opening things up, but you can just see he was conscious of the potential there. And it is Ilems who manages to find the kill through the soft wall there. Knew there was going to be a
but I do think BDS are the
I
think they finished first last stage
in a 5 versus 4.
For you all?
Building up to that point, you always say the next kill's the big one. Really, a great nade from.
They're playing with their coach though too. BS is playing instead of Rafael.
The scares, the heebie-jeebies up him, I guess you could say. He's finding one onto Ilems, so it's a trade back the other way, a 4 versus 4, and only 20 seconds to play. This is going to be a mad crush in the dying seconds. Either the map is over now, or we career through to overtime. Bios holding on this angle, waiting for.
I don't know why he uses C4 there.
It's a bit of an intimidating opponent, but he's waiting for it at this point.
It's like he tried to pre-fire with the C4. Oh, nice.
2 kills in for BDS at 3 versus 2. Are they going to have time here? All they have to do is hold because the diffuser is down. They're going to be out of time, and guess what?
6-6.
We're going to overtime.
They're on land in Sweden.
First time for us, at least at SI, we will be seeing those additional rounds to decide a winner here. And boy, BDS
I love when the teams yell at each other. That's my favorite part of Rainbow Six. We just yell at the guys sitting over there.
They've just lost 4 rounds in a row. It was 6-2 Des. They were cruising and they just haven't been able to get themselves over the line.
Sonics earlier on who found themselves choking a 6-3 on Oregon. Is Oregon going to be our map of comebacks? We've had a 6-3, a 6-2, brought back into overtime. BDS haven't won it yet, but they get to start on the defensive side.
I mean, it's you imagine like in
and not just that, but
in sports where you're like on the field with someone. I imagine they yell at each other, but I feel like when you're, I don't know why, it always makes me cringe. Like when they yell to hype each other up, you know, you're like, cool.
They're going to be ready for this.
That's fine, but it's when they yell at the other people that I'm always like, great. Earlier in the DWD match, the caster was saying that the team was 200 feet from them. They could hear them yelling. Jesus. I wish that I had been awake for that. That was DWG versus Team 1. Oh god, I'm sure that was such a good game. Shit. I wish that they would have a tournament in NA instead of every tournament being in
more than ever. Breeder setting himself up inside of Elbow
EU.
Here. He will be holding on to that position, no doubt. Shaco in
the major was in Sweden.
Up near pillars. He's
I imagine it's because they have more relaxed restrictions for travel. They're not always, it's just because of COVID that they've been like... This was supposed to be in Montreal, and they had to change it like last minute.
He's sat at 8 kills, very much in the mix of things and playing great. No complaints at all from this side. Alems, again, almost getting tagged out on the roam. I don't know if it's just he's so keen to kind of hightail it back to site, and he leaves it a little bit too late. But again, in that second half, he was caught a few times by Furia early in the round and almost lost his life again then.
Fantasy then looking to push down into Freezer.
Yeah, I really wish. I just want to go to a tournament again. I agree.
Usually pushing down these stairs and looking to aggress from this side.
But with COVID, it's just impossible.
Prevent that. Alems has taken a little bit of damage along the way. Bios just needs to be careful. He's going to rotate himself into the bomb chassis, but looking at Fantasy's position, he was only seconds away from getting himself caught on that rotate.
Fantasy pushing down into Freezer really reminds me of when BDS played this map. Shaiko does it. Oh, that was filthy. Gross, man. You see Shaiko do the same as what I was going to say. He'll always push down Freezer solo and do a lot of work. And then he hits a shot like that onto Alems, who, as I mentioned earlier on, already lost half his HP. But Fantasy, that was a snap and a half onto the head of Alems. 5 versus 4. This is exactly what they want out of an attacking half.
Certainly is, and looking to really push on now. Furia, you can see Fantasy trying to get any angle that he can onto Bios here. He knows where the man is playing. Renshiro looking to maybe try and back him up with a little bit of support. But as BDS start to move around, that might be where the cracks start.
Yeah, I struggle to remember all of the new characters.
Near enough to take a few hit points away from him, but not gonna take his life. Shaiko has just stepped up as well into Freezer now.
I couldn't even tell you who the newest character is.
I like this more. Last time here they were swinging into Freezer to go for the challenge. They've
in
actually got a
Siege.
shield to play inside of it, and with both grenades coming out of Fantasy in towards Bios.
Oh, he's pre-placing it.
They can't clear that shield. Sorry, it's 1 and 1. So 1 from High, 1 from Fantasy. They've still got nades to play with. Not the end of the world. Point retracted.
When was the last time I played? Months. Easily. Oh, they've got mana advantage. Oh! Oof. Almost down. There he goes. God, everything happened so fast in the last like 3 seconds. It's like 5v2, suddenly the round is over.
They move on to the defense where, let's be honest, they looked a lot better than they did on the attack.
I back them to take this now. I think going into the defensive round, they can probably
so
walk away the winner.
Thorn? Who is Thorn?
Attacking half went earlier on. Not super convinced we're going to see anything special coming out of them, but you never
what
know.
even
Maybe
is
that second
that?
half has motivated
Oh no,
them
they
a
usually
little bit
restrict
more
them because they're
towards
new,
winning.
yeah.
It's going to be a
Why do they have
long
different
supply
backgrounds?
take. And looking back at the issues that we
The
saw when
characters.
we were
Why are
attacking
this
the
one's?
site in the
Well,
first
mine's
half,
blue, Twitch
it
is
was
gray,
thrown,
Sledge has
it
got
was lazy
fireworks,
information
Malusi's
gathering
got
for the most part. Not checking on the player that was on highway,
a
dropping
map
down E-box and being killed
background.
by that exact player. One round, Brede got stung out in a 1 versus 1 against the Clash. So
Lady
why
with
wouldn't High go back
explosive
to
sticky
playing like again?
avocados.
Sacrificing
What?
information
Okay, I've never even
gathering
heard of
for
that.
Valkyrie and instead leaning on the Clash. This is
High
where
budget
BDS have
Capcan.
really got to tighten
Okay.
things up. You cannot
Will
let
not have
the
you
mistakes from
disrespecting
Rinse and
Capcan this
Smooth.
way.
Else
Remember when
they'll
Capcan
take
was an
Fury
instant
taking
down?
one.
Could be, and that
He
is
hit one of his
not
traps.
ideal for BDS. This, of
Remember
course,
those days?
being their map choice, heading next
Back
to
in my
Fury's
day.
map choice, which will be Bank, and certainly not going to be easy for them if they are.
Yeah, I don't
one
even
map
understand
down
how
there,
that.
then. We've got that Clash on board, Des.
You can get backgrounds and operator cards in game. Oh.
Furia in a defense, if you remember, it was effectively a 1v1 for Brede down there on bottom floor.
No,
but he
Capcan
just
can place
couldn't
all 5 of his
fight
traps on a single
against
doorway.
The Clash. It was
I imagine that only works in like
so, Furia,
copper.
they've got themselves set up pretty much the same as they did last time around. It was very much a Freezer-sided push from BDS when attacking onto this site, with a little bit of attention paid out to Bunker. Maybe not quite enough.
Maybe that's what it's gonna be for. Yeah.
Not enough, or they should have been
You
more,
can use
or
your
not enough,
NFTs
basically.
for the
Around this
background
time,
for your
support by
character
Shaiko
in game.
and Brede, so it looks like it is going to be a bunker-sided push with a little bit more sort of oomph to
Look
it.
at the maps today.
Has the drone come through yet? He's about to walk face first. Oh, no way does Shaiko find that. That is a massive misstep by Fantasy. Just getting himself on the deck, didn't have the shots ready in
Damn,
time.
Fantasy is
Shaiko
17.
didn't have any idea
Wait, is
he
it
was there.
K80 now
Munition being
in
soaked up by the
Siege?
clash. They hadn't droned him out, but gets stung. Shaiko with a good reaction time.
Or is
Shuts
it
down
still
the key man on
KDA?
the other side.
They changed it, didn't
17
they?
kills counted for naught in this round,
Oh my
and a
god.
great nade comes singing through.
Shaiko just absolutely
It's still KDA?
dismantling
Okay.
them, and
Well,
that's
he
what you've
still has
always gotta
17
remember
kills.
with
That's
this
insane.
BDS side. They have the players who can have
No?
those moments.
We don't
who
know?
can just turn things around. I think this is
don't know
going
why
all
it's-
the way, Des.
They've already lost to 5 versus 3 before, though, let's not forget. You know, and that was on the attack for Furia as well. Here on defense, maybe it's a bit of a different story. but
Either way, he has
done it
17
right.
kills, which
Furia
is
off
bonkers.
yet. We've already seen them do it once. They've
That's
lost the
like,
clash, which stings a little bit. They've still got 3 smoke canisters to play
that's
with,
over a
so
kill
they have
every
the
single
tools
round.
at their disposal to make this work.
Can hear them
Blender
yelling.
just trying to hold down
I think we're hearing the
for the
other
time being. They know that all the
team
pressure is
yelling
very
is
much
the
coming
other
from the bunker
stream
side. They've got the electrical
in the
hatch
background.
now being opened, which is not going to help matters
Yeah,
at
LMs
all,
either has
because they've been
13
able to
assists
keep
or 13
playing around
deaths. I don't
players
know.
and try to hold them out of bunker, but as we can see, the reinforcement now going up on elbow. It's being abandoned as they're shutting up shop and they're pulling back deeper into the site here. Furia just trying to hold on, but with 1 minute 20 left to go, there's a lot of time to hold on for.
And still 2 smoke canisters in back pocket. I just don't think even that's going to really
I love,
work for you. That's
love
what
watching the
20
little
seconds
Twitch
in
drone just like
versus
zoom
max.
away.
If you space them out, I don't know, it's still 40
Why do they have an
seconds of
underscore
playtime.
for
BDS
Team
can
BDS? It looks
utilize
so
here.
weird.
They
Are they
however,
supposed to have that?
slowly running out of information. 2 drones on the field. They're even starting now to go for swings and
Oh,
free
no.
fires to hope to find one, and it works out for a Lems.
Is it
Down
deaths?
goes Lender. Rare, a Miracle. Clearly can't hold on just yet. Miracle, you've got to go huge. You have done all maps so far, but you've got to find 5.
This is likely to be a step too far, I'd imagine. He looks to find the first Toxic Babe canister.
This is my nightmare. He's trying to 5v1 with a smoke. His gun is just so hard to control. I feel like pros are just, the way they can control that is insane to me. Oh no. Yep, I do. It's still KDA? Okay. The Twitch drone can jump now? Man.
Attacking rounds being won and BDS get to go
3 years ago, I would have loved that.
Peter downstairs defense.
Minikash, thank you for the 62 months. Vlad Sima, thank you for the 25 months. JSI, thank you for the 41. Tanksley, thank you for the gifted sub. And Hiren, thank you for the 70 months.
I lost 3 times, sorry, I didn't include the overtime round.
Yes. I'm not optimistic. Guys.
Go to dorms.
Guys. No. Please go dorms. It's too late.
The thing is, funnily enough for BDS, they won dorms to get them into overtime.
Should the regular drone
Round
at start
12,
too?
They got dorms locked down. Round 9,
You're welcome.
they got dorms locked down. They've won it twice.
I don't understand, Tim.
It was the round that turned things around and sent them into 4 in a row. It was the round that took them into overtime, and they're not going to use the site.
There will be big questions asked if they now lose this round. You know, you go 1 and 4 on a particular site. It's not a good look. Let's see that maybe they've got some different ideas. The key thing for me early in the round is going to be a Lems. We keep on speaking about and getting picked off early in the round or losing hit points, whatever it might be. I think here they're trying to rein him in. Because where Brede has played Aruni down here previously, that's now changing, and it's Brede going onto the smoke, sticking on that, and a Lems is going across onto the Aruni. So maybe it's more of a, look, mate, please just stay on site. You know, give us some information, give us something to go off here at the very least. But I want to see him not getting picked out too early. If he can get a good entry kill, all right, cool, all is forgiven. But that's a big if, and we've seen that fail as much as it's worked out for them in this game.
Absolutely. This will be the decider then. We head into the action phase of round number 15, and it wouldn't be day 1 at the 6 Invitational, Des, if we didn't have at least 1 map go to round number 15. BDS and Furia delivering for us, and BDS going to have to try to find a way to hold on to this bottom floor. 3 losses and only 1 win down here during this matchup. Furia, they've got to be feeling confident coming in. We've got Lender and Fantasy stacking up again on that side of the map, in through the small tower, down the freezer stairs. That is what they've done every time. There's no resistance from BDS up there this time.
I think I'm blind to it. They lost 3 drones in the prep phase, or at least in very close proximity to it. For the last 15 seconds at least, it is red 6. You only have 9 normal drones because of Twitch, so they have lost 3 somewhere along the way. That's not the most ideal start.
Not at all. Now then, we can see this setup that we've got downstairs. Alem's just getting on the bulletproof cam there, making sure that everything is as it should be, that it can see what he needs to see.
What?
And then it looks like BDS are now set. Renshiro, he's going to be playing in at pillars, supported by Shaiko. Bios is all the way in the front, looking to just hold off from Freezer and Laundry. Never an easy position to be in with that potential challenge coming from two directions.
I like this small
I'm trying to work on something on the side.
They can't as easily just throw nades in it, and there's also Amai on the other side. They really want to keep him alive down here, because he ate 2 nades in the last round, didn't die to either, but it's still a spot where if they remove Bios, this south side of the map becomes pretty hairy to defend, because you've got a highway and off towards the right-hand side, the rotate to then hold it down. It's generally doable, but just one worth noting.
OM's in support of Bios to try and just keep him in that position. We've got the electrical hatch open. The fuse is just going to change hands so that they are ready for the potential plant later on. I think it's actually going to sit on the floor for the time being, just next to that hatch, which would suggest the possible plan is a hatch drop if they're going to leave it in that area. Now then, the laundry hatch is going to be opened as well.
I don't have any roamers. Everybody's just turtle on site.
Moving inside a site, but they need to get them moving soon, Des. 50 seconds left to go, and no real impact on the BDS players from Furia just yet.
I was going to say, I'm not feeling super confident, to be honest. They're basically completely out of information. Bias has got a Mozzie drone on the south side as well. He's got the laser gate with my magnets, everything to keep him locked in. So they have to go towards the north, and surely BDS know about this. Here we go, smoke coming in. The drop could follow any second now. They're holding the trigger at least for a second, probably for another nade to come raining through. There it is. But now that's done, the drop should happen. Do they know about it?
Oh god. Oh, I thought he was gonna miss that because he started to run.
Furia looking to go for the kill. They're stepping into sight, but Shaiko finds one back. Fantasy another.
This is just, oh, it's just all kills. Oh god, it's just all kills. It's working? Question mark? Oh no! The timing. Wait, they won that how? Just chaos. They had like no sight control. They all just dropped all at the same time. Jesus. Nice. I mean, when you're a pro player, I feel like the pistol play, that can work out for you. Man. 7-8. My money is on LATAM for Invitational, I think. I don't know who. Yeah, Furia won. It goes to 15.
What a few rounds he's had in that game. What, 15 kills?
We saw like 25% of that. Yeah, that's what makes Siege a tough esport. It's really a tough esport. I know, I would love for APAC to take it, to be honest. Oh, the other map just finished at the same time. Damn, I wish they would stagger these better so that you could actually like switch back and forth. Elevate BPD Dark Zero. Damn. Plus 14? Oh my god. Plus 14. Jesus Christ. APAC. Well, that's why I feel like for a long time APAC has been the like redheaded stepchild of R6 esports, and I'm really, really happy to see them performing. I was really excited for Norarengo, and then that kind of all fell apart for like a lot of reasons. And then yeah, I don't know. I just really wish they would stagger these, because now we've got Deadstream and Deadstream both at the same time, instead of having at least something to watch. Pro Siege is a really great spot. All the regions have legit teams at SI.
Nice. Yeah. And Hard and 7 and Lurk.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know how NA is gonna do, to be honest. It pains me to say it. I genuinely don't know how they're gonna do. I'm really not sure. Okay, so earlier NIP versus Sandbox. Sandbox took it 2-0. They played Cafe. They played Clubhouse, which was 7-3. They played Bank, which was a 4-7. I would really love for APAC to take one of the tournaments. Group B hasn't played yet. Okay, Group D played already. Damn. Holy shit, the OXG versus Navi game was not close. They only played 2 maps and Navi only won 3 rounds out of 2 maps. That's tough. More games did beginner streams where everything is explained. Beginner streams? What do you mean beginner stream? Quiet Conundrum, thank you for the 28 months. Miss Magoo, thank you for the 38 months. Gablin, thank you for the 33-month resub. This is what I'm working on, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if they're... I imagine they're gonna, in 25 seconds, go back to the analyst desk. They'll talk for a couple minutes, and then they'll go back. They'll go into the next map. I know I could just look at Wikipedia, but I wanted to be able to display this on stream in a more easy to read format, so that's why I made that. This camera angle makes them look so small.
Favorite map. They have a 6-1 record on it since the 1st of September of last year.
This is in Sweden.
It's a pretty hot favorite of theirs, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is. We would expect a good performance out of them. You know, like you say, just coming in here.
That's
record on there, good history. They're going to be looking to close this out.
In stuff like this, you're supposed to have the casters be like 2/3 of the screen, and right now they're at like the half point, and so it makes them look like tiny. But it's because they're trying to fit in this like huge thing behind them that has the sponsors on it.
Look at the score on your screen. Prolific performance for a support player.
It certainly is. Like you say, he just seemed to find some wind, some energy there that really did set him up for a great performance on Oregon. If Furia can get more like that out of him, you know, this is a Furia team where we've looked at them and we've said when Fantasy gets kills, things go well, but we need to see more out of the other 4. We need them backing him up, and that was certainly the case in that round.
Absolutely. On the other side for BDS, sure, they are down without Rafal at the moment. We don't know the full reason behind that. We know that Bias, their coach, is stepping in. Old Xbox player as well, you know, definitely at the top level, has been there before, and we saw some nice shots from him. Dropping 9 kills across the map. It was far from a bad performance from him, but we know this is not going to be BDS at full strength as we might see them later on into the tournament.
Absolutely. Like you say, you know, Furia for me is the one to focus on at the minute. You know, they're the one that have got the full roster there. We can learn a little bit about exactly what is going on with them. We can see how they play, and there's a concern there about them closing out the games. That much is for sure. It's not going to be easy if they keep doing that, especially against full strength teams. They can't go from a situation of being 6-2 behind and allowing teams to get back into it. They've got to be able to close out those important rounds. They've got to be able to shut it down and get the games finished.
Alrighty, as mentioned, Bank is this next map. If we require a third, it will be on Villa, which was a really spicy choice because when I looked at how things have shaped down for these two teams, Villa is their most hated map. Neither team like it. It's very much so at the bottom of their preference order, except for Furia, who I think had Oregon down there. It was like 20 bans for, 3 against, not played it in the last 5 months, but Villa is sat there quite comfortably in 6th. So for both teams, it was kind of the remains of what's left over. Once
For drops on coast streams, should we have one of the main streams on in the background to get them? For the group stages, only the main Rainbow Six stream has drops. I'm not sure why they did that, but we'll have drops the 18th, 19th, and 20th on my stream, and like all the other coast streams or whatever. I think there are some streamers who might have drops, but you should look for where it says like drops enabled.
They're going to be keen to just get inside the map, I think, and get things started. They don't want to let things cool down. Fantasy was, as we saw, going very, very well in that last map. They just want to get straight back in there, get into things. And
I really like Villa, yeah.
I would have thought now Furia.
I love the new BDS jerseys, by the way.
They're very nice.
So clean. I like the logo in the middle. Like,
the new BDS logo is nice, yeah.
Team BDS
I like the Furia one too.
Some really good branding across the teams. When we see, like, we've had the share skins come out as well. There's like obviously been a lot.
I used to really like Villa when I played.
Stuff over the last 12 months, and yeah, it's been great to see.
I had this wonderfully like awkward moment when I went to the bathroom earlier on, and Canadian was there as well, obviously using the toilet as well. And I said to him, "This is no awkward way, non-awkward way to say this. While both here using the bathroom, your jerseys are really cool." And he was, "Oh, thanks, man." I was just having a lovely chat, and he was like, "Yeah, they're really cool. Especially when there's a lot of them together, you feel like you're in space because there's so many of them. They're like a really cool, like Galaxy-esque sort of effect to them. They look super slick."
Oh, they don't have the actual.
If you watched the game earlier on in the B stream, you would have seen those jerseys, but man, they are cool.
Certainly are.
I don't like the word type for the Team BDS logo.
Rounds in the map. That is the question, isn't it?
But the actual logo is cool. The little like 3 slashes thing. I like that.
Who are DZ playing on the B stream? Can you remember?
Sorry?
Elevate.
Aren't they DZ on the B stream? Who are they against?
Nice.
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Anne Hart.
Elevate.
Elevate. There we
That's
go.
the one. So many games to remember.
There really is.
There are a lot of games. There's 8 games every day for 5 days. And then a break, and then all the
in just a moment, don't worry, you haven't come back to a
bracket.
Press start button. Although Tim, would you do the honors and press the start button for?
There we go. I've just pressed it, Des, and we're going to be loading in any second now. We can see the players getting themselves ready. We're heading over to Bank. It's going to be BDS versus Furia on map number 2 here. Still, socials favouring BDS here potentially. I don't know. I think, you know, maybe obviously. I think that one's done right before the match starts. I'm not sure if we do it per map. But as it stands, Furia are 1-0 up. They've already won one on Oregon and now are heading into Bank.
I love a sledge ban here. This gets targeted against Cabana a lot in EUL as well, where Benjamaster will normally pick up the sledge and play it on this map. You started seeing more and more bans of it coming in, and here it makes total sense, knowing again that Renshiro will play the sledge, that we've seen Bride stepping across on that sledge as well, that Lems can
I'm sorry I'm about to do this to you. Look at this. Group stage.
Bad thing, especially with all the
Group
work that you can do from the top floor. Thinker also coming out as well, so no Thatcher ban once more. The Kaid going to get taken away regardless. Teams not wanting to deal with that. Mira going to be.
I'm sorry. I can't not see it.
Banner is open. She is a very, very common pick on this map. Especially
what, you don't see that? You don't look at this thing and just like immediately, that's like the first thing that you see.
Use 4 pellets per burst. She has 18 in total. And if you can do a bit of quick math, that means 4 of those
Tachanka. Oh shit! I got excited for a second.
Very, very easily. And that explains why Lems is going straight across onto that pick.
So round 1 is going to see us down in the basement. Lockers and CCTV will be the first defensive site for Furia. Changing things up a little bit, Des. Obviously, we spoke
Look
on
at that
Oregon,
buck.
how
What is that hat?
taking the thermite, and Bride had rotated around, and they changed things up this time. As you said, you know, we're going to have BIOS moving away from that and just mixing things up a little bit, and maybe BDS just
Zero. So Zero's the one who has the like.
A little bit more.
He's got a little camera that he can shoot into a wall. Yeah, it's like Sam Fisher. I don't think I've actually ever played Zero. He's one of the newer characters that I just never played.
And you had Lems generally being on soft breach, so playing things like the buck and the sledge. And we asked him why that was, and he said ultimately it's so that he's more in the thick of things and can IGL in the moment. which is interesting because TSM have just moved their IGL out of that role because they were saying it's too hectic, you've got too much to do, you can't.
What do you guys think is in that little room in the middle?
One team goes out of that mentality, another one steps into it. But I really thought we might see BIOS going in towards playing a more supportive role.
I never noticed that.
And you'd see a Lems at the very least potentially going
this
on
room?
the book or
what is
the
this?
role with Renshiro,
is there even a door? Can you get in there? I mean, like the player can't. But in the map, is there like an office here?
And BDS, they are on the attack. Renshiro heading straight onto the windows.
Or is it just like a dead space?
Onto that top floor clearance. Going to work across and work their way down. It's going to be, as we say, attacking
they open the
into
hatch.
the basement. It's going to be that locker's site. We need to try and find any
no door. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Just having a look around, we've got Fantasy, I think, up on the top floor at the moment for Furia.
Secret utility closet without a door.
Down into the map. Fantasy not wanting to really commit too much.
The janitor can only get in through
coming into him from towards
jumping from
there, but he's going to step
the
back
top
away from it and look
somehow.
More
this is Zero.
Lobby and just try and maybe find himself.
So he shoots a little camera.
Here.
Knowing when to retreat from a roam, I think, is arguably the most underrated skill in the game. Like, look at the last map with how often Lems are getting caught up by being too far. And it's not that he doesn't know, just in that case, he was overstaying his welcome, whereas Fantasy there has dipped away at a good time.
Ooh.
He's took a few shots and walked straight into the sightline coming out of BIOS, who lands a critical shot. Again, a coach subbing in, bringing down the top fragger on the other team. That's a very big thank you you'll be giving to him later.
Well, this is it. You know, we said that he'd had a couple of impactful kills in the last map on Oregon, and this time the impact continues as he's now starting to go in there and get entry kills as well. He's really having a big moment here for BDS, and it's exactly what they need now. Miracle stepping up the blue stairs, trying to get aggressive on towards that deployable shield. Renshiro just going to hold the angle up at the top there. BDS will need to deal with these blue stairs at some point potentially, as we would expect them still to be pushing towards server as BIOS steps up onto that side of the map as well. Lems is still working on the hatches, but with 2 minutes gone, BDS have made reasonable progress on the mid floor here and will look to potentially soon start thinking about that execute.
Absolutely. Plenty of time still to work with. I remember the BDS in the old days on maps like Clubhouse would be left with like 70 seconds to execute with it. It would be like, where on earth have they found all this time? But it was because they were so good at getting control of the areas, the map they needed to then start thinking about the execute. Bank's a bit of a different beast. It's much bigger. There are plenty more hidey holes for roamers to sit in. There are more stairways to work with, for example. 3 of them to be precise. Here we are and trying to get a lovely little alley-oop down through the hatch out and towards Garage, but can't quite find the player who dips away.
Ooh.
Here comes Highs
on
the flank. Shut down, he finds 2. That's one way to shut it down. A big flank coming out from Highs, and this lights out for BDS.
Damn.
Lender also finds another.
They were just talking about roaming and flanking and staircases.
Breeder just searching to try and find something to steady the ship here, but as you say, the attack has been nullified at this point. He's going to take a drop. He's going to go straight in to the gun of Lender. With seconds left to go, it was the
Save your Katie.
And that's going to be Furia closing out their first defense.
Just a big hit on the flanks there as well. Like, they gave everything to BDS, said, look, you want to get map control? It's all yours. You want to start thinking
about the Rabbids.
It's all yours.
I mean, this game is going that way, I feel like.
With about 20 to 25 seconds on the clock, they make their move. Lender in one place, Highs in another. There is no flank watch coming through at the time, and it's an easy closeout, as you're seeing in here. Just, again, really good. And all that, knowing that you have a 0 on side, only 2 cameras got deployed rather than all 4. They have the drones out on the field. That really is a bit of a critical error coming in from BDS, to be honest with you, that they should have dealt with a long time back.
Going to be heading up to the top floor this time around, Furia. From the bottom to the top, after picking up that first defensive round, it's going to be CEO Office. Now then, we can see they brought the Echo along with them. Always a fascinating operator to keep an eye on. Fantasy is going to be playing him, but that might just take Fantasy out of the round a little bit in some ways. He didn't get any kills in the first one, but it is an operator that we're looking to get into those gunfights potentially. So playing on the Echo, it just pulls him back a little bit. It doesn't allow him to be aggressive in the same way. Yeah, you got Lender and Highs playing that role, right? And we saw them on the flank in the prior round doing exactly that. So here he's more supportive. Me and you have spoken a number of times about how yokai drones are being used more aggressively now. You poke them up through drone holes for a quick second to see what's going on. You hop them up through hatches on maps like Clubhouse. You basically use it to drone in your roamers and help them get kills. It can be really, really impactful. So we'll keep a close eye on that and see if Highs is playing off the back of Fantasy's yokai drones, or if it's completely wrong and they're just going to use them on site. So we get into the action phase. The top 4 clearance not going fantastically well last time around.
He's got both Yokai still in back pocket and he's trying to peek onto the door.
Well, I said coming in, didn't I? You know, you've got Fantasy on the Echo. Maybe not the best sort of player to be putting on there because he is that naturally sort of aggressive player. He's going to look to take gunfights and he's, as you say, peeking the double door on Square Skylight to begin the round. He's going to deploy those gadgets at least. If nothing else, Fantasy, get them out of your pocket, get them into the map.
He's got one out there that is tucked inside the B site, just in that northwest corner. The other one's still there, mind you. Would ideally prefer it out to feed a bit of information to the rest of the team, and sure enough, it will finally get deployed in the same spot as the other one. Huh. 2 drones on top of each other then.
5 versus 5. Fantasy looking to take the shots out through towards the Square Skylight there, just through the soft wall. They've not managed to get the breach off yet, haven't BDS. Just looking to challenge on towards Janet.
I love that you can see the little outline. You're like, you can see how close they are to fighting. Oh, Shaiko's down?
Almost lost his life. He's been down. Fantasy
where's he down? Are they gonna be able to pick him up?
Pot shots here. I'm not sure if Shaiko's in a position where he can be collected. But
no, he's top square right there. They're gonna have to try and push in to get him.
If that was the case, Lems is on low health as well. Pressure mounting from Stock and from Square Skylight's side. Things not looking good for BDS right now.
Lems is really fearful of a jump out of stop because they have no control in there, and the fact that he's having to hold the angle says to me they haven't even got a drone inside there, but his patience is rewarded as Fantasy comes off those.
Oh, they are going to pick him up. Wow, they actually got Shaiko up. That's crazy. I think that pick on Fantasy secured that.
5 for Furia. They've got to hold on for another 60 seconds yet, Tim.
Certainly do. Lender just holding down that long angle now. It was Fantasy earlier, as you say, just replaced him in that position, just showing the importance of it to Furia. Gets himself out onto the balcony, is just going to prevent any attempt to potentially repel inside of the site. It's Breeder with Diffuser in hand who needs to get inside here somehow and look to close things down, but he's just about going to start breaching that wall. I believe we can hear the exothermic charge just detonating there.
You just saw his feet. Oh, you just saw his feet. He didn't. Oh no. His feet were right at the edge of that hatch.
He's pushing him with 20 health, but it's only going to take 1 bullet to take him down, and in a 4 versus 4, this all favors Furia right now with 20 seconds left to go. 2 men on the repel, and it's looking difficult for BDS to get inside the site.
Oh, and the flank again. Where's the flank watch?
As far as Furia
and they're in.
There's no option but
well,
for
one's
the repel
in.
to come in. It's Bios all alone looking to get that diffuser. Seconds left to go. It was a matter of time until he ran into somebody, and that is going to be
I know it's stressful to watch, right? Imagine if it was your job. Your paycheck depends on this.
This time it's Rare pushing up from Janitor. It's almost like Furia are just playing the patience game and saying, if you guys want to come and try and execute, then please do go for it. But at the moment BDS pulled the trigger, at this point, the 15-second mark, that is when the sting comes through.
You just walked right out into that hallway.
Rare swings out, finds 2 kills. There will probably be questions asked of that player that was just inside the double door. He really should have been protecting the man who was trying to get the wall opened up. I'm pretty sure it was Breeder who just got it opened up and dropped the smokes down. You're expecting cover from that player, and the cover simply wasn't given, unfortunately.
No, it wasn't. As you said, BDS got to a point whereby they'd sort of got Square Skylight control. They had the men on the windows. They'd looked and got the wall open, and it was just that next step that seemed to elude them. BDS just couldn't get Breeder in to get that diffuser down, which is a little bit unusual for the French side. We would normally expect them to be capable of doing so, but it was a tough one for them, and we can just see now, I think they're having a little tactical timeout.
They are, but no one's talking.
Yeah, what?
All of them are just sat there inside. Now, I mean, that's the first word I've seen Bios say since this timeout came in. And I thought at first it was a Lems talking, but he was having a drink of water. So I was like, who's talking? Like, where's the conversation coming
What's
from?
happening?
Maybe they just felt towards the end of that round that they needed a breather. They needed to slow things down. So they just called a timeout and give themselves at least a little bit of thinking time individually to focus on their roles and exactly what is going on.
I'm confused.
What is happening?
I'll ask Bios later.
I feel like I'm in a fever dream.
Pause, but the tactical pause has elapsed. As we can hear screaming, that's likely Dark Zero and likely Troy having an absolute field day by the sounds of it.
Would have expected so.
Or would have come to expect.
He has form.
Yes, he has.
What is happening?
Certainly does.
I actually feel like I was in a fever dream.
Let's get into round number
Yeah, that
two
was a
then.
BDS
Stat
timeout,
opener
and they
is
all
gonna be
sat
what
there
we step into
silently.
this
No one.
time around,
Bio said like
and
one
I wanna
word.
see if we're not going to see
What
lightning
was
strike
that?
3 times. It's already done so twice, and that never normally happens. The blanks in both rounds from Furia have been impactful and round-ending. BDS needs to be better at holding down those flanks. Even when they've had the 0 on side, it clearly hasn't helped them all that much. They're going to try it once again here. They've even got Alems moving across onto the IQ. Maybe they feel those black eyes is what's informing these flanks coming in and think, okay, we need to shut down the information game, and that's why you're seeing it coming out.
I mean,
Exactly
like,
that.
sometimes you need a
Like you say,
breather to
again,
reset,
I
sure.
reported
When
the
you're not a
information
professional,
games
like,
and just feeling
player
obviously
at the
like
most
they need to deal with it. Now then,
important
heading
tournament
in towards the
of
action
the
phase
entire
We've got the Maestro
year.
on board this time. We've actually seen Maestro banned out quite a lot so far.
Fine,
today.
you need
So like I
time to
said,
reset.
leaning in towards that information.
But you can
game
also
again,
use
but
that
this time
time to
we've
talk
seen a couple
about
of big rounds
what's
you
going
I
wrong
had
and what you need to
recently as
work
well,
on.
with the Alder particularly inside of the staff area, just shutting people down as they try to come in through that double door, and we'll have to keep an eye on Miracle and see if we get any more of the same.
LMG meta we're in, mate. That's what it's all about. And that
LMG meta.
Alda is up
That's what
there.
the M stands for.
Absolutely.
That was all Bio
Bio
said. He just said flank watch, that's it.
Changes to his gadget over the last, year or two. You can now punch it and break the glass, but dead teammates can also now move the cameras around. So that's a pretty notable change that's come through to those. Of course, if the
Yeah, it was a
glass is
really
punched
early
out, then you've
timeout.
probably done something wrong, 'cause it means the enemy
They only
has got
lost
control
two
them
two of
and
their
are essentially
attacks.
useless anyway.
I mean,
But
they
otherwise, you can have someone
lost
dead
them
and they can
kind
still
of
be making use of those cams.
terribly,
So when you double
though.
down on the Maestro and the Valkyrie, it can be infuriating to try and deal with those. It can be a real
Let's
nightmare.
win.
And the BDS,
Let's
who
win.
I wouldn't go as far as saying
Okay.
have a lot of utility here that can help them clear out those bubbles. You're only really looking at Shaiko for that.
That was really weird.
It's going to be painful. Unless he manages to use the Gon 6 or those nades to kill both, they're in for a war to hurt.
They certainly
Yeah,
are.
took a
Bios
lot of
has
damage.
taken a lot of damage here early in the round as well. It was a Nitro attempt, I believe, and that's
Was
not
it a
going to
Nitro?
serve them very
Oh,
well.
yeah, it
But
was the
there have
Mutes
been
Nitro.
shots
I was like, where did
exchanged
that
with
damage
Ice
even
and
come from?
Rare as well. So BDS not in a terrible shape here, but just looking to use that vertical control that they've now established to try and put a little bit of pressure on towards site. Renshiro on the book just going to go in and start opening things up here, just trying to make life as difficult as possible for the defenders on that mid floor.
I was going to say for Bios, I want to see more of these 0 cams get thrown out. Even if you aren't using, even if you're not planning on putting them in the most optimal positions where you want them to be, it's better to have them out and be dead so you can use them than having 2 in back pocket. And once again, he's gone down with 2 in back pocket. Had one there on the main stairs. I didn't see where the first one went, but that's a lot of info in your back pocket. It's like not using one of your bubbles as the Maestro.
Maybe it helps
or
them reset
keeping 1 or 2
mentally. Sounds
cameras in
good to
back
think
pocket
about
as
what
the Valkyrie.
happens.
You want them out
Yeah.
in the field to help your team out.
If they have, so Bios is their coach. If they, I don't know if they have other staff, but if they have other staff, they could be talking off camera. Because that's the only time that your coach can talk is during the tactical timeout. They're not supposed to talk even during a technical timeout. I just didn't, I don't know if they have other staff.
Still 4 versus 3 with time ticking away, but Alems does find his man, gets the kill onto Fantasy, and brings us back to 3-all.
Maybe they'll try and step in, C4 coming out, not
What's up,
find
Lady
them out.
Arena Dragon?
Neither of them were too close to the wall. I thought we might see someone try and open up the square wall, but obviously with the hard breach you're offline, that's just simply not going to happen.
The other team
And
talked
here we
during the
come.
timeout. Oh,
Third
shit.
round in a row. Furia are stinging BDS in the backside on the flank, and they find another one. When are BDS going to learn, Tim? That's, again,
Yes.
third round in a row.
The other coach can
Can't
talk during
keep
the
allowing
tactical
that to
timeout
happen.
as
They
well.
keep taking them close to the end.
During a
They
technical
keep
timeout, the
trying to
players can
push
talk,
them
but I think
into
the
late
coaching
round.
staff aren't
They just
supposed to
don't
talk.
seem to be able to close it out, BDS here,
During,
just
that's a,
allowing Furia
if there's
back
a
into it
bug,
time
it's a
and time
technical
again.
timeout.
You've got the
Tactical
zero, you've got
is,
drones, you've got so much that can
the
help
pause they
prevent
take
this, and
themselves,
you
basically.
haven't learned. I don't know if, now look, just to kind of clarify to all the viewers as well, we don't know anything about the Rafale situation, right? That's all at the minute being handled behind the scenes by Ubisoft and the team are making sure it's all going to be good. The obviously thing we're looking
Trying to
at
stop
here
playing
is
Siege?
we don't know
A
what's
lot of
going on inside
reasons.
this team as well in terms of the
I don't know.
communication. They looked a bit flat, like I said, during the timeout. They weren't really conversing with each other. Did they address the problem of these flanks hitting them? Probably not, but we also don't know what their current mental state is at, given all that's going on around the team.
Absolutely not. It's going to be in
Oh, I
round
forgot to take my
4 now.
supplement.
Fury
I have to take these
back
supplements for
down
my
to their first
LASIK
choice
thing.
sides. It's going to be
I was supposed to
defending
take one in the
down
morning and I
basement
forgot.
lockers
Look how
and
big it
CCTVs.
is.
They've had a complete defensive rotation successfully now, so
Look how huge
looking
that
good
is.
for them
I'm gonna swallow
at
that.
this stage. They're
Can't
just
stop
looking to cruise
seizing.
on through and get as good
Just
a half as they
stop.
can. Given that this is their map choice as well, you know, we're really
that
are
insane?
expecting a strong finish from Fury here. What they can't do is what they did back on Oregon, and that is allow BDS back into things. 4 rounds in a row, BDS were able to claim once they got onto the defense.
I know, it's
you know,
huge.
that may well be the situation again, that BDS just wakes up a little bit when they get onto the other side of this one.
Absolutely. We keep on speaking about that half-point switch. You never know what's going to come.
One
from it.
timeout
It'll be a
per
shame 'cause
half?
for
What do
BDS,
you
they've
mean
got
per
such
half?
one record on Bank.
They aren't really.
Very
Oh,
good
you mean like every
team
6
here. When
rounds?
you look at how Sweden has gone, how EUL Stage
Eh.
3 has gone, for example,
I don't know.
it's starting to feel a bit
Oh.
rough. You've even got Miracle hitting someone at the entryway in from Tunnel. What is that? Another
Kind of a waste
big
of a
kill
smoke
coming
there,
out of
but
Miracle. Had a
he
wonderful
wasn't
time
sure
at
if there was a
Oregon.
second one
He's
behind
finding
him.
himself 3-0 right now, where Fantasy is quiet, currently sat at 0-3, and we missed
I
it,
know,
by
just
the way.
just
He's
make
running a
them, just
shotgun
make
on
it
the Jaeger.
half size, and I'll
Certainly
take
is.
2
I mean,
instead of 1.
Miracle there, just choosing to use the smoke canister to finish Renshiro off.
It's a fish oil supplement, so it's supposed to just.
That and expose himself to somebody
I'm gonna turn this down.
from
I have to do that, and then I'm supposed to use some eye drops because it's. I think they're trying to negate the potential for dry eyes. But yeah, also it's just a it's just a supplement. No, LASIK's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
Now the reason that we've got the Jaeger shotgun is because he's going to be holding down Blue Stairs, but he knows that the range is just a little bit too much for that weapon at the minute.
It's interesting because normally you'd see like an Ella playing inside of here with the Titan Killer, as Demo would call it.
No, I'll be on Friday.
One taps there, a little bit greedy on Fantasy's side, but doesn't lose his life for it. The beautiful part of this is the smoke could drop down the shield, get
200
on the wall,
FPS.
and then
What?
just be like, cool, I can now hold this down entirely by myself. Shoko's
Why
doing
did
a bit
he-
of work from above here, clearing out some of the gadgets below.
He just
He's
typed in
coming
the all
outside
chat
the red,
200
just
FPS. What
trying
does that
to
mean?
force these Fury members back so they can go for a drop.
Isn't that a
75
good thing to
seconds
have
still play
200
with.
FPS?
Plenty of time for BDS to make this work.
What do you mean?
He's just getting on the cams there, feeding information in, seeing if he can just identify where this BDS push is coming from. Lems has got barbed wire ahead of him on the main stairs, which is going to slow things down considerably. He can't sort of push in there and try to make that unexpected appearance. Now Shaiko taking shots.
Right, well they
towards
so
the
they
blue
they only
stairs.
have one
Unable to
tactical
do
timeout.
any damage to the man behind that
Oh, he
shield.
couldn't see him because of that angle.
He can't clear the shield, and the bubbles. What
But
about
that
the
person
shield
is
also being a
saying
thing in future rounds? It's just not the best utility
that they
coming out of
should-
BDS, and Shoko's now down on the
He
deck,
thinks that they
probably
should
soon to find
have
himself
2
out of this round, out of this
per
world,
map
as Lems tries to step his way
for
through
each team,
into
but
side
that's
to
too
find
much in
one.
my opinion.
Can't
That's
collect
4.
anything.
There'd be
Shotgun
4
happens to get
tactical
a 28
pauses
P. They know one's
in a
still
map.
lurking around in gold bars, but Lems is dying to find someone but cannot find a single thing. Here comes Fantasy up towards the side, gets it down with the shotgun through the wall. We keep on
Man.
speaking about these flanks, and just to make matters worse, they've now been flanked by a Jaeger with a shotgun.
Well, that happened. Fantasy managing to find and create the peak hole and find
If anyone
the
can
kill.
clutch it,
Bundit
Brede
did
can.
everything he can. He's on a triple for the round. It could be a
Oof.
4K to finish, but no, Miracle's just going to hold his ground and pick him up as he tries to move through into red corridor, and that's going to be another successful defensive Furia. Probably a little closer than it should have been there, Des.
A little bit, yeah. I think I'm a bit excited at the end there and wanted to try and swing onto Brede, but Brede isn't the kind of player that you swing. He's pretty damn good at the game at the best of times. That said, coming into that round, he was on 0 kills. So to find 3 for himself
With
will
a game
put him up
this
there, put him up on
precise?
there.
I mean,
Ever so
how many
slightly.
timeouts are there in
I
like
can't
every
think of
other
what the
esport?
whole flanking
I don't
thing
know
is, but
how
just
I don't know what the
appreciate
standard
for a second
is.
how smart that is coming out from the Jaeger player as well.
Plus,
You know,
some of
you're
them are
being
gonna have
put
like way
on
more
blue
rounds
stairs,
and
you're
stuff.
playing with the
I
shotgun,
don't
you
know. Just seems like
they're
too much
then
to
out of
me.
utility. They've only got one grenade-based operator.
Brede
It's
is, yeah,
really
he
what you're
clutches a
gonna
lot.
see.
I don't know if he
Step
has
in
the
here
most
for
overall,
chance
but
to
he
get
does
some
get a
more
lot
nades
of
on side. They
clutches.
can clear through this utility, and when you're like, okay, cool, they're not going to push blue anymore because they can't. I'm going to go for a walkabout. Runs over to the hatch where the attention is being given, where the rest of Furia have communicated, okay, gadgetry is coming in, we've got players on the hatch, and makes a big impact. That's the 4th round in a row where Furia have made great use of flanks. I know I keep on saying to BDS, you've got to get that course corrected, but you've also got to give it to Fury for being, you know, ballsy enough to go for that.
I'm gonna check
4
the
rounds in a row.
other.
Absolutely that. They're going to be
Oh my god, elevate 4-1 Dark Zero.
We saw them do this, and they were, guess what, successful, as they have been on every defense so far. It's looking good for Furia to lock this one out with a potential 6-0 here, just to give themselves the real advantage going into the tougher half, where they're going to be attacking onto Bank. But Fantasy bringing the Oryx along this time, and you just feel if he starts getting out into the map, Des, he could be a danger here. He's only got 1 kill so far, and he's maybe
I don't think Dark Zero's going to map 3.
Wouldn't blame him.
Just you can hear the other.
Hear the screams across the studio. So for those who are probably curious,
That's the other stream. That's these guys yelling that we're hearing. Oh man.
At the very heart
That's
of it,
funny.
you've got the command center where you see Milos, Jackie, the analysts. Off to the left-hand side, you've got 2 casting booths side by side, where you've got us in one, and I believe it's Intero and Pengu in the other. On the other side of the command center.
Yeah, just like I said, I don't know how other esports work, so
Now,
I don't know what the
we are
standard
probably
is
halfway
for.
across the room from them, and we can still hear those screams all the way over here. That's just how excitable everything is starting to get. Speaking of excitable,
For like coaches talking to the teams during the games. I don't know.
Right now it's been shut down once again. Look at this angle by Rek, and you see the man almost scared about losing his own life. But it's Lender getting one back onto Shaiko. 4 and 4.
How many rounds per
Again,
side?
early
It depends
shots being
on.
fired. Fast will find Rare. Not at all too bad for them. But
It's like
Furia,
first to
even at
7,
this
and then
advantage, you're not gonna
overtime.
count them out.
It could be the first round for BDS.
Go to
if they
8.
can keep this
15
going.
rounds?
Alems has got himself up to the top of Square Skylight. He's looking out towards Janitor, trying to find himself a kill. Bios just searching.
So it's
through. I
like
think
if
he
they
knows
win
his
7-0
spot.
or 7-5,
just manages to hit the man through the bars, and that is
then that's it. If it goes to 7-6
leveling through 3-3 now.
or like 6-6.
At that point, also being challenged off towards the far right-hand side.
Oh, I actually don't know. What is it, 7-6?
Option to go below and look to remove away some of this gadgetry.
No, it can't. If they tie 6-6, then they go to overtime, and then it's first to 8.
And as this clock runs down, he's only more likely to get it. Still has 1 smoke canister in pocket. They still have the C4.
Very, very rarely do they have unlimited overtime. I was at that Empire versus G2 like 30-round game.
Exactly that, like you say, every time he just seems to find that angle onto the outside of them.
Yeah, 7-5, right, and then they go to overtime after that.
The kill onto highs, and you just feel like this is one that
Oof,
BDS can
oof.
close out. Lender manages
Can
to
they?
get the man off the rappel. That's
It's
gonna be an
close.
important
Ooh,
one.
quad kill, the ace for the win.
That
Well,
leaves
for
us
this
now
round
with a
anyway.
potential ace for Lender here. There's only a Lems can stop him. He's managed to recover that diffuser.
He's gonna let him
and he is gonna
plant.
go in for the plant. Lender is pushing forward, but doing so cautiously, given that he's low health.
Oh no! Oh no! His scope blocked it!
And Lems is gonna
His
get
scope
that plant
blocked the
down
IQ as she
and
stood
find a kill on
up.
the back of it.
Oh, tragedy! Oh man, if he had had his like reticle half a centimeter to the right, he would have seen her. And he probably would have killed her, because she didn't kill him right away when she stood up. It took a second to like acquire the target. Damn. Ugh. That'd be so sad. I mean, they're still up 3 rounds, but that ace is like, it was right there. You could taste that ace right there.
Renchiro's going to really go for it here. So this feels like a really weird throwback to 2 or 3 years ago, seeing IQ and Blitz in the
Feels
same lineup.
bad.
Very weird.
Scooby and KVN, also Berserker, thank you for the resubs.
Now,
What's up?
Full sending.
Welcome
This
back.
is what we would call
Just
in
throw
another
and see
game.
what sticks does.
This is full send it. Just send it. Just go for it. You know, why not? Throw it at the wall and see what sticks, as you say, Tim. I'm not convinced, but we'll give it a go.
We'll keep a close eye on those unusual.
We should just put up a
operators
multi-stream and
to
just
see
watch both at the same
if we can
time.
have any impact or not. We're gonna have an open
Is that too
area
much?
defense
Is that
from
gonna be too
Furia to finish
confusing?
things off here. They're looking to find themselves a 5-1 half.
Well, the Invitational doesn't have
Good for
a
them so
audience
far.
this
I
year.
think what
Whoops.
Furia need to be careful of here is not throwing this
There's no
away,
audience
not
at all for the
getting carried away,
Invitational.
because it's getting that little bit easier with Sim Fantasy challenging with the
It was supposed to be in Montreal,
They just need to keep their heads in the game.
and
There's 3 points on the line here.
they were supposed to have
Just
an
get it
audience,
locked down
but
now.
they can't because of COVID.
No one
Plus, they have like 4 teams that have people that
Obviously,
tested positive for
circumstances
COVID. Did you guys
may
hear
have
that?
altered for many of you, but it would be a prolific start.
They
And
put out
great
a
way
thing
to
yesterday
close
that
this
was
wide
like,
open,
all
because
these
I think
teams
most people
have COVID.
BDS down as being first place coming out of this group.
they're still going to be able to play, but
is one hell of a way to blow that wide open going
they're not going to be able to play
and
like on
beyond.
the LAN or something. I don't know exactly what they're going to do.
From there, at least Alem's trying to come in nice and quick with pace, finds Rare, nice and quick. So catching Furia off guard ever so slightly. Now he needs to try and chain that into one or two more. He's going to get himself tagged down by Fantasy, who was hanging around inside of admin office. Now it's up to Lender, the human blender. What can he step forward and achieve?
Lenda the human blender.
Something with the blitz here, taking shots in through the soft wall. Not going to find anybody for the time being. Might just find himself stepped out on from the man just inside of all.
Yeah, they might be playing from their hotel room.
But for the time being, Fury are going to play this cautiously. Just going to keep themselves calm and take a step back inside. Now then, got Highs, Miracle, Lender, everybody, Fantasy included, all inside a site, although Lender thinks about getting himself out, and they will find a kill onto Renshiro. 4 versus 3 now. Furia with the advantage that you feel like they needed here. It's going to potentially leave them with a 5-1 half. Breeder just holding down the angle, and 4 versus 3 now. 1 minute 30 left to go.
Don't forget, you're still staring at a very intel-heavy lineup as well, where you've got the Maestro, you've got the Valkyrie in tandem working together to give all the information this team needs.
Snoopy, thank you for the 76 months.
Member of Furia sat on the evil
Welcome
on
back.
those bubbles, feeding information as dead men can now rotate those cameras around. Plenty of use and plenty of information to feed back and forth. Bios hits the deck. It really leaves Shaiko and Bride in a 2 versus 4 to keep this round alive. Diffuser has also been dropped, mind you.
Like you said, that diffuser
Yeah,
down
they dropped
cold
Bios and
is
he's
a
got the
big
diffuser
problem
down.
for them
They
here.
might be able to pick him
Bios
up.
has managed to
He's
sort
on the
of
outside
draw
of this
himself
room.
to safety, but I don't think he's going to be getting picked up. But if nothing else, he can provide a little bit of intel. Bride trying to get something going from inside of Tellers, but I don't think there's going to be much to find here. He manages to
Oh my
get
God, they just walked right into him.
onto Lender, but Fantasy got one just before that. Miracle with the final kill. The down onto
Nip,
Bios,
Elevate,
really finish
Navi,
off and
Furia,
confirm at the
Empire,
same
and
time.
OXG.
It's
Oh,
gonna be
Furia's right
5
here,
rounds
though.
to Furia on the half.
Maybe that's why this guy's wearing his mask.
Things gets a bit spicy
Even
here.
though it's not over
Furia
his
move
nose.
onto the attacking side, but with such a monumental lead, 5 rounds to 1. You start thinking,
You-
okay, well, where could
Furia, you
VS
mean-
possibly
you mean
find their
this
way back
Furia?
into this? Sure.
The one that we're
Might find
looking
themselves
at?
a round or two, but it's only going to take 1 round from Furia to guarantee overtime.
The dude who's wearing
to
a
take
headset that
the
someone else is probably gonna
How
wear?
that last round played out
Is
with
that,
the operator selection BDS had. Yeah.
Maybe it was their coach or something. Or I don't know. They've got a coach behind them, but maybe it was someone else. I have no idea. Because I know, like, OXG had somebody test positive, but it was their coach.
Point after this one, they are 5-1 up at the minute and sort of cruising here. BDS, they might find a little bit more joy now that they've got themselves onto the defense. We've got
Well, but their
Renshiro
coach is
bringing the
there is the
Oryx on,
problem.
so potential little bit of
2 players got
mobility for
negative
him
results and can
as
play
he
with
gets
everyone.
himself out on the road.
Didn't they say that they
Furia
test?
just
Wait,
looking to
how do you
get
test
this one
positive and then
closed out.
test
This is
negative
the
like 2 days
situation they
later?
found themselves in last time. It ended up 6-2 on that occasion, and they let BDS back into it. I'm sure they're going to want to learn their lesson here.
Why
and
did they
not
tweet that they were
do
positive
more of
if
the
they
same.
didn't have
No.
a test?
So the big difference in that first half was the flanks coming out of Furia.
That's weird.
For BDS, they've got the players to make those kind of plays, right? You've got a Lems on the
Rapid
back,
test with a
spoke
false
about this earlier
positive
on.
and then a
Plays
PCR
that.
test
He
with
likes to
the
get out on
negative,
the roam
maybe?
and cause trouble. Shaiko's on the Malusi, can do much the same. Renshiro on the Oryx can again do much the same. Shaiko's even staring,
running
here,
out.
looking for a run out, really going for it, hoping someone comes to the run. Not to be the case. Oh, a shot from Fantasy, who was up on the roof in rapid fashion, finds
Yeah.
himself a kill and shuts down Shaiko.
That's it. Fantasy got up there very, very quickly
I'm
to
amazed.
be able to react to that.
Usually it's the other way around. Yeah, I don't know. Why would you peek that? Oh my God.
I think BDS need to learn that doorway is
Yeah,
not
what the
open
hell?
because
Stop putting your
Fantasy
face in that
is watching
door.
it very, very closely. 5 versus 4. We find ourselves very quickly here, and Furia looking to sweep in and get across that top floor, get it cleared as quickly as possible. Fantasy finds himself another onto LMs, and
I don't know, what is
just feel like
BDS
they're
doing?
throwing themselves onto Furia right now as Lender gets Renshiro. Bride does manage to get one and drop himself back down the elevator, looking for the main lobby challenge as well. Might see his man if he keeps looking, but no, he's going to dip away, and that's Miracle just getting away with one potentially there, but Bride is coming back for a second glance.
Might want to swing back in because he heard him shoot out the default camera inside a lobby, which gives the indication, right, step back in, be ready to challenge him. Goes to the challenge, comes out worse for wear, and now might find himself backing away. And behind him came Lender, not that it mattered as Miracle won out that gunfight. Bios is left alive, all by his lonesome. It's 6-1 to Furia, and it feels like this one is destined to be a LATAM 2-0.
It certainly does look that way as Furia take themselves now onto map point. One more round will do it for them. And like you say, with the way that one went, it does feel like that will likely be the case here. 6-1 now for Furia, and they are cruising. It's going to be Staff and Open once again. BDS just doubling down, deciding they will try more of the same. I mean, they weren't particularly close, but maybe they just think that they've got the answer, the secret ingredient that will get them around there.
Possibly so. For BDS, it's going to be a changeover to a little bit of information denial. The Mozzie on side, the Vigil for Alems, for example. Ranshira, the one now picking up the Valkyrie. So a couple of switches around as to who's playing what as we head down into Staff and Open area. I can't imagine you'll see a repeat again coming out of BDS where they're trying to go for the spawn kill run out of the top of square. Maybe a little bit bold on their side, but for Furia, they feel fully in control. And what I'm enjoying about them is we've seen different players
this is
shine,
pretty
right?
tough. I don't
Last
know
map,
what's going on with them.
Miracle, the two big players on board. Miracle still having a great game at 6-1, but Lender is the man of the hour here as well. Some brilliant rounds, almost winning out that 1 versus 4, but not quite able to achieve so. Or, sorry, nearly getting the ace overall, I suppose I should say. He's still sat at 12-3. A good start for Furia and a really good way to warm into the tournament.
Certainly is, and I think we're going to see probably more of the same from Furia here, just trying to get themselves into the top floor, get a few kills, and then work their way down from there. It looks like BDS have learnt their lesson. They're not going to be poking their faces out of any doors.
Match point.
For the time being. Shaco last time trying that peak.
Furia wins one round, this map is over.
You know, a little bit of a spark to get things
the match entirely is over.
Round, but he's not going to be doing that this time. Renshiro on the Valkyrie, getting those cams. He is going to be having a look outside at Lems as well.
Elevate on the
I'm
other
sure
stream.
Going to take a jump out here. They both look like they're prepping for it.
Oh, he almost took his head off.
Lucky not to lose their head. There he goes, Lender, able to
Why?
that very well. 4v5.
Why are you peeking and then re-peeking and then why are you peeking this door when 2 people died on this door last time?
They've definitely tried. This one looks to be another total shutout though. BDS falling by the wayside.
What are they
Furia
doing?
with a wonderful first performance, a great motivator for them going into the rest of the competition. It's only
Why did he peek it, almost die, and then peek it 2 more times?
But Fury with 5 alive, I'm pretty sure we'll close this one out in no time.
Certainly looks that way. Brede just keeping himself in behind the bomb chassis.
I don't know.
On the side of sight. He's got Bios on the top floor, just trying to see if he can get anything going here. He knows
what's going on
inside of the main lobby. He might just find himself walking into a problem, as there are a couple pushing from that direction. This one just on the other side of the door.
Right there.
Here, does he win
Nice.
the fight? Of course he does. Gets the kill onto highs. Brede manages to find
Brede gets
Fantasy.
1 too.
That brings us back with BDS in touching distance now. 2 versus 3, and maybe not such a certainty as Rare.
Oh.
Down and dead. Bios and Brede finding another one apiece, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2.
Yeah.
And he's not in sight either.
To find the one at the further back. No, he cannot just yet. Bios is very low, but Brede still sat at full HP here.
Where's the
Miracle's
diffuser?
done a lot of work so far, but
Oh, he downed him with that pre-fire.
Flank coming in from Brede off towards the side. No,
Yes.
his teammate has
Oh,
gone down.
he didn't get.
Miracle has got a drone on field.
He doesn't have the
Wants to make
diffuser.
use of it here, sees the man and gets the finish and knows it's a 1 versus 1.
But he still has a
Support
minute
versus support. Who
to go
comes
get
out
the
on top?
diffuser.
Not going to be an easy finish for Miracle. That much is
But
for
Brede's
sure.
playing it
Brede
right
not
here in this
only
corner,
full health,
'cause he
but
knows it's
also
over here,
sat
so
on
he's just
top
like
of the
watching the diffuser.
as well. He knows that Miracle has to play deep inside the sight here, but Miracle does have the clock on his side. He's got
He's the
55
clock, but-
seconds, so plenty of time to work with here, but no drones left alive that he can control. He's limited to what might already be
Oh my god,
there.
this
He's
is a
looking to
tense
push in. I
1v1.
think Brede's-
And
Oh,
Furia wins
Miracle
it.
somehow
Wow.
manages to find the shot and take the full 3 points for Furia.
Jeez.
Number 9.
They said
Wow.
we won it, and then they said we got it. That is a flawless one, as you said, to end them up on that match point situation. And
Man.
honestly, what a time
Tragic.
to be a player on Elevate. You're finding
7.
yourself in a dominant position 2 maps in a row against Dark Zero. You did it on their map
7-1
pick, now you're doing it
for
on your own map pick. And they said,
Furia.
defender side of Chile, we're gonna stop putting some attacks on the board and show you that our attacks are just as lethal as our defenses. Really great injuries all around. Canadian tried to get cheeky there, swinging off the fireplace stairs, but Ney was ready for it, shut it down right in his tracks, and that leaves the last 2 players from DC extremely exposed and vulnerable on the bomb side with so many guns in their direction, all 5.
I'm excited for
And
Space
that
Station
is an
versus
impossible
FaZe.
situation to win.
Well, I mean, DZ have looked better on this half of the map, but they have so much work to be done. They must win out the remainder of this
Why do
3
Parker
rounds
and
for
Pengu
Dark
sound like they're
Zero in a row. They
talking
need to double the tally that
through
they
like a
have
walkie-talkie?
thus far. about Dark Zero after this matchup.
Is that Twitch or is that them? Hello? What the hell? I'm gonna reload the page.
Canadians off hard breach now. It looks like in terms of hard support, it's more Eclipse. Eclipse playing more hard support in a lot of ways on defense, but if you can see the lineup right now that Dark Zero has trotted out,
He sounds weird.
It's not exactly a lineup where you have a defined anchor. It's a very flexible, very fluid style.
Their audio sounds like
Elevate
worse than
seem to be much more hardened in their roles. They have Nay flexing
Dez and
repeatedly
Ace
onto different operators, and while Nay had a bit of a slow cafe, he's really found the scoreboard here for Elevate on Chalet and is at the moment actually topping the scoreboard for his team.
Yep.
Oh, Onigiri taking some damage from Hyper and
That's ironic.
Oh, he knows exactly what that DMR feels like. He's the one that's usually on the receiving, or not usually the one on the receiving end of it though.
Yep, very true indeed. So, well, it's a nice way, you know. It wasn't Pambasu, that would have made it even more perfect. It was Hyro who got the kill, but yeah. Onigiri gets taken down by his own DMR, basically. And now the Retera drone this time around gets a lot of value. Last round it was 4 getting nothing. This round there was 1 getting both 2 ADSs and the shield on top blue stairs, putting Elevate in a nice, comfortable position. But remember, they are still a man down. Not the greatest time to be them, but they'll be making their way through it, clearing out the running gates, opening up the windows, and their next step will clear out that chimney blue stairs
notification.
position.
Twitch notifications don't work like 80% of the time.
Keep an eye on Nyrix, by the way, as he was the difference maker in that previous round, and I have no reason to believe that he won't be this time either on that Jackal, but there goes Nay, and this DMR is proving to be so strong. Keep in mind it has a muzzle brake now, so it's a little bit easier to control, which is why we might see teams running the DMR over the Roni.
Yeah, the Roni also got that nerf. Around 16 bullets now. It's the lowest ammunition SMG in the game on the defensive side, or actually for both sides, that is.
Well, the SMG 11, technically.
17.
17, that's
yeah,
right.
17, 20, 11, 16.
Correct.
Roni nerf.
Nades get tossed out onto the stairs. Wonderfully done to take out Pambazoo, but there's
God, that C4.
Downtown, and just narrowly Nyrix manages to live.
The Iana just went flying forward.
There's not really much
that was great.
Here. Neither particularly droning, and the gadget of Jackals not being put to good use either. Elevate had some serious struggles on this bomb site before. If you recall, they lost the plot with the diffuser inside of the main lobby and were not able to recover. Instead, Nay decided to prioritize frags. This time around, you're down in numbers. They double up on you. Going for frags is all you can really do at this point. You need to get a pick or two to put yourself in position to then get that diffuser down, because if Saproot goes to plant that diffuser, there's going to be 4 sets of eyes from Dark Zero staring intently at him, and Nyrix will be the only one to stop him. So why not, with 20 seconds left, reposition over to the nice pick on the Canadian, who just feeds himself to the Jackal. Saproot swings onto the stairs. This is not a favorable spot.
Oh my god, they both stacked up on the door. I thought they were going to TK right there. Jeez.
And DZ stays in this game.
Looking better. The only thing I'll say is that right now it's kind of hero plays keeping Dark Zero in these rounds. Eclipse had a phenomenal round the first time around on their first defensive victory. Now, the previous round, it was actually Hyper on that DMR inside of Library. He found 2 kills of his own. Without the hero plays of DC, just winning gunfights going in their favor, it looks a little bit weak from them, right? So we need to see the team kind of step up together and win off strategy, cohesion.
Like duo grenade play was really cool.
I will say the C4 here from Canadian.
The Iana.
The push, gotta kill.
She just goes flying.
In a great position.
Oh my god, look at the Jackal. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Here it is.
Onigiri took it personal. He said, no, not just my weapon against me. I'm gonna bring the glass and my buddy Nyrix on the Ying, and we're gonna take you down on match point.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, this is gonna be pain, and it's master bedroom. Oh, okay, so Elevate, they just have to clear Library, and they gotta breach the wall. If they get that wall open, it's going to be chaos coming out from them. Unless, of course, they go for Solarium take, but we'll see which side they choose for. But bottom line is, they just need the first step of their plan, and then it's madness.
I mean, this is a wonderful combination as well to deal tons of damage. Think about it. You can ying quite effectively in a library if you need to flush them out early on and grab that control. You can also target piano. You can instead just go straight for office. Once you open up that wall as well, smoke, you got a glass there to look through and do that level of overwatch while you're getting the diffuser planted. So there's a lot of flexibility as to where you can use this. You can also have Glass take Solarium if you so choose, though I do suspect he'll stay with the main push.
Yeah.
So in this case, they're going to hear the sound of that Glass DMR right away. He was not 6-pick. They don't know if he was 6-pick off of. The 6-pick for Elevate was the Ying.
Yep. That is a factual statement. Yeah, it'll be a library sweep over roam clear. I like this. It gives them the most kind of map ground, and you know they can work with the breach. There is no wall deny from the side of DC, which means once they get to the wall, it will be opened, and then it all comes down to Eclipse. The main hero from DC.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're bringing
the
Glass.
only player that'll be able to see what's going on once.
Well, but they're comboing with a Ying, I guess.
I wonder how quickly they'll be able to open up this wall.
I mean, right now, it's that's it.
45 seconds and Sapper's going to do just that. The Glass will continue to make an ungodly amount of noise, and the wall will be opened up. Again, this Aruni
Glass is
right
making
in the
so
middle
much noise.
will act as somewhat of a deterrent, but ultimately not all that much. Gone 6 for
What?
Onigiri.
Whee! Boom.
Did he get it?
Yes, I think he did.
He absolutely did. There goes the bulletproof, and waiting for him to peek around. Nice shooting. And waiting to
Here they
smoke
go.
off.
First of the
Does
smokes.
he have smokes?
And he's
Yeah,
beat
she does.
right
She has
now,
one
just
left.
like that. It looks like Sapper's gonna go for it. A spray through from Eclipse though. They bring the Warden to perfectly
Not anymore, though, 'cause
counter
she's
this,
dead.
But Sapper will be able to get the diffuser off. DCH falls.
Ooh.
Eclipse still in the
Post
same
plant.
spot, but Onigiri is just better. Diffuser down.
They have
and this
number
means it's
advantage,
keep away
but-
for Elevate. But the Glass is not exactly the operator that you want in this
Ooh,
particular
no.
instance, especially with Ney now down for the count. Hyper's been dropped.
Oh my
Canadian
god,
will
there's
join
2
him.
down though.
Onigiri is
2v1.
on the hunt and is in a 1v3. They're on
No.
the diffuser, and there he goes. DZ wonderfully rebuffed this, and we need a 12th round to settle the score. Will we have overtime? Will Elevate put them away? This is the time, boys, to take your time out if you're ever going to do it, because you are losing your grip on this matchup.
Certainly, this is the time for Elevate to take the time out, and this is the only place where I feel that maybe their inexperience might punish them. This is not a situation that they find themselves in very often. They're not often at international events. I'm not sure if their coach is super familiar with like when to take a timeout or how that pattern works, and I'm not sure the players themselves is going to bring up that talking point like, oh guys, maybe we should slow it down here, take a breather, talk about stuff. But no, it seems like they're just gonna go straight into it most likely, and then you know what? That's arguably okay as well. Gridlock showcased, 6-pick into Buck. Canadian goes from Mossy into... Give us a pulse. Honestly, give us a pulse. Let's it's it. He can't hear me, Parker. He took Maestro.
He can't
the
hear
wrong
you, that's
operator.
correct. He's not
That would be
not
cheating if he could hear me, actually. That's a good thing.
Imagine he's sitting here listening to the analysis while also trying to play. Oh, that's a good point, Pengu. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, he's like, the pulse, that's great.
I mean, he's a 2-time world champion. You're a 2-time world champion.
I'm actually a back-to-back world champion. He's just a 2-time champion.
What does that matter? He won a world championship before you did.
Yeah, when it was easier.
And then
to
he
win
won
it.
one after you, which is harder.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, what are you going to say now?
I wasn't in the finals to beat him. That's what happened.
You were in the finals to beat him, and you beat him.
I mean, when he won, I wasn't there to beat him.
Oh,
I lost in quarters.
Got it.
In like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
complete,
Okay. Like a loser.
loser.
Like a loser.
Yeah, that was Fnatic and IP taking us out. That was the Wrath of APAC. If anything, yeah, that was the beginning of APAC.
I loved casting both those matches. What great match.
Yeah, what a great match to cast. Did you cast both of them?
I absolutely did.
That is ridiculous.
Of course.
Oh,
You
boy.
think I'm going to give up an opportunity to cast you losing?
We didn't know we were gonna lose till it happened.
Yeah,
Anyway.
well, I was just sticking with it just to see. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This time around, the tertiary bomb site for Dark Zero is Kitchen. The last time it was downstairs, and it was a relatively good round from Elevate. It's the only round that Elevate's won. Right now, we are looking at a very defender-sided Chalet. The first half, Defenders won 5 of the 6 rounds. Second half, Defenders are presently up 4-1. So the potential to repeat a 5-1 half is very much there, as unlikely as they tend to happen. Elevate cannot let nerves get to them. They did not take a timeout, by the way. So there's still time for them to be able to settle things down. If they're going to do it, it's going to have to happen in overtime.
Yeah, it'll happen in no time and it won't happen at all because that means they got the dub. Here, Elevate actually playing a little bit slower. Sapper looking for feet in this drone hole. Not a bad approach, but you can't really rely on people just walking past that. We got Eclipse being active down below on the roam game. 15 kills to his name. He was also a star player on that previous round.
Parker and Pengu, yeah.
Making sure to get some value out of the gadget.
These announcers are cringe. Why are they cringe?
Of course, that built towards the victory that they found themselves.
DZ really is living and dying off of the hero plays. NJR with, what was it, 19 kills in the previous game?
19-5.
And now Eclipse with 15 kills. This is just one person's single effort. That's all it is. You throw out those flashbangs from the Flores on Repel. 2 Rotero drones will need to be tossed down at some point, but you can't do them on a window. So you're going to need some more stability from Nay. Pambazoo lit up, half HP. The smoke will get away. He has no toxic babes left, by the way. 1 minute to go, and there is no way to deny install a plant. But Eclipse is there, and he guns
He's
down
used all
Nay.
his smokes already.
So continuing on, trying to hit that same 19 kills that we saw to NJR. 3 more to go. Elevate have control upstairs by Piano. They need to now move this over. Oh, Pambazoo is not seen, but he is definitely heard. Down goes DCH. This round falling apart at the seams for Elevate.
Also very nice from Pambazoo. Got the kill, instantly fell back, knowing that, you know what, there's no reason to stick around. We got mana matches downstairs, hold the bombs together, and we should get this stop together as well. No toxic babes, no C4. It's going to be a pure gunfight, but honestly, EC are okay with that.
How do they know this is happening? And that's case down 2. Ping to the rest of the team. This round is effectively over. So overtime is where these will have to turn their sights, unless we see one of the most miraculous clutches that we've ever seen in the history of Rainbow Six. But with where that diffuser is, there is no hope of an objective.
Well,
it's
there's
all
one.
just killing as Nyrix, all off on his own, gets 1 for the record, but it looks like that's all he's going to get. 2, maybe? 3? No, NJR says 2's enough. And DZ are fired up. Overtime awaits us.
DC are not afraid
at least
of,
there's
throwing
overtime.
Bodies at people right now. I mean, sure, they had plenty of people alive. They can
just
they
down to
can
whoever
throw
can
a
win
body
2
at
rounds.
Too, but it seems almost a little bit unlike Dark Zero, known as a very organized and structured team. Playing a little bit more loose this time around, and you can say in some areas it's favoring them. They're getting some hero plays and they're getting to save some rounds, and it's been doing quite good work for them. Now find themselves an OT, starting on defense, so they'll get that twice from themselves. That's very good for them. But if it wasn't for the hero plays, I feel like this could be a very different story.
That Jackal skin is so weird.
And the outcome of this match. So, can DC keep it up? Can Eclipse keep showing up? Or will Elevate ultimately be able to top Dark Zero? No 6 picks really. Nothing major anymore. We've had our bamboozlements, we had the Yim, we had the glass, we had our spice. Now we're just gonna, basic it up. Pambazoo FMG in hand once again, not playing the shotgun.
Is that supposed to be an elite?
I like that a lot. You're gonna give your gunner a good gun, give your side player of Canadian a shotgun to make the rotation holes. Everybody gets to win. It's good value.
Pambazoo back on that smoke FMG, by the way.
I don't really like a lot of the new skins.
It's pretty nasty.
The style that they've been like gravitating toward.
With a shotgun, you don't need the smoke to run
I don't really like.
as well. You can run with a pretty decent weapon, and it was just it was interesting to watch.
Jackry, thank you for the 45 months. Gablin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jersey Short Jackal. Wait, Tex, why are they cringe? You didn't answer. You just called them cringe, and then I asked why, and you didn't say anything.
Passive, the ability to destroy walls very quickly, create rotates effortlessly. The fact that Mute is the shotgun, and Mute is now so prevalent and high.
Yeah, and that's what bothers me too, is that I don't like the direction that they're going with the skins, or even just with the design in general. And then there's always the people who are like, well, but it's never been a tactical realism game, so who cares and whatever, and like, why do you actually care? So I hate that they like turn it around, like you're not allowed to care about the style of a game that you want to play.
If he crosses his door, he'll know Eclipse's whereabouts.
Talking about how they were better players than the people playing. Are you sure, or do you think you misunderstood? Also, do you know who's talking right now?
Making sure that he gets information. And now, with that drone being shot, Eclipse falls back off. Actually rotates around the connector.
They were joking, but still. Wait, so them making a joke is cringe?
They'll just be waiting each other out.
Or do you think that maybe you're overusing the term cringe?
Who chooses to give it up
It's
first.
fucking Pengu. Pengu's joking about playing better than them. Only single-handedly one of the best people who's ever played this game professionally. Idiot. So cringe.
Finds him on the run away. DCH opening kill for Elevate.
Not really all that much he could do. The nades so far from Elevate have been significantly better than what we saw out of Dark Zero. Dark Zero having some duds, those things barely doing any damage when they go off. The best player and the person who is often the single biggest priority for Elevate Eclipse is
Well, this attack is going much better.
That leaves the rest of the team to carry more of this weight, a disproportionate amount of this weight. And NJR in particular will be the one who you set your eyes on. He is a superstar for this team. He's going to need to rack up some big kills because right now, Elevate has you by the throat. And, well, Hyper will answer back. That DMR can do some mighty damage. Nerix goes down, and it's a 4v3. Elevate still the upper hand. But 1 minute left on the clock means that Elevate needs to hurry.
Now all 3 players from Dark Zero on that first floor, 2 inside of bar bombs and a Hyper in the dining hallway, so they're playing together now, and that's what DC will need if they want to muster this win together. Hyper playing a little bit far off, but with that DMR in hand, honestly, I think he's got it.
Well, he's still patrolling this area, has not fallen off the kitchen just yet, while Elevate has the upstairs control. Looking to drop into bar and gaming, but Hyper will be the one to rebuff them. He's going to have to watch both the bottom of the stairs and the doorway. Which target does he prioritize first? He's fallen off of watching the stairs. Looks to swing out. Could he potentially get one? No, he misses that opportunity. Instead by the doorway, but he looks the wrong way. ADS is at the wrong time. Sapper gets that. NGR swings from the back, can't do it. Canadian shotgun out, but he's overwhelmed. And again, Elevate goes to match point.
It seems that Elevate, they just have these rounds where they're fired up, and then sometimes they're not as much. But when it's OT, that is the exact moment where you want to be fired up, if anything. And Elevate, they have only managed to win 2 attacking rounds. One that we just saw, and then it was the 9th round that was, so quite a while
Which means
ago.
their defenses are good.
So, now they're in the defense.
Okay, that's a tattoo on his neck, right? Or do I need to be worried about the proto-molecule or something?
And that was the very, very, very first round of Chalet. So, DC's track record, not looking too great, but they need to find
That's a
way
tattoo,
to
right?
go the entire distance of 7-7 to have a chance to bring
What
it
is
back
that Finka skin?
and
What
win.
is that?
Smoke 6 pick from the Maestro from Nay. Canadian showing us Sophia.
What is it supposed to be?
Sophia from Dark Zero all day today so
Is she gonna go
far.
paint someone's house?
Yeah, very nice. And that was, yeah, that's Canadian. On the LMG,
What is
again,
that?
Canadian being the flex player from DC these days. Eclipse sticking the Thermite. So in a way, this makes perfect sense. You want to keep the rules the same. I get that. But we used to have a rule back in the good old Penta.
It's an SI skin? Is it?
Time really feeling
Wait,
yourself in the game you're
Finka.
providing. You should be given the freedom to be like, what gun do you want to play? What location do you want to be on? If you're Eclipse right now with 17 kills and you've been single-handedly keeping you in this game, I feel like you should ask him, yo Eclipse, do you want to play F2, Twitch, FAMAS, go crazy? Give the heartbeats back to Canadian or any other player for that matter. Let Eclipse shine. Make him do the work for you and with you
Can't find it.
instead of kind of working against you, because he has to drone, breach, plant, and frag it out now on overtime match point. That's a lot of work.
Oh, here it is.
I mean, and he's absolutely been working 2 kills away from matching the same tally that we saw from NJR on the previous map. 19 kills to NJR's name, Eclipse at 17. And we're about to see history repeat itself. Look at what's about to happen. Guess who's in the corner? It's Sap.
I really, really hope that if DC goes to this, that they just have to get that one nade right. If that happens, I will go to bed a happy man. If they don't, you know, then Sappy is just a legend.
4 nades, by the way. 4 nades they used.
Yeah, well, last time 4 nades wasn't enough, Parker. They needed 6. This time, they only have 4. That is the absolute most amount of nades they can toss at him. And even that being said, it's only NGR with the grenades on that balcony right now, so they only actually have 2. Flashes on Eclipse, nades on NJR. That's all they got.
Well, they have to hurry because, I mean, that Surya gate is up, and the longer you wait, the less that utility becomes valuable elsewhere. You need to open up that gate right away, wait out that 30 seconds, then drop those nades in like an anvil on his head. But they're not. They're dilly-dallying. They're wasting their time right
I just
now,
don't
and I think
understand
they're
what I'm
trying to
even
drown
looking
him out.
at.
As you saw the Thermite of Eclipse sitting right next to him. Sapper in this position is not only holding library, he's also got that kill hole from a blow that looks into the bar or the games portion of the bomb site.
So worth noting right now, Canadian and Pambasu is taking piano control while Eclipse and NGR is on the library balcony. They're just kind of sitting ducks right now. Dark Zero not making a lot of moves. They're gonna try and clear out that top blue shield, but other than that, they have no presence on this map yet.
I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at with these skins. I don't know. There's like 2 characters that I can't even tell what they are.
Toxic canisters, still 2 to go. Telltale sign of a bulletproof EMP goes off. Likely to be the culprit is none other than Onigiri. And a jump in as Nay goes down, but Pambazu is traded back out. Sapper's still in this spot. Pambazu brought back from the dead because of that adrenal surge. And now from above, DZ have control of the top floor. Onigiri down below, rotating back to the bomb site. DZ's guns doing a remarkably good job.
Looks like it's gonna go all the way. All 15 rounds.
Sapper. They finally get that mute out of that spot. Adrenal surge running out, and DZ will have an opportunity to use the other 2 that Hyper have in his back pocket. Only 30 seconds left. Eclipse holds on to that diffuser, as you talked about. He has been so good. You can give him any gun you want, but he's obviously quite confident here on this support role. As Canadian sees one into the back bar and just narrowly does the work that is needed to down him. Onigiri coming back to the site. The DMR is in. Major damage done as all the bodies are dropping inside of games. Onigiri walking right up. Sees the
man. He hit him in the head too, or like in the throat, I guess. I don't know.
7-7. We're going the distance, and this time around,
I just know it's like smoke,
Fun fact,
Pulse,
I actually think that Dark Zero fumbled the bag or the ball when
Finka and Ella. I don't know who these other 2 characters are.
Blue, I don't believe. It was Hyper jumping in the window, finding the opening kill, found a second, opened up the round for his team, and that was that. So what looked really, really dire for DC, as the last set of flashbangs and last set of grenades was on that library balcony, Hyper said, I'll take this one on me, guys. I'll find us the openings, and then you guys gotta pull through. And they did. Now, tied up. Round by round, this is the finale of Chalet. Master Bedroom is the bomb site that DC is choosing to go to. And honestly, they won it the last time around. So, it's not the end of the world. And
no,
again,
this is...
Defender-sided Chalet so far. Statistically, DC a favorite here, but that is not
who is
all
this?
That matters. There is so much context to be had outside of numbers.
And who is this?
And I want to point out this fact one more time. Elevate, 7 kills, 10 kills, 11.
This is Callie?
They are
Oh, okay, I can see that. And this is Zofia?
The kill count. Every single player has about the same amount of
That's
value between them.
Zofia?
If one person dies, that is not much more value or less value than if somebody else dies. Whereas on DC,
Bro, what?
it's mostly been Hyper and Eclipse. And NGR, third guy, add him on there. They've had hero plays, really weighing and swaying the odds in their favor. If Eclipse falls, that's a crazy gun off the board. If Hyper falls, crazy gun
bottom
off the
right
board.
is that's Finka. The only reason I knew that was Finka was because that's the one that I saw in the game.
Individual kills on this final round. The opening kill is going to define a lot of who gets to actually have the real
Did they
favorite.
remake Finka Boost? What do you mean by remake? Like redesign
This is
it?
an absolute shootout between these teams.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Or is this all she wrote? This is eerily similar, by the way, to our match earlier today, Nick. If you remember, Empire versus Sonics. Spoilers for those of you that are in here, by the way. Sonics came out ahead on Clubhouse and then looked to be able to put away Oregon. Couldn't do it. Empire closed it and then went to a 3rd map. If you're Dark Zero, you want the inverse to be true. He loves this DMR, eh?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I think Hydra might have just seen the damage that it was doing to his team and said, you know what, I'm going to try it out myself. Attach the muzzle brake, try it out on LAN. Again, LAN hit rate is really great, so DMRs, they just destroy people in 2 or 3 bullets. Whereas on online, sometimes
You can
it's
boost
fun
yourself
to
when downed now?
It happens. DC playing rather passive. Most people are on site right now, but at the same time, Elevate.
It's cool that you can pick yourself up.
It's
something we talked about a long time ago. Because like Doc can revive himself, why can't Finka?
That's great for him, but half the round has almost been going by at this point.
Nade primed and ready onto the library stairs, looking to get tossed up. Is there anybody up there? That's the real question. Put away, potentially, resheathed by DCH, who goes on a drone to see if there's somebody...
Oh, so when you get boosted, the health actually stays?
No,
That's
the answer
wild.
is there's not.
Instead of
Sort
it
of a
going away
sluggish
over
start
time.
for Elevate, who are bogged down.
Interesting.
I can't even imagine how the pressure is for them. This is a team that cannot
Like
get
hands
in
up
their
here,
heads. They don't
revive
have a
herself?
ton of
She doesn't have any
international
meds.
experience.
She's
They
not
don't have
a...
ton of LAN experience, and they are going
Like
up
she just
against
picks
one of the
herself
top
up after
teams in
getting
North
shot?
America.
That doesn't make any sense.
You need to be quite proficient. Logic Bomb is going to come out, by the way. There's still one remaining from Onigiri, but needs to use it at
All
an
comes
appropriate
down
time.
to
1
this.
minute to go, and the
Oh
phones
man,
will be
1 minute, it's a
silenced.
5v5
Look at
still.
Nate walking up those stairs, but there's a Jaeger right at the top.
Oh!
And he
No, the
swings up
timing. The
perfectly
timing to
timed.
look
But
away
there's
from
a
that.
follow-up from the Jackal, and well, you're gonna have to be quick. Nyrix, you're gonna have to be quick. Go up, capitalize off of it, and bad target prioritization, rather maybe very good target prioritization. Down goes Eclipse and Pambazoo to boot. Canadian on 1 HP, Elevate with the advantage, and 40 seconds left. So far, APAC has been perfect today. Elevate looking to join
still have the
in
pulse
that
with the C4.
conquest, but they've got some work to be done.
They've got
Onigiri
6
rotating
smoke
back actually
grenades.
From Solar back to that main breach, so now they have one person there is on the
Oh,
flank.
there
and
goes
3
there
guys
goes
on
your
the front
C4 and
making
your
good work.
pulse.
Canadians down for the count. It's Hyper and NJR who will have to try to seal the deal, but objective play for Elevate has eluded them. You have to be good enough to get that diffuser
Last
down.
smoke.
Toxic canister goes out. Onigiri breathing in an awful lot.
Oh,
NJR
goes
gets one. Immediately
diffuser
gets.
down.
Hyper drops next to him, so it's all on the shoulders
5
of
seconds.
NJR. He's with the hero.
Ooh.
Onigiri silences him.
Dang.
15 rounds.
Wow.
Elevate prevail 2-0.
What? Just sprayed all over the back wall? They just like splashed their drink. Holy shit.
They are not kidding around.
Damn.
Oh, so now we can make the memes. Is it like
Nice.
Latin, APAC, and EU and North America? I don't know anymore. But either way, great match, huge victory for
APAC
Elevate, and
supremacy.
an extremely frustrating loss for Dark Zero. They have
8,
something to prove. They still have time to
7.
do it. They have more games in the future, but DC, rough start. Elevate, I mean, Dark Horse, not to be underrated, but still
Yeah.
kind of hard to understand.
Good job.
I mean,
What exactly they do.
the big winner here for this group is everybody, because we don't know what's going on with BDS, but their performance today against Furia does not inspire much confidence. And yeah, what was already a very tough group may have just gotten easier for 4 other teams if BDS cannot live up to that potential or play at the level that we expect of them. Elevate walking away with a massive 2-0 victory over Dark
Oh, they're
Zero.
not talking.
And
Why
for
did their
many
mic
people,
sound
this
so
will be
weird?
the upset of the day.
Agreed. Honestly, I mean, especially with, yeah, agreed. It's just like the Dark Horse of Elevate. Nobody knows what to expect from them. I would say DC did the work. They clearly studied Elevate with the target bans, the Nuke on Chalet, the Amara on Cafe. They did not underestimate Elevate in my book, looking at the stats that we had, looking at the bans that they did. But still, Elevate came out on top. So how do you prepare for this crazy APAC situation?
What's up, Fraser?
You
I
just
don't know.
gotta
Thank you.
show up.
I don't even know. A lot of teams really underrated Elevate heading into this matchup and into this event in particular. Lots of teams saying, well, because they don't have that same pedigree, because they don't have the same experience. This is a team that is going to come in. They're going to use this as a learning experience. They're going to go back to APAC with that experience and become a better team. But they're not going to be good right out the gate. Well, so far, they're wrong, because Elevate was good enough out the gate. A 2-0 victory for the Thailand team. And we've got some analysts to break it down. But before we get there and our last set of matches for the day, we've got a short break for you.
Phasers is
We'll be back in just a few
SSG.
minutes.
I'm really excited about. Ugh. Phase SSG is gonna be a good one, hopefully. That one should go all the way. I don't. So I use a compressor, which actually I feel like I need to adjust the settings on. I need to remember to talk to DB about that, because once I changed my audio setup, I've got now when I talk like loud, it what's that called? I don't know. I forget what the word is that I'm looking for. It's like it peaks, but that's not the word. Yeah, it's like a distortion. It like blows out the microphone sound or whatever. Clips? Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. So yeah. Only had 2 out of the six games go to all 3 maps. It's Empire and Sandbox. I'm surprised by Team 1. I mean, I'm excited for DWG, but I'm really surprised because I thought that Team 1 would do better. I mean, it's only the first day, so. Also, Also NIP. Both APAC teams. All 3 APAC teams actually have won today. DWK was pretty nuts last major. Yeah, but like, so is NIP. That's why I'm surprised that I mean, I guess it did go all 3 maps. I'm just surprised that, I don't know. Oh, no. DWG didn't go 3 maps. I'm surprised it didn't go 3 maps. Oops. Also, that, Team 1 only won 6 rounds out of 20. So I guess I'm just surprised that it wasn't closer, more than anything. I'm happy for DWG. I am excited to see them do well, but I'm surprised that Team 1 didn't do much better. I would have expected the score lines to be a lot closer. Sevagonzo, thank you for the 9 months. I recently lost my job at the ruler factory because they won't be making them any longer. I went through an emotional roller coaster with that, where I was like, oh no, you lost your job? Oh no, it's a joke. Oh, it's a joke. Let's make another, hang on. We'll do another region column over here. Let's see. Actually, I gotta do it this way. Thought all those stats were official. No, this is just a spreadsheet. I just wanted to be able to show it because like the Liquipedia page is a little bit confusing. And they've got it separated by like groups and all, so I just wanted something that was going to be easier to read for streaming. Something I could just pop down here at the bottom.
The Thai team's international debut starting off strong. Elevate defeating Dark Zero.
I love spreadsheets.
Over there. He is just all
Spreadsheets are the
smiles.
best.
APAC really turning it up today. Obviously, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but let's talk about Elevate versus Dark Zero, done in 2 maps, and I can just see you smiling over there. That was so much fun to watch. That was a barn burner, Dev. Just back and forth.
The music's too loud.
So strong though, and I think we were talking so much about their nerves. They were out for blood today.
Absolutely. We were worried that maybe Elevate not having that experience. We know that they choked before in the past.
Hey, it's Anne. It's me.
Well, they absolutely did.
I'm there.
We definitely saw that. They started strong. 3 rounds in a row. Dark Zero had a kill on only 2 players in the first 3 rounds.
Yep. Yeah, you can't have these kind of things happen. I mean, a slow start is okay to happen, but after 3 rounds,
Was the other game started?
Not on any of those kills. It's kind of unfortunate to start your
Oh my
round
god, they're
like that.
both
I mean,
playing the same thing.
Luckily, after those 3 rounds, there was a lot of adaptation coming from Dark Zero. We had the tactical timeout, and that's what
How much time do we have to wait before the next match?
What do we need to change? What do we need to bring? And that's when Canadians switched to the Flores, and they had a lot of a better way of dealing with all those Vulcan shields. So that's when they kind of came back, and well, lucky for them, it was a 3-3 split.
Yeah, we're bringing up the replays right now. Let's dive a little bit more into how Dark Zero reacted. I think that
Until 10?
You know, we talked
Oh my
about
god,
this a
there's
lot
20
yesterday.
minutes to wait.
Elevate, it's younger, it's their international debut. We were expecting them to be a little bit shaky, but they started off strong. I feel like
20
Dark Zero
minutes.
was kind of like, oh, what's happening here?
That's so long.
Always going to be the concern for DZ coming into this. Elevator are a team that are fueled by that aggression and that confidence. We could hear them. I gotta say,
I clean my
anyone
stash in
who is
Tarkov.
could hear Napier and the rest of Elevate going hard.
Yeah, okay, I clean my
Like,
stash.
they're going against probably the most underrated team in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Is that
bet
a-
hard, it already shows you're kind of like not necessarily scared for the aggression, but you're trying to make sure you stop them.
Check my insurance? Yeah, we played yesterday. Although I don't think I died very much yesterday. I think I only died like once or twice.
And then Nick on the second one, but like, let's be honest, if Dark Zero think that Elevate can only win by using pocket stress, then Dark Zero is underestimating Elevate.
Do you think that Dark Zero was underestimated?
Did I fraud a lot?
We were kind of off
I don't
the
remember.
line.
It all blends together.
Elevate is a strong attack team, specifically on Cafe. So
That's a really good point. Yeah, usually they have a 60%
Whoop.
win rate on Cafe, which is a really
He
defensive
punches his
side
desk.
typically, and Elevate even managed to exceed that here.
What?
DZ looks really, really
Okay,
good.
Tarkov is taking over my computer.
Eric's, who's the newest player on Elevate, he had an absolute fantastic match. So credit to him and the rest of Elevate. They made fairly short work of Cafe, which, funnily enough, while Dark Zero picked it, it's always been a good map for Elevate, arguably their second best.
yeah, exactly. The shots that Nerix did when he came walking up those white stairs, those were beautiful to watch. And I mean, they had the first 3 rounds on their defense, and then we did see the adaptation coming out from Dark Zero. Another attempt of Elevate to try and make sure they couldn't do as much with those Flores drones by bringing out the Mute and the Mozzie, but it just didn't help in that round anymore.
Yeah.
I absolutely adored that video. That
This
we just
music is
had
so
of
loud. Please turn down the music.
Elevate just absolutely stoked. I don't know if this is just me or not, but it did seem
What?
like
It's as loud as
we were
her
looking at their
talking.
play area, taking a live look, and they were smiling and they just seemed at ease, which I was a little bit shocked by their demeanor. Dark Zero, on the other hand, you know, we've been talking about this a lot, that they're kind of battling this fall from grace. They really wanted to regain their glory, and not really the case for them. So I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk about their mentalities going into this matchup. Dev.
Totally. Well, yeah, definitely a case of 2 very different teams here in terms of the mentality and the energy, right? DZ, quite a serious team, always have been, probably always will be. Fairly low energy team in terms of their reactions comparatively. Obviously, Troy is known for bringing some
I don't even
serious
have
energy,
insurance.
hoping to inject some life into that team.
I guess it's too
unfortunately, we
early.
don't see that in terms of the gameplay, and let's be honest, Elevate
Small
saw
Tarkov.
one
Look how
like
tiny it
when
is. It's
Elevate
cute.
first got, picked up, they started playing in a team house back in Thailand. It revolutionized their gameplay. Like, they're already a team that relies so much on chemistry and teamwork.
Alright, Scavs.
And just
What you
having
got?
them sit next to each other in there, like,
Unknown item. Oh, that's that MGT thing.
So, Anne, map
Yes?
1 went well, but map
Oh.
2 I felt like was the real test.
She's not
especially
talking to
when we
me.
went into
This
overtime.
is-
Like, I was like, okay, we're gonna see
This is
if
kind of some
Elevate
garbage, you
truly
guys.
elevated their game.
They're like, here
Overtime on this
are our precious items that we have found for you.
He was like, no, don't even, girl.
I'm like, no, this is bad.
But Dev,
This is garbage.
dominated.
Take back your garbage.
start from Elevate on map 2. 5-1 on defense. That is really unusual, right? Like, Chalet is such an attacker-sided map for Elevate.
I'm displeased with your offering. It's not good enough.
You mentioned
Oh my god, is this my stash? Chat. Oh no. Did I really leave it like this? Oh, what's wrong with me? Oh no.
comeback from DZ.
Why did I do that?
Run a clip at some point, but we were talking constantly about DZ
PMC is never happy. PMC is never satisfied.
it was master, bedroom, and office, and
We can run that clip now, I think, if you want. We can just talk over it.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that clip up.
I would indeed be loving, but I'll just start talking about it anyway.
God. Okay, well,
We have where Elevate picks up a glass. We were like, oh, a glass, that's really interesting. And they had the Ying, so they were setting up for some kind of plant or anything going on. But Dark Zero actually had a really good read onto that, and they 6-pick right into the Warden. So when Elevate set up their plant,
I'm gonna sell this gun because it's kind of broken.
coffee instead of the Hoffle, so you don't create a line of sight. But
Oh, I have so many guns.
of that Warden, because if you know there's a Warden on the other side, you're not going to sprint through a smoke breach because you know you're going to be dead.
And that's exactly what we're highlighting in this clip is 2 really cool things. Firstly, like, wow, the creativity from Elevate. Let's pick Glaz, let's pick Ying. Awesome from them. But DZ, like, they saw that Glaz pick and they thought in the pick phase, this isn't just a bait. We're going to 6-pick Warden. And, like, objectively, Warden was one of the big reasons why DZ won. What was eventually a close round, a retake, but that Warden finding 2 picks was absolutely huge.
And Anne, Dev was talking about how they
It freaks me out. She keeps saying Anne.
They were also working very hard on their fundamentals. Did you see that today? Do you think that they fixed a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it back in the green room. I don't think we've seen any occasion where
25,000.
Elevate had that 4-2 advantage and they didn't throw it. So if they did throw it, sorry, I misphrased my sentence there. There's no instances versus where they had an advantage and they threw it. So that's
I have 20 minutes. So 20 minutes to fix this between games, and then after the games are done, we'll play a little bit of Tarkov.
strategy, but if it works, it works.
So we're hyping up Elevate quite a bit. I do want to focus on Dark Zero a tiny bit.
I need to keep this because it's got a Reaper on it. I'm worried that I'm gonna accidentally sell it. We should put it in a box so that I don't.
It just seemed like there were some chemistry issues, to say the least.
That's what we've been talking about with DZ for like the guys in NAL have been talking about it for a long time. This is such an unstable roster. We said 9 roster changes in the last year. They've had
Where do we put it is the new question. It's just a really long gun.
changing roles as well. It's so hard to get some
Put it
stability
there, I
in a
guess.
team that really just doesn't have any stability even in their roster. We saw that. We talked a lot, and in fact, the entire talent team had an opinion to weigh in on the Canadian playing Yana and whether he was in the right doing that.
I want to use this gun. I don't want to get rid of it.
But yeah, look, hard to really know what to say for DZ at this point.
Let's sell this T5000.
There in the second map, Anne. So what do you think happened there?
In the second map,
Yeah. No, the second map. Dark Zero had a little bit of a comeback.
excuse me. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really good how their defense just seemed to be a lot better. We're often talking about how Shelly is an attacker favorite map, but it seemed to be more defender favorite for them. And well, the change with the Warden, a good example for that.
26. Man, I wish. Remember when I was 26, chat? I don't.
Everything. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it. It's been a very defender favorite map up until overtime, really, because that's where Elevate started to win that first round, and that was where things really started like changing. And especially the last round was something I love to see. Like, I was thriving on that seat, on the edge of my seat. The main problem, if you talk about that round where they picked the Warden and they stopped the players from walking in the breach and getting your plan done whatsoever, the really good
I feel like
execution coming out from Elevate is they open the breach.
they've left the music so loud. They always do this.
All the way down through kitchen, all the way up on the solar stairs. And you have the Dokubi assistant.
I don't know who runs the like audio for the R6 esports stuff, but they always leave the music way louder than it needs to be.
Someone coming up your solar stairs all the way behind you. So that was really good. A change coming out from Elevate, and I was loving to see that.
And if there's any operator you want to bring, it's Dokkaepi, right?
Yeah,
We saw those phone calls ring, and they're like, all right, I'm stepping up. This is my go.
I think strategically great for Elevate, but also we have to mentally. I was super nervous when it went to overtime. I was like, okay,
I don't know where to put these ears.
choked a bit, and I was like, okay, they're probably gonna do it again, but that wasn't the case.
I'm not gonna lie, I did get some of those vibes when we were watching it. I'm like, I've seen Elevate lose too many overtime important matches, and we know this is an important match, right? We said at the start of today, whoever loses this is probably favored to be bottom of the group. Now that said, BDS playing with BIOS has maybe changed the landscape of things a little bit, but what that has done.
That's true. Having to play with not your full roster is always got to be tough.
Taken down DZ, and honestly, the sky's the limit.
Okay.
37,000.
I'm just gonna let you tout this a little bit, but APAC only undefeated region at the end of day one.
I'm just saying it.
APAC only undefeated region. That's true.
Losses. APAC has not. We're sitting tall. I mean, we only have 4 teams out of 20 at the tournament from APAC, the least represented region and the only undefeated one. I feel like that just speaks volumes.
It's been an absolutely wild day one of the group stage, but we have so much more action ahead, so please do not go anywhere. We're taking a
10 more
small
minutes.
break. We'll be right back.
Oh boy. Can I sell these? 36,000. Are they playing 2 songs at once, or is this one song and I'm just crazy? Why are these buses stopped on the overpass? What? I'm gonna sell this Valde. I don't really like using the Valdes anymore. I'll sell this Tech 32. What are you, 33k? 17. A lot of Valdes, actually, I just realized. I feel like they're fine, but only if you're not using it as a primary site. The Vortex, yeah. Oh man, I love the Voodoos, and then the Vortex is probably my favorite. Oh, I have more chops. It's just kind of expensive, so... $20k for this thing? Jesus. Yeah, the Vortex is really nice. Yep. That radio click sound is not my favorite in the song. That. It's like super loud. 34k. 25k.
Group B, Team Liquid versus Rogue. Who will come out victorious? Well, we're going to chat about that right now. I am with Ace. Oh my gosh, it's our first time together. I'm so excited. Yay. And oh, Ollie's back.
Great.
Just kidding. Ollie. No, Ollie's my boy. I've been like harassing him so much in between breaks. But anyway, we have a lot to discuss, and we're going to be talking about Team Liquid versus Rogue, the number 3 seed versus the number 16 seed. Ollie, I feel like all eyes are on the Brazilian teams right now, especially on Team Liquid, and they just won the BR6 finals, so I feel like they're feeling pretty confident.
Liquid have got to be feeling fairly confident coming into this.
Stream B is going to be FaZe versus Space Station. Okay, so that's this one. This one's going to be the other team. Okay. Glad Jackie is back? Yeah. And then I think Rachel's doing the like post tournament something. I don't know what the plan is for that. Jackie's great.
One of the best rosters that we've seen in this game, not to win the big title here at Six Invitational. That is unfortunately how it'll be remembered. But like you say, I think, you know, if you're going to get that success, you got to do something to get it.
If we're going to talk about the roster, I feel like we got to talk about Nesk and Palu. According to SiegeGG, they're ranked the number 1 and number 2 players here. So I think we said all eyes.
You can see Jackie's laptop has some kind of anime something on it, and they've covered it with like Rainbow Six art.
I mean, but maybe Palu.
Honestly, I think let's be honest, they're both Batman.
They're both Batman.
They've got 2 Batmans.
I think the most important thing is they've got 3 Alfreds on the team that are all looking after him. And that's something that now comes into the spotlight more than ever. Because what we find out here, particularly when we get into international competition, is how much work did...
Well, it's just they don't have the rights for it, you know?
How much work did Sexy Cake do? Because ultimately, Ask and Resets, they've got a mountain to climb.
No, without question. I do want to talk about Rogue a little bit, though. This is a team with a lot of history, Ace. Dramatic. ups and downs with this team, and they had a roller coaster ride of a Sweden major, so I don't know what we're in store for here at SI.
This is, to be honest, been a difficulty with Rogue throughout
Global
the entire
points, they're
year.
in
They were
third.
struggling in EUL.
Oh.
There's no other way to put it really until stage 3. You know, Prano came in, it just seemed to be a resurgence.
I'm just confused because they've got the same stream on both, but there's 2 different games that are both supposed to start in 3 minutes, but they're only talking about Liquid versus Rogue.
Was unexpected. They have a great performance there as well, but this is like Liquid, really another roster that has got growth to do. It's got development yet, and they're already showing us great things. So this is, you know, by no means going to be a walk in the park for Liquid. We've got 2 of what could be potential teams that will go a long way into the tournament facing off against each other.
Where is
We're
FaZe?
taking a live look at the play area right now, and I always like to see how the players look, like what their mindset is. Right now we are looking at Team Liquid, and they have smiles, looking pretty confident. I feel like, who has the pressure on them right now, Ollie? I mean, Rogue definitely wants to regain their glory, but I also feel like Team Liquid's feeling pressure as well. They're ranked number 3 going into this, and they want to prove themselves.
They're ranked number 3, and they've got 2 people that are yet to play an international event.
True.
This will be their first game playing an international event, and the team is ranked 3rd.
Yep.
That's wild. The pressure that is on those 2 players' shoulders, Ask and Resets, is unimaginable at this moment in time. They have got so
They look
many
like
eyes on them.
babies.
There's
They look
many
so young.
people out there that want Liquid to do well, that are passionate about the team.
Well, he's like struck by how young esports players are, especially like R6 and like FPS and stuff like that. They're always like
with Moringa and
20
Tensei
and
how they play
19.
now with Ask and Resets. It is a different team. It's upgraded. It fits the modern meta of Siege much better. Ask is a player that will go and get the plant down, but he's also going to come in with a slow
Polar Cubes,
kill.
thanks for the
He's
19
a
months.
Very dangerous support player.
Thank you.
Resets, for my money, I always have him down as quite 50-50. He's a little bit hit or miss, but he's there. And if he's on a hit day, it could be massive.
And now we have Rogue up on screen, and you know, like I was saying, they definitely want to regain their old glory days. They want to get back on top. They need the Prano effect in full force, right, Ace?
They've certainly got the Prano effect. They've had it recently. The thing that Rogue have done so well over the last couple of months is they've made themselves really unpredictable. You never know what they're going to bring to the table. They'll come in and they'll just rush around and they'll just go straight into sight, start picking up kills. You know, people like Leon, people like Aces, so capable of going in, crying as well on his day, just going to find kill after kill. But Prano in Sweden, getting the diffuser down, playing the objective.
I don't get it.
They've shown
Where's
that
the other
they've got
team?
that strategic
Where's the other game?
side to them as well. So it makes them very flexible. They can come in against a team and they can say, right, this is a team that we need to frag against. We've got the power to do that. Or actually, this is a team that we need to outthink. We need to play the strategy game, work the objective. They can do that as well, creating space for themselves very well. It's a team to be worried about.
So we've been talking about the roster changes with Team Liquid. Ollie, do you think that Rogue is going to be really targeting that, like hoping to just get them off their guard?
I think that Liquid are probably in a position where they're fairly easily prepped against, because they're still trying to build everything back up to where it was. They're still trying to build the maps, and they're still, you know, they're running with the same strategies that they've always run with, because it makes sense.
Got his chair all the way back. He's relaxed.
Prano's looking pretty laid back right now.
Just sleeping.
About to take a nap. You all know you're about to play, right?
So these guys look in good spirits. I think, you know, it's nice to go into a game. Leon gives us the death. That's his like trademark.
Oh man, that's funny.
That to me shows that he's in good spirits. He's having a bit of fun. He's playing with the camera. You know,
He was like laughing. He's just like
looking after the players as he always does. You know,
everything's normal.
That calming presence. And at this international level, I feel like we've got sort of 2 unknown factors with these teams. You know, we haven't really seen enough of them as complete rosters at this level of competition to know exactly what's going to happen here, and that makes it super exciting.
I'm sorry, Prano just blew a kiss at us. I got distracted there. But I think without a doubt, both of these teams are feeling the pressure, Ollie. Talk to me about how critical it is to get this early win.
I think it could really set them up for a good tournament. You know, you look at a team like Liquid, and whilst there's an expectation, if they're going into this knowing what they're looking to do, you know, if they've just got a goal of getting out of groups, or if they've got a goal of making it to a certain point, that's that's going to be a really good thing to aim for instead of just aiming for the stars straight off the bat. They've got some really old, experienced heads on that team.
Zero.
They're going to be able to steady the
Zero,
ship.
zero.
I think, yeah, being realistic is very
Zero,
important.
zero.
Like I say, they're coming in
3.
here, there's been big changes made. You know, it's the
What is
first
this
time in
code
this
he's giving
environment
us?
for a couple of the players.
Somebody type that into
Obviously,
Steam
I'm
and see if
sure
it's a
that
video
not
game.
gonna be top of their list. Right, we're gonna go and win SI 21. Sorry, 22. I'm a year behind. I'm just
The add-on sleeves, I think it's supposed to like reduce friction on your desk when you're like moving your mouse hand.
We do have the maps coming up on the screen right now, moving into the map ban phase. So let me know what you're.
I don't know when SSG. Yeah, I was looking for that. I've been switching back and forth, but they only have this one up for some reason. I don't know why. For both streams, they only have.
Oregon is a map that Liquid are known for, there's no two ways about it. Cafe is a map that LATAM as a whole have really been trying to introduce into their pool. I think they got found out at some point that they, you know, when Consulate got removed, it was like, right, what do we clutch onto? Well, we can play a bit of Bank, but Cafe is going to be our new sort of go-to. Liquid are more than happy to play Cafe, and they're not doing a bad job of it. They got a 67% round win percentage.
Prevents rug burn.
Over stage 3, Sweden Major, etc. Obviously, didn't make
from
Major, so it's a bit of a better sample
yeah,
size for these
from like
guys.
rubbing against the edge of the desk. That makes sense.
Liquid's top 1 and top 2 map.
It's going to be a challenge for Rogue, that much is for sure, but they've shown a lot of capability to adapt. Oregon and Cafe are good maps for them. They have, you know, good win percentages on there. I think, ultimately, I can see this going to 3. I can see both teams taking their own maps, potentially, Liquid on Oregon and Rogue on Cafe, and then us going to that decider. I think this is probably going to be, for me, one of the
Talk about the SSG game after they talk about this one. Okay.
All right, well, we are ready
Who's supposed to be in the key art behind them? Is that Callie?
To Fluke and Demo.
No, they're gonna start casting. Where's the other game? Wait, Fluke and Demo are already here? I'm confused. Okay, now, okay, here's FaZe, finally. What? That was so weird. She said it on this stream. We're gonna hand it over to Fluke and Demo, but then Fluke and Demo are on the Alpha channel. I'm so confused. My brain right now. Does their shirt say oats overnight? Overnight oats? Wait, Space Station sponsored by oatmeal? Fuck, I love oatmeal. That's great. I like their jerseys. The like black and white. I love oatmeal. That's great. Hooray. Real gamer fuel. See, what's up with these buses? They're just like stopped on that. They keep showing them, but they're just stopped in the middle of a road. What is that? That's a great sponsor. I love oatmeal. You guys ever made like overnight oats? They're actually super good. I thought they were gonna be terrible because it's like I generally really hate things that are like a mushy texture. I don't know how to describe it. Like, because I love mashed potatoes, that's fine. But like oats that are mushy, usually I have a hard time with. And I also, yeah, oatmeal that is cold is disgusting to me. Like oatmeal that is hot, great. Until it gets like just below room temperature, and at that point, I am physically repulsed by it. Like I can't, like I have to force myself to try and eat it, and I will like almost gag. But when you make overnight oats, you put all the stuff in a bowl, and then you put it in the fridge, and then you eat it cold, and it's so good, and I don't understand why I like it so much. Because it's like the exact thing that I think I should hate, and I don't. I don't know, I love it.
Welcome back, and now
It's great.
we're talking about FaZe versus SSG, and another exciting matchup here. The November Major Champion versus the SI 2020 Champion. Whew, that's hyping it up quite a bit, Dev. Right now I'm with Dev and Ann, obviously, and something very interesting about this matchup,
It's
though.
imposter Ann.
These
Fake
two
Ann.
never played each other. That kind of
Fast Ann? Ha! Fake Ann, more like.
Two really iconic Rainbow Six teams that have been in the scene for a really long time. Obviously, Space Station already won an SI before. FaZe FaZe have been at 4 SIs in a row and are yet to win one. So 2 really iconic teams, absolutely. And finally, we get to see them play each other. I'm sure that fans have been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time.
I'm really excited about this game.
We do have FaZe's graphic up right now, and just tell me, what do you think is going through this team's mind?
Well, I will tell you what I think, Jackie.
I feel there might be a lot of pressure on this team actually, because I think a lot of people have this team FaZe as the supposed winners of this entire tournament. I mean, they won the Sweden Major. Cyber was the MVP of that entire tournament, so I guess there's a lot of pressure to. I mean,
game we'll be watching. I think I'm gonna watch FaZe versus SSG.
What they did in the last
I think I'm more interested in that over.
Yeah,
I don't know. Liquid versus Rogue.
I think all eyes are going to be on
Sounds good too, but I think I'm most interested in FaZe versus SSG.
This a lot. SSG, you know, they're a storied team. They're a talented team. They're the SI 2020 champions, but it hasn't been that hot for them recently. I feel like they really want to prove themselves today.
Yeah, SSG absolutely need to prove themselves. In fact, funnily enough, they haven't won an
Thunderdome
international best-of-3 match since they were world champions at Six Invitational 2020 2 years
Repeat
ago.
that, please. That is, you just saying that shakes me.
Space Station have not won an international best-of-3 since they were world champions 2 years ago.
What? Who is that?
Look at who they're going against right now. FaZe look pretty animated. These guys
Who is that?
arguably favorites for the tournament. FaZe, look, they're having some fun. And a fun fact about FaZe, 1 year ago, this team completely ditched 4/5 of their roster. They picked up 4 players from MIBR, took a massive gamble, but what a gamble it has turned out to be. At that Sweden major, they managed back-to-back 7-0 scorelines in the opening games. They're ranked 6th in the world, but I think in most people's hearts, this is what people are looking at for your prospective champions.
They look happy. I mean, the smiles and everything. And if I would make a list on what I would bring to a LAN tournament, that picture surely isn't on my top 1 spot, but apparently for FaZe it is.
And we have this graphic now showing the roster for SSG, and it's funny because Skies popped up, and literally my brain for a second was like, wait, Dark Zero, no, wait, SSG. There have been some roster changes here. Why don't we elaborate on that?
Oh, there have been some roster changes. If you talk about Rempe, Bosco, and Fools, they've been a good core for a long time, but then you had Hot and Cold joining them. He was a good player on Dark Zero, and then he went to become the NAL MVP when he joined this team here. They dropped Thinkinate and then got Skies, who was supposedly retired, but came back. That was in September 2021, so this team has only been together for a good few months, and, well, we saw how that worked out for Dark Zero. I hope to have some better future prospects for this team.
Do you think FaZe is going to be targeting that obviously that they're dealing with these possible chemistry issues?
Yeah, look, for sure, Space Station as a team, you're looking at them and you think, look, they do have weaknesses. They bailed out early from the NAL finals, and I think more saliently, SSG have been first rounded in playoffs for 3 events in a row, and that is pretty scary to think. I mean, it goes hand in hand with them struggling in BO3 as well. There's no hiding in the group stage now that we're using a BO3 format. We saw them in past the November Major, Mexico Major, Six Invitational last year. They had performed really well in those group stages. They can't hide behind those BO1s any longer. However, FaZe are a team that will be looking and going for the heart. Like, they're going to be stabbing exactly where it hurts when it comes to Space Station.
Hi all and 7, I can't believe we're watching Siege on stream.
I know, right?
Maybe it will be Vitality another time and Heart.
Maybe. I would love that. I would love for them to have an actual tournament that I can watch at a normal hour and not. I woke up at 5:30 today, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying impressive. There's 4 previous SI winners on SG, so like you can't deny that. It's only Hot and Cold that's never won an SI before, but that's really something you gotta have to keep in mind. And well, as you said, these teams haven't played each other before, and obviously they're gonna do prep work against each other, but they haven't really actually met on the server yet, so it can be anyone's game.
Yeah, Dev, let's dive into that a little bit more. They haven't seen each other on the server before, so what do you think is going through both of their minds when it comes to that?
I think that
there's definitely a different type
No,
of
I woke up
energy.
so early.
For sure.
That's my problem is that I can't,
one thing, right?
like,
These teams, they've got all their analysts, their
even if I wake up
coaches,
really
they're
early,
behind the scenes,
right?
they're watching VODs,
I'm gonna turn this down.
sort out everything.
Even if I,
It's very different to getting into the server and actually playing against the team.
if I want to stream at 5 a.m., I need to wake up at like 3 a.m. is my problem. Because when I wake up, I have to walk my dog, which takes like 40 minutes to an hour. Because she's a big dog, she gets a big walk, right? I gotta make breakfast. I gotta get ready to stream. I gotta set everything up. Like, It takes me so much time. I can't just like wake up and then like turn the stream on. I have like so much stuff that I gotta do in the morning. So I can't, like I physically cannot wake up early enough to stream at 1 a.m., which is when this starts, you know? So we'll just catch some of these ending games and then that'll be kind of it. Wait. Cafe, Clubhouse, and what do you want to bet? Oregon. There's like 3 maps in this entire game. Oh wait, they already banned Oregon. Chalet? She's a German Shepherd.
Strong as MIP in the grand final of a major, then yeah, that's absolutely a good map. And if we continue on Clubhouse, funny, really.
Oh,
Yeah,
there goes Chalet. Villa, nice. Well, it's only a decider, so.
Last time that they were an actual international menace, that was back when they won and they pioneered that Clubhouse meta, the SSG Clubhouse roam. But
Cafe's been played 3-4 times today already.
NAL finals, they lost it to Dark Zero 7-4.
Well, twice before.
Sweden major, they lost it to Dom 1-7-4 twice.
Got Oregon.
1-7-4, 1-7-8. So, if anything, Space Station, like
Only one coastline. Well, 2 coastlines.
Working, really hard on Clubhouse because FaZe are a really good cafe team. SSG are gonna have to make sure that they win club.
Yeah, and if you talk about the Shelly ban coming in from FaZe after, that makes a lot of sense. It's also a map that they
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stream. I just won't be able to do it at 1 a.m. Surprised they haven't covered this dude's headset logo. They've done it for all the other ones. Maybe they missed it.
Absolutely. Look, overall, I think it's a pretty strong veto for
My dog is also a Chow mix.
Whatever way you spin it, it is hard to not believe that FaZe are going to be the favored team. Just naturally.
She's like mostly, she's like 90% German Shepherd. But I did like a DNA test and apparently she's part Chow, which means she sheds like a mother. She sheds so freaking much.
Really comfortable into this game. I mean, they won the last international major, and well, a lot of people have them on their list to win.
Dev, I'm gonna cop some hate, like for not backing in NA at any point. Like it's really hard to go.
You have doctor's orders not to walk your dog for.
Space Station must have improved on Clubhouse.
Well, not for very long anyway.
They haven't won a BO3 in 2 years against a team outside
Yeah.
North America. Like, there's no way they win this, in my opinion. This should be a 2-0 for FaZe.
My dog is about 10, so.
We are ready to go. FaZe versus SSG. We're gonna hand it
His
over to
hair.
Ben.
Oh my god. Bro, it is everywhere.
Jackie, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final match of the day here on the B stream. We are very excited to be bringing you the action once again, as we'll be diving deep into this riveting matchup, as we'll be having SSG go up against FaZe in another best-of-3 series. SSG, while they've been faring fine inside of North America, it's been a bit of a struggle here in international competition, as the desk was just discussing. So, Stokes, what's on your list of things you need to see out of SSG for them to come out on top of this?
Oh, we really have to see them deal with FaZe's aggression here, especially when it comes to Bullet and Cyber. There's a lot to be done, and the only issue is that's not just them on the team. You got to deal with 3 other people as well. FaZe has been so dynamic this year, especially in a region that's been so dominant in Siege for such a long time now. To be able to hold the crown like they do at the current moment, it's nothing to, you know, tilt your nose up at or anything of the sort, especially with this map pool. It's looking like FaZe could definitely pull ahead, but SSG is a team that isn't exactly going to let everything go to the wayside either. We could see some very serious improvement here, just to spark some hope for our NA fans. Do remember that SSG is coming off a burner of a Stage 3, especially with hot and cold, but hopefully we don't see the results like we saw in Gaval.
All right, well, let's see what the results of this matchup will be. The fan vote from you guys at home does favor FaZe partially into this one, but not by a huge margin, so we'll see if you end up being right about that. As you guys can see, that we are already partway through the ban phase. Apologies for missing that first ban, but it's all good. You can see it now. Capitao is the first attacker to be knocked out from play, followed by a predictable second in Thatcher, as he's still the pick of the litter when it comes to attacker bans here in our current meta. Defender bans should generally be pretty straightforward here as well, at least the ones coming from SSG, I would imagine. So, and yeah, FaZe is going to ban Valkyrie out here, so no surprises on the defensive side. It's usually the attacker side where you get a little bit more variance in the ban department of the current meta.
Absolutely the case, and Capitao being a very strong ban when it comes to Cafe, making those positions a little bit easier to play around the map. Those arrows obviously only being thwarted by Thatcher's, or rather Wamai's magnets, as we do have Thatcher, Valkyrie, and Mira all banned out as well, but those are a lot more routine than Capitao, so SSG is trying to guarantee their positions, especially around more of that site-centric play that obviously comes along with Cafe. So we'll see what FaZe want to bring for their lineup, and as to be expected, it's going to be the Flores instead to try and deal with these hard-to-reach places.
We'll see how that pans out for them.
God, I don't recognize these characters. Look at Ash. What is that? Look at Ace.
Soft and hard breach department to be able to work their way down.
He doesn't even look like Ace.
That it's looking like we're going to see SSG fall themselves onto. SSG, in the meanwhile, as you were mentioning, no surprises when it comes to their line. They're looking to waste as much time as possible here, especially with the Goyo and Wamai being brought to the table there. The central two players. Let's get into it and see if there's going to be any surprises on the setup. More than likely not, though. And this could at least be part of the problem for SSG over the course of the series, is that they do tend to play that very slow, very team-oriented play style.
Ash on Ash Elf. Why is she an elf?
In part away from that as of recent times, so that's where FaZe might be able to find quite a bit of prowess and overall outwit SSG, as the analyst was talking about. SSG's really struggled to win any international series, and their strategy could be part of that. So we'll see if once again things will work out for them at SI22.
Yeah, we definitely need to see something change up for them when it comes to international competition, and hopefully it starts here on this cafe. They're definitely going to be throwing a curveball early here with
What's up,
the
Katie?
site selection, heading towards Fireplace
Valkyrie
Hall as well
has an elf
as
costume
mining.
too.
See what they can possibly do with this. Bring Castle along for the ride to make things a little bit more difficult for FaZe to try and maneuver around the map. They'll have to dedicate some very important utility to those if they do want to get rid of them. They do not have Sledge along for the ride, so it's going to be down to some more just limited utility.
Absolutely the case here. We'll be a slow rolling round though, folks. Give us a moment while we build up towards the action, as once again SSG not going to be favoring too much aggression themselves. Actually a minimal even extension going up to the third floor. It looks like only 1 or 2 players at most committing to that. Should be in the usual positions though once we get a better opportunity to take a look at that, and we can see a bit of it here for Fultz as he maintains his extended position. And I'll correct myself from earlier, there actually is quite a bit of a presence up here on the third floor from SSG, as they have 3 players committed to the extended game, looking to waste out this first minute or 2 from FaZe's time bank if they're going to be allowed to, and FaZe will be unable to clear that utility.
Yeah, Fultz playing inside of the bathroom around that deployable shield, something that we'd see from like TSM inside of NA, where just trying to use those mechanics to get those picks inside of Christmas. But he's also got Hot and Cold, or actually rather Fultz as well as Skies upstairs to try and assist him. So we'll see exactly what they can possibly get done, or actually Rampy rather, who'll be playing around the bar space. We saw him in Shiko's spot just a little bit ago, but he's since came back towards the cocktail side of things. So also get a better read on things as he pops a Rotaro drone down the hatch, just trying to see exactly what SSG wants to get
blow up that
done.
deployable.
And the Rotaro drones, they don't have to worry about ADSs or anything of the sort. He'll be able to get rid of the Goyo shield here inside of Pixel.
So we're going to get caught quite early on here with some good damage being thrown out against him, more than likely coming from Fultz there on the Wamai. He's able to bring him down to about 1/3 of his HP on the Ash as well. An operator that, at least inside of NA, we're not seeing it as much anymore here, but
So many flashes, oh my god.
to bring it into this first round.
They put 3 in that one window.
We're going to see once again SSG continue to maintain presence, but has been pushed back away from that extended position on the inside of the bathroom, at least in part.
Astro is all the way up right now inside of Minibar on the overtop. Yeah, wow. Very, very interesting stuff here. Astro actually moving up through.
What the hell just
able
happened?
to get that pick. Volts will double back over into Cocktail and actually pick up that frag as well. And actually, Cyber's actually able to move up white as well and take down Volts. Bosco now in Cocktail on his lonesome. The refrag will come through as Fade is able to trace out and actually get on top of things inside of the 3 versus 2.
So it leaves it a close situation here, but SSG
It's
will
3-2,
lose
but
the
it's
entire
close.
extension.
Cyber's almost dead.
In terms of manpower there, Bosco, Fultz, and Rampy all now dead on the ground. Maybe
The timing of that, yeah, that was close.
Skies here. And unfortunately, both of them
He had to cover 2 angles there.
to be able to play into it. You can see
50-50.
one having to extend all the way over to the depths of mining, and the opposite as well for Fireplace to be able to maintain both sides. They're going to try to back up and play together as much as they possibly can, but like I said before, minimal damage done to FaZe in comparison here. They are going to have quite a bit, but time's going to start to really play against them here as we approach the 20-second mark, and only just now starting to creep towards the site. SSG realize this, so they're really going to try to group up both of their players and hold this take together to ensure that they can't work their way, and starts out well with the Skies hold against Cyber.
Gotta get the plant down. There's still a camera right there. No.
Souls does get the first trade, but now he needs to stick the case.
Can't.
For him, he's out of time, so he's just going to let it go. Won't even let the kill go through, and SSG sneaks in the first win.
Very well done from SSG, especially when it came to the refrags upstairs. Yes, they didn't win it out, but they delayed enough time with that setup, and that's really what the importance of that round is. That time bank phases usually end up limiting themselves.
What's up, Rubix? Thank you for the 23 months.
To bite them, so SSG will be able to pick up that initial round, and very awkward gunfights happening very early on there, especially with just the selection of how Astro wanted to play that out. Just simply drops down Skylight and starts trying to pressure Cocktail. It works out for him, surprisingly enough. Obviously, he does get refragged eventually, but FaZe is able to make it through that top floor quite handedly, at least man advantage-wise. But once again, that time just coming back to bite them.
Handedly.
For FaZe not being able to clear things out, as you were mentioning, on the top hold,
Handedly.
bite them in a huge way as they waste a
Nova's
lot
like,
of time,
what?
specifically on that
What
repel,
did you just say
trying
to me?
to knock out some of the utility. Not enough time actually clearing it. So as a result of that, SSG come out on top, and they're just going to go right back to their second floor site as well. No real need to change things up. You can play pretty much the same exact setup, at least when it comes to your extension upstairs, which, as you saw, was the huge proponent, which allowed SSG to waste the time, which then allowed them to leverage the 2v3 into their favor, and they're going to try to pull off the same exact thing here on the other second floor site over towards Library.
Yeah, fantastic play from Skies there especially as well. That's one of those situations where it's very easy to overpeak, but instead he plays the opposite side of mining extremely well, doesn't overswing, and ends up winning the round simply by wasting FaZe's time trying to kill him inside of that space. SSG getting away with the initial round. We'll see what they can do on the second one, as they'll be headed towards the mid-level again, but this time obviously for the reading defense. And this is going to play very similar to what SSG was doing previously. I know a little bit of a different look around some spaces. We'll make sure to highlight
nobody's
those
there,
for you guys if we do see any. But as of right now, it's making a lot of sense across the board as to what they're looking into. Very similar to their last round, minus hot and cold now on the ward.
Yeah, hot and cold there. Trying to go for a bit of a jump out at the beginning as well, hoping we saw some players spawn closer to the docks, but not going to be the case. They all spawn in the Christmas market, and so they won't be able to pick anyone up from there. You're going to see this breaching charge and Selma use real quick to open up some of those hatches up on top, as they won't necessarily need all the Selmas. It'll be cool to waste the first one there and just opening up the hatch and getting quicker access to the third floor. Once again, time is the key factor here for FaZe in terms of an adjustment from the previous round. They need to clear out this third floor setup much more quickly than they did last time, so they have large enough of a time bank to assault the site down below. That transition, I believe, will be even a little bit rougher for this site, personally, in my opinion, as well. You can have some pretty aggressive cutoffs from inside of Library there, and SSG will certainly want to use those in the dying seconds of this round.
We'll say this site is definitely more abusable when it comes to verticality, so we could see FaZe lean into that later on into the round, but it requires some heavy lifting from them.
Why don't we see Twitch's gun
which they don't necessarily
in the overlay
to right now. So
or Flores?
Try and move forward with. At least it'll be Astro here inside of mining.
Oh wait, now we see it. Is it because they're using like a drone or something? Maybe.
Cigar as of right now, but obviously SSG still has a pretty safe haven over on the other end of the map, as they'll be playing safely inside of Cocktail, continually trying to waste FaZe's time, even though FaZe has really just been wasting their own.
Yeah, FaZe here we can see with a big focus on trying to work their way in. It seemed through Fireplace here as they open up at least one path forward, but that's not really going to be safe enough to just throw all their players to the inside, and they won't have great support either. But they get the opening kill for themselves in a minimum. Astro able to line up a great pick versus Hot and Cold. He does a second one, just staying out the 90.
Oh, I just cut my finger.
Faults, and he wins that fight as well.
Ow.
This is where things get very risky for SSG. You can see FaZe is trying to go for the dining plant as of right now, especially with Cyber being repelled.
I was trying to open this Tylenol and I just cut my finger on the foil.
End of this, Cyber's actually going to swing in to ticket, move up white and take down one, and Astro with
meanwhile, it's a 5v1. I'm actually bleeding.
He doesn't just have Selma charges. He's got an AK.
I just cut my finger on this.
It's going to continue to burst down these members. Rampy's going to try and make a play from the balcony, but it's all for
Why is
naught.
it so
FaZe
sharp?
with their very first round.
A flawless one at that. It's another very quick adjustment coming in from the team who drops the first round. Just like our previous series we casted earlier today there. SSG not able to adjust their positioning quickly enough when they get caught in those initial peaks. And unfortunately, the extended setup comes back to bite them there, as they don't have enough site presence towards the end of the round.
Well, I was stabbing it. That's the problem, is that I put my finger like this, and I was like dragging my thumb around the inside and my forefinger around the outside, and it actually just like sliced my finger open.
Transitioning into reading. That's not something that you really see too often, is when, you know, Ace is just allowed to take as much control as he wants of the site. So unfortunate there for SSG, but definitely something that they're going to look to fix going forward. We'll see what they want to go to next. It's going to be the top floor this time around.
All I wanted was the Tylenol for my headache.
Going to see the positioning here from SSG look quite similar. They'll be bringing 3 shields, since Bosco has 1 and Hot and Cold has 2, but they're likely dedicating them around the pixel space as well as the bathroom.
Fortune certainly favoring the bold when it comes to FaZe's strategy, but this time not going to be able to bypass.
I'm gonna go clean my finger because I actually like sliced it.
Third floor this time around here, and we will see a lot of those same extensions, specifically into the white bathroom there in the middle of the floor, along with a lot more reinforcements coming in closer to both the freezer as well as the cocktail bar area to fend off that push from west to east that we so often see our attacking teams go for. And I would imagine we would get out of FaZe as well, maybe with some action going on the repels too.
Oh, Great highlight there, Mr. Observer. Thank you very much. As they've reinforced both the bathroom walls here, John. This is going to make it to where the bathroom play is going to be pretty interesting, mainly because you have to dedicate yourself here. You have to be fully committed to this game plan because you're there as long as you're alive. There's no way you're really getting out, especially with the way that FaZe has been breaking up the map. They'll more than likely try and work that white window, and it's just going to make things complex for that player to try and get out into White Hall and get back towards stacks or what have you. But we'll have to see. FaZe already getting on this side of the building, so a little bit of a warning here for SSG, but again, they have to be committed to this game plan and trying to burn as much of FaZe's time and utility inside of this space.
You can see the repels being used quite heavily here by FaZe in the opening seconds of the round. Obviously, using this extra minute or so for the drone time also to see what type of setup SSG's brought to the table and if there's any little wrinkles that they need to worry about here. The Twitch obviously coming into play quite handily to deal with some of these extended pieces of utility like the ADS is one hiding behind those shields. You can see another one getting sniped out there, at least his camera going away actually. Hot and Cold trying to chase that down, or Rampy is, excuse me, but Hot and Cold be the one to grab it eventually as the first minute of the round is now gone. But FaZe more than likely feeling the confidence after that drone run to probably at least start to push their way in.
Absolutely the case, especially with the damage they've already done to the ADSs inside of the pixel corner. We could definitely see them start to work in towards Christmas. Nades coming through very soon. It's actually Bullet working this white side windows again, but it's more towards the back as he's just pitching nades in towards stacks as well as white window. Hot and Cold's going to toss a nitro cell, but nobody home. The FaZe member already moving to the roof.
Lots of support coming in from down the white stairs just in the event phase, trying to go for a more aggressive play up that staircase itself. We are going to see flashes dumped in from Skylight, and that's a hop. They're going for it. Fultz is ready to fend it off, though, and he immediately shuts down Cyber as he tries to work his way in. Bullet will have better luck, though, and Rampy tried to go for a jump out. Wasn't able to really find anything from the looks of it, though, so he's got a nice run upstairs, but the problem is Astro already watching out for that, and meanwhile, back up on the third floor, closer to the site, it's been a massacre. FaZe, once again, running over the entire setup. Souls here claiming a double kill for himself over the course of the round as FaZe get a second up on the board.
I mean, I feel like SSG's just throwing hands at ghosts right now. There's really nobody around these spaces that they're trying to contest, especially when it came to the white window. I mean, we were talking about how it could definitely be a hotly contested thing for FaZe, but they didn't even work it in the way that I thought that they were going to. Instead, they just dedicated some nades to the back end of white and then immediately bailed out. SSG going to call attack timeout, and honestly, I think this is a perfect moment to do it. FaZe already have 2 rounds on the offensive side of Cafe.
Big
that is
fucking
not
hole
supposed to
coming
happen.
right up.
Absolutely the case here. So SSG quickly going to try to recenter themselves, figure out what's been going wrong, where the holes have been poked through, and where they can quickly try to patch that back up. Still with a good quarter of this game remaining in the first half. They'll have plenty of opportunities to try and turn this back around, at least make this a palatable 3-3 or 4-2 scoreline in their favor. They can rebound quite nicely here over the next few rounds. Like you're saying, you do not want to fall into a massive deficit on the defensive side of this map. That is not a good recipe to work with as you transition to the attacking side after the 6th round.
Yeah, especially up against FaZe. I mean, they're going to take it to you on that defensive side. It's going to be a constant gunfight, especially around these shields, which we haven't seen SSG get away with anything. We haven't seen any opening picks. We haven't seen any, aggression out of them that's actually been something to talk about, which is very, very sad because they're definitely going for things. It's just not working out, especially in that last round with things like Rampy hopping out of window, having to rotate back up white, and the guy's just reloading as he's walking up the stairs and gets taken out. I mean, FaZe have so many members around the map, it's just easy pickings for them.
Seeming like a lot of misreads coming in from SSG on what FaZe are potentially going to attempt to do at some point in the round, and as they try to play into that and more actively counter it, they end up countering themselves a little bit by removing too much presence from pivotal points on the map.
It actually feels more of like a timing thing. They have the answer, but they're
put
doing
some
it
hydrogen
late,
peroxide
right?
on it, and that hurt.
We also see the
Lunar, I'll thank you for the 49 months.
More than likely somebody's going to try
Big
and come back,
fucking
or they're
hole
just trying to
coming
hold
right
that
up.
to make sure the
I love when
rotations come out from SSG.
the characters
And
swear,
okay,
and the
we'll have
casters
Rampy
are
go
like,
to
oh,
dining, he'll hop
they're
out,
not
he'll
supposed to
get
say that on
kill,
stream.
and obviously, nobody home, so it just makes it very easy for FaZe yet again inside of that round. Tactical timeout now done, folks. We're going to be hopping back into the map to figure this one out and see if FaZe can continue their reign of terror on this offensive side.
SSG will switch things up here, now head all the way down first floor for their 4th hole. Going to try all the sites available on this map to see if they can finally get themselves a winner instead of heading back to repeat any of the ones that they managed to pick up for themselves, such as the first hold back over in mine, which is now available, by the way, but they are going to choose to bypass that for the time being and see how the kitchen hold will favor them this time. Very similar operator lineup being brought to the table as well. Most notable addition will be the Echo coming in for Skies here. Seen Echo used quite a bit on this site as there's a lot of places to hide those yokai drones and the obvious clutch capability, because we oftentimes end up in a situation where the last defender and the last attacker are on opposite
So SSG just used their tactical timeout?
Defender happens to be the Obviously, the
It always surprises me when they use it in the first like 3
immediately shut down the
rounds.
flight
It
attempt
seems
and
really
land
early.
safely from a distance.
And he's one of those operators that if you play him seldom enough, he's always going to end up catching somebody off guard. So SSG definitely looking to try and make that happen. FaZe now out and onto the field, not a change up in sight for them. They are committed to the game plan. And here you go, guys. Here's some cheeky things you can use at home. Always love to see this whenever we're able to grab a POV like this. This guy's just gonna drive
POV? Did you just say POV?
Up top, just to make sure that he
Oh, you can put it inside.
It's
Sneaky.
a very safe spot to have that. So as long as Sky stays alive, which shouldn't be a problem, by the way, he's got the best survival rating of any player in North America. He's more than likely going to be able to get something done with that yokai.
See if he can keep himself alive throughout the course of this round and maybe come out clutch, because unfortunately Bosco's not going to be able to help out much in the delay department here. All 3 of the toxic babes.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone say POV. POV, yes. POV.
Cyber as well, no problem.
Okay, they just walked in.
Uses his teammate as a distraction to bait himself forward and absolutely executes Fultz as he wraps the corner towards Bakery.
This is what I was really worried about when it came to this matchup, John. FaZe is unflappable in what they're willing to do and willing to commit. You can just see the synergy amongst this squad. It's a minute 46, guys, and everybody minus Hot and Cold and Rampy is on the floor right now for SSG. Rampy trying to fight
He's above
back,
you.
Serious damage onto Astro, but they have the entire site.
Oh, no, it's just Rampy.
4v1 halfway through the ramp.
Yeah, Rampy's upstairs,
They kind of just
man,
waltzed
the
through this
down.
one.
I don't really know what
Jeez.
he's gonna do here, but it starts with this and serious damage onto one of the FaZe members, but he's prone on the floor.
No, he's saying POV, like point of view.
Well, it does that. That's what it does. It just so happens to have the gun model right over the player that's laying on the floor, and with that secondary shotgun up close, gonna make things look pretty easy for FaZe. It's gonna be their 3rd round on the offensive side as they're making SSG mincemeat.
Usually kept for the rotates, but this time around it'll work perfectly to quickly finish off that last straggler on SSG as FaZe continue onwards. Now on a 3-round streak ever since just barely dropping the very first round here. It's been all domination from them since then, and I mean domination, as we have seen them just waltz right into the building multiple times, especially in that last round, and execute any type of extended setup that exists for SSG, leaving the site pretty much open for the taking.
SSG is scared right now. That's really the way that they're playing, especially with like Fultz inside a Bakery right there. He knows he has people bearing down on him, but he isn't ready for how FaZe is willing to commit to that. You know, they're holding the over top angle, and they know that he's playing on the other side of the Bakery, like glass front. So instead of, you know, actually like trying to do this whole convoluted thing of, oh, we got to get small bait control and all of these
Right, yeah, no,
things,
I've just never heard anyone say POV either.
of hold the over top angle, toss a stun in, push the twitch in, and
It's kind of like
get your
saying
frag, baby.
Lamau.
That's all you need to do. So FaZe have all of the support necessary to be able to take control of these. SSG, honestly, just need to fight back. We need to see them commit to some fights and take them in convincing fashion, because as of right now, they're simply waiting for FaZe to do something and then trying to react to it. That's not going to work.
Yeah, the problem is when we have seen them try to do things, it's usually been a result of a reaction. It's usually happened very poorly where they do it, as you were mentioning earlier, way too late with some bad timing or through some other poor circumstances. So they themselves, the comms, are probably trying to convince themselves not to make those types of plays, but I agree with you. It's exactly what's needed. They need to get out in front, control the pace of these rounds, because FaZe is controlling every piece of their movement at the moment, and it's a large part of how they're winning these rounds so easily.
It's one thing that I always tell anybody when they're starting to learn Rainbow Six, that defensive
Someone just rang my
side, you
doorbell.
have to control the pace of the game. If you let the offense dictate what you're doing, you've already lost the battle, basically.
I'll be right back.
Because, I mean, just look at the control FaZe is allowed to have. This is what I like to see. Fultz up here on stage, already getting rid of some drones, trying to get some early info onto FaZe, not being overly committed to where he's going to die, but definitely showing face and making sure that FaZe know that they can't just have this.
So it'll be a little bit more of a passive beginning here for the FaZe roster, as they are going to repeat the site that they lost at the beginning of this map here. As you can see, they're taking their time to make sure they don't get tripped up by any of the extensions from SSG. Once again, though, not a huge surprise in terms of what we're getting from SSG, aside from this walkout currently happening from Fultz, as he's trying to actively contest any of the run-ins that might be happening over here towards Christmas, while the rest of FaZe is working on getting themselves in through either one of the hatches, sitting a little bit closer, as yeah, that drone's finally going to get taken out, and Cyber will have to be a little bit more manual with his progress at this point forward, once again allowing for Fultz to maintain his position just by the piano as well, and continue to waste the time and cause a little bit of hesitation in the FaZe camp as they want to clear this out.
This is the best early round that we've seen out of SSG, minus the round that they've won. Committed to Christmas, making sure they're getting rid of this info, because you're only as good as your info in Siege. FaZe isn't going to walk into this blindly and try and figure out where Rampy is with their face. Instead, they're going to try and get some solid info and frag him out that way, but since he's pulling all of that away from them, they now have to try and commit to something else. Ticket's also soft right now, so could see some interesting things happen here depending on the info that is gathered. Fultz sitting on stage. Could be seeing Astro peek in soon, but more than likely wants somebody in tow to try and assist him. Also remember, this is actually on the second floor here. SSG not going back towards the top floor, instead committed to what the very initial round was that they ended up getting their dub on. Cameraman with a big pickup onto Hot and Cold, and he's not starting too hot. 1-4 currently.
Could be another troublesome LAN if this is going to continue for him, and that was a big part of the problem for him specifically back at the Sweden Major as well. After a great performance in the NAL, and things, man, just falling apart once again here, even though we had a promising start. And to be fair, a lot of time wasted in the initial defense put up by SSG, especially the play that was made by Fultz, but it just all amounts to nothing now, as once again, FaZe have 1 or 2 players completely ignore that setup and go directly for site contention, and it works. They're able to work their way in. Rampy fighting a futile battle here now, a nice pick that he got initially, but it's only the start of a 1v5. All right, nicely done to make it a 1v3, but
now you're outside.
Full sight on his current position.
Now what?
Anything from this point
Oh god.
Even tougher to grab.
I'm so confused. This person, they put a card on my door.
I mean, if I was a gambling
they
man,
walked away,
and
and then they came back and rang the doorbell.
I don't know what SSG necessarily does to get this map back under their control. FaZe has already gotten 4 rounds on their offensive side, and with the bans coming in, this is technically speaking even more defensive sided because Capital's not in play. They really have to hit those Rotero drones and make sure that they're hitting their mark, but FaZe have gotten away with even more than that. We've been seeing a lot of play out of Cyber with these Twitch drones as well that's been able to get rid of a lot of utility. You know, it's just not great right now for the SSG camp.
Yeah, so it's back up to the 3rd floor now, and more than likely the thought pattern coming in behind this site choice from SSG. Let's try to make this as predictable of a play as possible coming in for the attackers.
4-1.
We just have not been able to read into the strategy. We've not been able to properly counter
check the
strategy.
score for the other one.
They literally cannot
4-2 Rogue.
for them. It's like FaZe.
Well, 4-2 Liquid, sorry. I don't know why they started putting the underscores here. Instead of just Team Liquid, they put Team _ Liquid, and it always looks worse to me. I don't know why they started doing that recently.
We already saw success from FaZe on this site a couple rounds back, so that's not necessarily a formula that's going to work outright.
We are going to have a change up in SSG's overall strategy for this top floor. Fultz will be bringing Aruni with her laser gates, as well as Bosco and the castle barricades. Now, this actually makes for a pretty fun strat to watch for you folks at home. We'll get to the explanation as we get more of an oversight here, but you're more than likely going to see a castle barricade more than likely dedicated to this double door here on Cigar.
It's a bug where they can't put phases.
It's going to make it to where they actually have to end up clearing this thing twice, as well as it makes it to where you can actually play inside of Cigar a lot easier. FaZe has to try and fight into you if they want to try and go for a lot of default plans, unless they want to go for Cocktail, but that's not something that we're more than likely going to see, simply because they don't have any soft destruction that works vertically.
Let's find out exactly how FaZe will try to navigate their way into this site yet again. Whether it's through deletion of the utility from SSG or an outright walk in the park to get themselves in the site. Everything has been working for our attackers here, as you can see. 4 players on the attacking roster right now for FaZe have died only a single time inside of this half so far. That would be Astro, Cameraman, as well as Bullet and Souls. Have only gone down once, and that would more than likely just be the round that SSG won here. So ever since then, it's been a nearly flawless half for this entire team, save for Cyber.
Yeah, Astro actually is tied currently with the entirety of SSG's roster for kills. He's 7-1-0.
Never a great stat, but always a very important one to point out there, as things are rough at this point for SSG. Run over is certain.
Oh, no.
Man, I can't even finish my sentence.
Jesus
nicely done.
Christ.
Nice catch as well here by FaZe. It looks like a possible
What is
double
going
one-out.
on?
Might have been a window hop as well, but either way, Astro just leaps right in and knocks out another one here. SSG are bowing down to Latin America right now, as they cannot hold any sight except for that initial round.
John, I need you to hold me. I'm in so much pain right now watching this. This is just, it's so
walking right in.
It's so easy. It's so...
What the hell?
It's another flawless from FaZe as they just dice up SSG. This is insane.
SSG, hello?
Right now,
are you there? Erase Citizen, thank you for the gifted sub for Moondoggy. I don't, that's just every...
Just walking aimlessly, staring at these monitors. He's like, I don't know really what to say. And honestly, I don't know what to say either. I don't even know what you do. What's the adjustment going into this next map?
Just forget the first map happened.
Yeah, what the hell is going on?
I'm kind of being serious about that.
SSG?
No, very.
It's not a whole
Hello?
lot to take from this map. Like I said, especially on this defensive half, yeah, maybe we can see a little bit of a rebound and they make the scoreline a bit competitive here, but
Cyber and Astro both are either tied or have more kills than the entirety of the SSG roster. That's a thing. Well, you know, I honestly feel like I cursed SSG, John, because you know what I did that I never do for LANs?
What?
I played the GIF game. The GIF game of who do you support? And, well, I looked away. I held it out, obviously. I let it roll for a little while. I closed my eyes and I clicked the button. You want to know who I got?
FaZe?
I got FaZe. That's exactly who I got. I have the screenshot on my phone. I could even.
How does that curse SSG though?
Because I'm supposed to be for NA in a certain, capacity. I'm from North America. I'm supposed to be rooting for the boys here, but I guess the gifts just don't lie. It's got to be FaZe Clan.
Well, there was some doubts as to whether FaZe would be able to replicate their performance that they brought to Sweden, as their victory there wasn't necessarily the cleanest affair, having to play on all 5 maps in the grand finals, just barely squeaking through Damwon Gaming as well, be able to make it to the grand finals overall, but still managed to get it done.
It's yeah, it's not good. They have 2, 4, 6, 7 kills on SSG. 7 total for the entire team.
Championships currently leading 5-1 versus SSG. If you are just joining us, we just switched sides, and we're gonna have to wait and see if
maybe
SSG can
this one will finish fast, and we can watch the other one.
To maybe save this map. It's not looking good, but we'll hold our breath here for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, honestly, words I didn't think that you were going to be saying at this moment. I thought we'd at least see some pushback.
I thought that,
I
thought this was going to be a closer game.
They've just
maybe it will.
fallen over since the first round. It's been
we'll
the
see.
FaZe show throughout this entire
There's still
time, and it hasn't been the easiest thing for FaZe either. I mean, the info game and everything has just been absolutely on point for them, but finally, SSG is going to get something as they get to this offensive side. Cyber will fall,
There's
and
still
SSG
time.
starting to warm up in a certain way.
Good opener from SSG, and more importantly, it doesn't get immediately traded in any sense here either. No one from FaZe in the area. Cyber just gets caught in a rotation, so no one's going to be able to assist with making sure that Fultz or anyone else goes down as a result of that one. It's a clean opener for SSG, and now they've got a player advantage they can leverage here. They can be a bit more bold with their opening push into the site when they're finally ready to go for it. They can afford to lose one player on a trade as they work their way in here, so we'll see if they try to leverage that at all. Still have a little over half the round to play into as well. And very much understandably, they are taking this incredibly cautiously so they don't mess up and get jumped on by the members of FaZe here if they try to get over-aggressive and make up for their lost player.
And that's exactly what you want to see coming from SSG as well. As you said, they get away with that initial frag. They want to make sure that this does not go to FaZe yet again here when they've actually been able to muster a lead here for round 7. Rampy going to start working on this cocktail floor on an operator we are so very used to seeing him play. Only able to down Astros. He might be able to get away. The skeleton key will come out. Can he confirm it? It'll be hot and cold instead with the frag grenade coming through, but not before Cam.
Oh, they're getting kills. It's happening.
See if he can open up a rotate for himself. Bullet also leaps into the fight, but Souls will get traded elsewhere by Hot and Cold. 1 minute remaining in the meanwhile here, a little less than that. We've devolved down to a 2v3. Cameraman and Bullet trying to hold on for FaZe. Sky's busy putting the case down on the site, but they can't lock him down. Hot and Cold instead gets the pick on Cameraman, but Bullet is there for the trade, as he's now going to try to clutch this out in 1v3 fashion. Sky's, in the meanwhile, will waste no time hopping back out to reestablish himself in a different position, and Rampy's going to try to
outside and underneath.
Well. An incredibly difficult clutch now for Bullet to make. He's got to get aggressive, and he's got to make
There's so many drones.
Down to the second floor to kill the player in library, and then back up to somehow
he's just
take out a
zooming
player
everywhere.
Well, near impossible for him. Can't even really see this player inside of library.
He knows Rampy's just not even moving.
He's just trying to get some type of an
oh, the timing! Oh my god, the timing!
But he's low on time, only 7 seconds.
He has like 5 seconds to do this.
It's not going to be possible.
Oh, that was a really nice try.
But Skies fends it off, and finally SSG
Man.
themselves on the round.
Yeah, he only had a couple of moments there.
Buck has the shotgun under barrel attachment. Joko, what's up? Thanks for the 69 months. Nice. Miss Typo, thank you for the 19.
Just timing-wise, but either way, it'd still be even difficult with that going on there. Is you got to get it all the way upstairs and still have 7 seconds to defuse that thing. So very tall task for the FaZe member, but luckily enough for SSG, they can calm down just a little bit. FaZe is not on map point just yet, and they still have a lot of offense left in them.
3-round gap. map as well, so it's certainly rough, but it's not impossible to work their way back from, especially if they're able to find consistency on this
It's
attacking
tough, but if
side.
they can play like that every
Really
round,
able to
then
figure
oh
out
my god,
exactly
that
what to do about
castle.
the bottom to top corner that
Every
we saw SSG
round, I
try to
discover
go
new
for there.
skins that I
Too
haven't
much
seen
pressure
before in
against
this
them,
game.
especially with the Buck presence working its way in there, catching at least one, if not two players off guard over the course of that round. FaZe unfortunately just did not have the player power to fend off any type of defuse attempt in the later portions of that round, so SSG snuck it in. Skies, the planter himself, got the heck out of there, and they played out the 2v1 very, very easily for themselves.
Yeah, really the biggest issue there for FaZe was not reading into the reading take. That was the biggest thing. As you said, that downstairs clear, punishing FaZe initially, and then past that, SSG having a very commendable control over the mid-floor, just not allowing FaZe to actually recommit and take some of these gunfights. The damage was just too high early on inside of the round. You even saw, I believe, Bullet trying to take some fights there, you know, for a couple of moments, and then falling off and going towards White because he saw what was going on. Plants going down as a 2 versus 3. I can't give myself up for this frag right now. I need to try and play for the objective instead, and it just doesn't work out for FaZe. They're going to go to the reading mining, or rather fireplace mining defense now, though. A little bit of a change up for them, but I'm definitely going to be committed to very similar strategy as to what SSG did on this with the castle barricades.
Now, mistakes made by FaZe in the previous round, in my opinion, are rarely made by the same team multiple times over the course of a game. So SSG's not going to be able to rely on, for instance, catching one player in the middle of a rotation or whatnot, not catching a odd clear as well. I don't think FaZe is going to be tripped up by that more than once here. So SSG certainly going to need to bring a strong default.
There's like no way he was going to be able to clutch that, because he'd have to kill the player on the rappel and get back inside upstairs to hit the defuse, and there was just no way that was happening.
Working their drones into the top floor to try and clear out the extension. Astro just gonna pop that one away. It's not really any threat to him, but still, man, he's really, yeah, you saw that too. He's really surrounded themselves with jammers there.
You need jammers? We got jammers for days. We got jammers on your left, jammers on your right, jammers in the middle of the floor.
I guess it works because that one's blocking the door. The one to his left is blocking the new balcony.
This just shows you how nerfed Mute got.
Yeah, if they hadn't planted, then he could have clutched it, but
he's really trying to cope.
Once the plant went down, it was over.
Right
that DWG skin is cool. I just saw that on, I think that was
Rampy.
Rampy.
So much time. I mean, look at SSG. They're squandering all of this in the moment. Fultz will finally drop in, but look at the time. He's the first one in the building. It's 1:35 seconds as he sits on red stairs.
Nobody wants to risk pressuring that closet as well, so they're not even going to try and go out against that. And meanwhile, it's been completely abandoned, and I don't believe SSG have been able to realize that, as they wouldn't have been able to sneak a drone through as of yet. Bullet, however, has lost his support over here on the soft wall next to the bathrooms. He's got to be very cautious, even with that ping coming out there about how he might proceed from this point forward.
You okay, Invitational?
Support still up here on the 3rd floor too.
The bar is flashing?
Are
we good?
Clear on this 3rd floor hold, as they will have to before transitioning down to the 2nd floor. I say that, but FaZe was able to ignore.
Is that me or is that?
So SSG, given the lack of time that they are quickly coming upon here,
okay,
might have to pull
that's
off the same thing.
That's the stream. It's not me.
For those of you that did notice the rave going on the top of the screen, that was not just you. You are not going crazy.
Great.
I also saw it as well, but it's been fixed now. So the top
I was worried. I was like, wait, is that my computer?
Choices.
Is that Chrome breaking out?
Still trying to look to see exactly what SSG want to do with the remaining time that they have, which is very dire in the moment. Rampy finally getting something done here. He'll take down Cameraman. That'll be his 4th frag of the game, but SSG still has so much to do with only 30 seconds remaining, and now FaZe is starting to fight back. Cyber gets picked off, though, in response.
It's going to bring it down to 3 remaining for FaZe. Once again, having to fight for a player down here. Even with the trades working their way in, they lose another player, but time is very much starting to play into their side of things with only 15 seconds remaining. And the majority of SSG still on the 3rd floor. They're going to have to suddenly transition down, and it'll go quite predictably here, as they have put no intel gathering, I don't believe anyway, onto this 2nd floor here. Hoffman in, a good opener from Hot and Cold, but he's got no time left and no case control either. So time runs out, the gas goes out, and we see another successful round picked up from FaZe as they push on to that point.
I mean, you can see the monumental difference between FaZe's offenses and SSG's offenses. SSG's are very, very slow rolling, but not in the same way as FaZe's. FaZe's is for information basis, and as soon as they get that, they're fully committed to the cause. As for SSG, it feels like the parts and pieces slowly try to come together, and they'll get a pick here and get a pick there, and then try and commit to something, but it's wasting so much time, and on top of that, they're not taking anything away from FaZe. They're not being forceful with what they're doing, and that's what we need to see from SSG. We need to see some forceful gameplay. Strip these things away from FaZe, because they're not just going to let you have this.
Absolutely the case here. SSG needing to try and dictate their own destiny. Need to do it a little bit more quickly, too, as once again, like I said, got tripped up there and trying to clear out the last stragglers on the 3rd floor. Too much utility and too much security for those FaZe members to work their way past. Ultimately, they were forced to just hop down to the 2nd floor like I was talking about earlier in that round. Once again, they find
kind of awkward they didn't repel the Christmas window there on the far side for Whiteside either. I feel like that window has some pretty important impact overall for that, especially for the Cigar player there.
The one in the hallway? Or?
No, the one for Christmas stage.
There was a player earlier in the round, but they like left, I think, around like the 2-minute mark.
I'm trying to remember if they had that castle barricade dedicated there as well, because I know they definitely had the utility stacked over inside of Pixel to try to prevent anything coming in.
I remember the shield got taken down at one point, the one in bathroom.
Yeah.
And then I saw like a couple shots coming from the rappel. So I know that someone was there at like the halfway point of the round, but they never used the pressure for anything significant. So
yeah, very interesting stuff coming through here for SSG. Is it just seems as though they cannot get their head wrapped around FaZe's strategy on either end of the coin.
Absolutely the case here. And now FaZe potentially going to start to try and take advantage of that. We can see quick little double tap on the window just in case our Mozzie player, currently taken on by Bullet, wants to try and hop out. And there is quite a few players out there, so certainly wouldn't be for any lack of fights if he went for it. Even just a quick peek out too might be worth it, but more than likely not going to see that, as we haven't seen FaZe get that bold just as of yet. They do have the window open though, so they could be playing on sound cues as well to allow for Camera to try and chuck out that Nitro cell, but that too is not going to lead to a whole lot here, as SSG is putting no presence, it looks like, at least in those first 30 seconds up on the roof. Might be sending 1 or 2 players up there now, however.
FaZe obviously now down inside of Kitchen here for this defense. Almost a minute already off the board as SSG has gathered some control here around Bakery. FaZe seemingly with no idea as of yet. Do have the mute jammer here on the wall. We're gonna have Skies commit some pellets to the top end, and this is the beauty of Habana post buff, is she'll be able to only use 2 pellets inside of that space, and it's the perfect amount of area to get a nade to sneak in there and get rid of this. And this is exactly what's going to happen. Skies will more than likely dedicate the rest of his X-Kairos onto the wall, as there won't be any other utility preventing this unless somebody wants to step up to the plate and possibly chuck an impact through there, but it's not going to happen.
Much quieter round overall between both of our teams here. Still a lot to deal with though, specifically that top down on the inside of Train and the supporting player. Currently going to be Cyber helping out to make sure they don't just rotate right up there and catch Astro before he can find any impact. SSG won't be able to walk directly in towards service, meaning they really only have that breach they've made from Bakery to safely play into to get into the site. A second position would certainly be helpful, and that might be what Fultz is trying to establish right now on the Nook as he works his way over towards the main kitchen entrance from the red stairs.
Fultz is going to be able to go around all of the bulletproofs as well as Soul's Echo drones, so he should be able to just sneak inside a kitchen double more than likely, unless they have something there to slow him down, like a goo mine or maybe some barbed wire, but no barbed wire for the defense, so it's really just Cameraman that could possibly thwart this game plan for him. Also possibly the FaZe members re-rotating and doubling back towards Whiskey through White Stairs or Brown. We'll have to exactly see how that breaks down here in these dying moments, but SSG definitely has enough control to be able to try and commit to site. It's all about these angles that FaZe is holding on the mid floor that SSG has not contested. It's going to be a huge issue for them.
Oh, very, very close. Cameraman has no idea as well that Rampy's taking a position down over towards Whiskey. And as well, you're going to be able to see Fultz catch himself a kill too as he finally completes that lurk and gets himself up to the main kitchen entrance here.
I thought I got downed as he threw the C4. God, there's so many grenades.
Nowhere close to any intended targets here as he takes damage from another nade that's chucked in. Sky's just going to be able to sneak in a plan as well. No resistance to that whatsoever. But look at this.
Oh my God.
Right up. No one's anyone the wiser that he walks down the Whiskey Stairs and takes out 2 members of SSG. SSG certainly a great plant for themselves, but nowhere near secured as of yet, as we got FaZe coming in hot for a retake.
There's no way in hell that FaZe is able to win this. If FaZe win this, I don't even know what you say, SSG. Bullet trying to work his way back in towards Kitchen with Astro in tow. It's still doable. 17 seconds remaining. They only have 10
laying
seconds
right
to
in the
commit
middle
to
of
this
sight.
game plan here. They know somebody's in the corner. The pre-fire is coming through. Can Vigil win it out?
Train him out. Train him out. Nope.
But the ARX will get it done for Hot and Gold. Cyber will be able to at least get one for his troubles, but
still
mean
missing
that
one.
much at the end of the day. SSG stay alive.
No time.
SSG indeed keep themselves alive for one
No time.
more round as they close the gap little by little here, back to I believe a 3-round deficit at this point in the round. But the problem is FaZe obviously already up on map point, so it needs to be flawless from this point forward from SSG, and it unfortunately has really been anything but that up until this point. Certainly seeing some life come back into them though on this attacking side, and some great strategies to isolate out the more aggressive members of FaZe, as we saw them do some very nice work to put some additional pressure over on the Whiskey side of the first floor, floor to really hamper the defensive setup from FaZe.
Fantastic stuff from SSG and their read of what was going on inside of the Whiskey area, especially with their plant site, or their plant spot rather. There was no verticality for FaZe to really abuse inside of that space to prevent that from going on, so really liked that SSG was able to take control of coat check and go for that plant instead of going for something like inside a K2 or something like that. You don't really want to see them planting in the middle of the kitchen inside of that area just because of all of the angles that FaZe does have. And when SSG recognized that, they immediately shifted over to that space. So very well done from them, but as you were saying, we're going to have to see a lot more.
All right, so let's see if we're going to get that whatsoever here as we go back to a second floor hold now with the FaZe roster. And immediately they commit themselves to the usual extension up onto the third floor. Lots of support going to be given to that white bathroom once again. As well, you can see some reinforcements going down to allow them to play a little bit into the cocktail bar here, as well as possibly in a freezer if they really want to venture outwards here. It seems like most of the presence is being focused at the moment there over towards Whiskey. There was a lot of reinforcements being deployed to support that. Even mute jammers as well to prevent the walls from going down and allow these players to hold a secure point, as well as a secure rotation back downstairs should they need it through the hatch that goes down into Janitor.
SSG will be let out of the gates yet again here now. We'll see what they can possibly get done for FaZe's potential last round here on Cafe. As for SSG, really love to see more out of Bosco inside of these rounds. I'm pretty sure if Bosco starts to light up this scoreboard, we definitely could see SSG start to bring things back, as it really just seems to be him lacking on this offensive side thus far. 1 and 8 in the current moment, but with Lion as his current operator, we could see him to have some more influence in different ways.
Slow roll once again here from SSG as they're going to spend quite a bit of time analyzing the situation and finding a good path forward. That's been how SSG has found most of their successes, through that slow, methodical play that eventually allows them to catch a gap in the defense or two that they can eventually utilize and abuse to be able to get past the large majority of FaZe's extended setup at a minimum, which then gives them a good man advantage to push more directly into the site, or at least forces FaZe to play passively and will allow a plant to go through, as we saw in the previous round here. Continuing to see that play out as the first minute of the round is already gone. SSG continue to prioritize droning here before they feel any bit of security to try and push in and take third floor control.
Yeah, sadly, not all sites are made the same though, and that's the big thing here looking into this one. FaZe is going to be able to bear down onto a lot of SSG's game plan if they are able to hold on to this top floor. It's really about these FaZe members staying alive in sight and trying to prevent things going on inside
through
of
the
that space.
drone straight into a mute jammer.
Area.
He's right next to you. Oh god.
And he will. Volts gets caught off guard as he's just trying to get rid of the mute jammer. That's going to be his 10th death in the game.
Damn.
Cyber with a nice catch there, timing, allowing him to move in and take out Fultz there.
Damn.
Some very nice stuff as Fultz once again.
But you have to point that out.
Goes for the swing around, and with that one, FaZe will take the advantage this time, which is an area they've actually been lacking in this half. I mean, obviously dominated on it back in the first half when they were on the attack, really dominated a lot of areas. But first kill is an area where SSG has really been taking control so far in this half. Not
oh,
this
nice
time,
refrag.
2 for 1 on the initial trades here. Hot and Cold finally getting himself into the action, but he trades out both the deaths of his teammates here. It's lights out from Hot and Cold. He's trying to keep his team in the game despite what FaZe is throwing back at him. Cameraman uses the Nitro to take out Skies, and just like that, SSG are back down a player again.
We have to see Bosco play some very serious siege here. If we don't see Bosco get any kills this round, I mean,
Bosco's 1 and 8, man.
Most Herculean effort from Hot and Cold. It'll be an ace for him on the round if they're able to stay alive in this one. Currently committed towards the top window here, trying to send some shots to make sure that Astro has no idea Hotten's creeping up on him. It'll work out. That's a triple kill for him thus far. But 20 seconds remain for them to get this case down and under their control, while having to worry about both FaZe members who are playing their best defense around this site.
That's your NA MVP for sure, as once again some great work coming out from Hot and Cold inside of this round. 3 kills clearing out the entire top floor setup. The Gone 6 is going to quickly open up the barricades and give these guys access to a site, but they don't feel fully confident in the walk-in here. They're going to have to obviously commit to it though, with time coming down to an 0 point. And now the retake attempts coming in, the Nitro thrown in. Can Hot and Cold grab it? No, he goes down instead. Shoots out the Nitro, Bosco does, but now he's got to fend off against both players.
Wow.
Both down.
Bosco stepped up there at the end, dang.
Keep SSG in the map.
That's exactly what you would have
They have to win every round or this goes to FaZe.
This entire game, but when his number's called up, he finally gets it done. A clutch in the moment and shoring up that round deficit just enough here. Only 2 rounds to go for SSG as they stay alive still on Cafe.
It's going to be a bar reattempt coming in from the FaZe roster now. And we did actually see this one go by the way of SSG the last time it was played into it. Mining is where the only site so far where we've seen FaZe able to pick up a round on the defensive side. And I believe that actually is unlocked as of this round here, but they're going to choose not to go for that, favoring instead the third floor, probably for the same reasons that we saw SSG do it at the end of their initial half, just to make this round
was
a
a
bit
clutch.
more
I did not
predictable
think they had
and
that.
hopefully allow them to get the clean closeout they need, as the advantage that initially was heavily favored for FaZe previously, I believe 5-1 at halftime, has now gone the opposite direction, and SSG are only 2 rounds away from potentially triggering OT.
Well, SSG getting a lot farther than I think both you and I presumed when we got to this half. FaZe only able to muster 1 defensive round so far, although they are definitely making SSG work for it. I'll tell you that. We'll have to see how.
Are you ready for tomorrow? I'm nervous. The closer I get, the more nervous I become.
Interesting things coming out here from Astro.
I'm not too nervous. I'm like, I think I'm more nervous about after. I'm worried that I'm gonna like touch my eye and not think about it and like mess it up. It's like, you know, you wake up in the morning, I like rub my eyes. I'm worried I'm just gonna mess up my eyes, you know?
This is definitely an angle that they can abuse.
Like, I'm way more scared of that than the actual surgery. Point lasers in my eyes? Fine, go for it. Trust me not to touch my eyes.
Instead of having to play through that through other means like they will have to now.
We'll see. Aladdin, thank you for the 31 months. Aladdin, I don't. Aladdin, Aladdin.
Ready to chuck it up at a moment's notice.
As soon as you hear that rappel go off, it's just a chuck. But I don't think that we're gonna see it. I gotta agree with you on that.
Once again, he'll just back up and away from that one, with as well seeing the bucket into position. There's his chance. Gone and gone away. So SSG will not be falling victim to that Nitro Cell toss anytime soon here, at least not at the beginning of this round. More important to note, though, it's also not wasted by FaZe. This is the only Nitro they bring to the table for this round. So
how long do I have to wait before I won't mess them up? That's what I don't know.
When the action gets a little bit more heavy towards the site here. We can see once again SSG, large part of the reason is how they were able to leverage a win on this site. The first time it was played was because they went for a top,
I think
bottom to top
it's supposed to
clear.
be like 2 weeks or something.
Oh, here. Nade's going in, and it's right on the mark. The attacker Nitro Cell comes in from the bottom.
I don't know.
Takes out Souls.
I'll ask them tomorrow.
Opening kill.
Yeah, this Nitro Cell just has a pin. That's the big difference here. And it's more fragmentation than it is utter force, like a plastic explosive, similar to the Nitro Cell. Either way, though, FaZe is going to be losing a member early here, and quite the important one as well, as Souls is one of the bread and butter characters to play defense here for FaZe inside of the site. You won't be able to use those evil eyes in such a convincing way either anymore. Although, just to remind you, the evil eyes did get buffed in a certain sense. You can move them around to look around now, but Maestro's the only one that can open the gates and actually shoot lasers out of the evil eyes. So they'll be lacking in that department for the time being, but for FaZe right now, they should definitely know what's going on. This is the exact same strategy that we saw SSG apply to this the last time around, although now Bosco's finding some frags.
Bosco with a nice pick once again, weakening the overall setup for FaZe here as they now go down to 3 players left with only a minute to go as well here. That's plenty of time for SSG to be able to utilize here to clear out the remaining members of FaZe, but that obviously won't matter too much if FaZe are able to trade that out to an even number. Yet again, Cameraman getting the first pickup for FaZe inside of this round, eliminating Skies. Obviously that hard breach going to go away, but in a large part it's not really needed at this point. So Utility's not going to leave a lot out. Nice catch from Hot and Cold.
Come on, FaZe. They are not closing this out.
That leaves only Cyber as well as Astro alive here for the FaZe camp to try and once again rebound, close out this map.
Hot and Cold not only has the most kills in the game,
yeah, I'm probably gonna sleep with the goggles on, to be honest, for a while.
And it'll be Hot and Cold to do it as well. Bosco's been down, but that guarantees a plant here for Hot and Cold.
He's got a C4, so he's gonna go underneath, but
Cyber not very much HP coming into
there's
this
a buck down there still.
Clutch, and a lot on his plate to get this done.
See Cyber trying to lurk around here. Trying to bait out any type of sound cue or intel.
He punches the wall, you see the buck like spin around all fast. Oh, not baited by that.
No surprise that Rampy immediately shuts it down.
Yeah, I'll ask the doctor tomorrow. That's like my #1 concern right now, is that I'm gonna touch my eyes and mess it up.
To a massive degree, and SSG only 1 round away from completing the rebound and sending us to overtime on the first map.
SSG got to be just tickled pink with this right now.
How's the other game going?
Not only did they have to
it's over.
use their tactical timeout so very early on, but they've came back so far that FaZe has now called their timeout, which allows Lycan to talk to his team as well. So it's actually
Liquid won the first map. Do we know the score of that one?
A lot with this offense right here, trying to guarantee overtime, but I mean FaZe can also make some very solid.
I'm guessing it didn't go to overtime. It's gotta be 7 something
as well. SSG, I would definitely say the big change up that we've seen is they're making FaZe question as to what they're going to do. It kind of started to happen on the kitchen defense positions where we saw Rampy as well as Fultz start to work the whiskey side of the building, but it really wasn't that big of a commitment from SSG. I'd say overall it was more of a misread from FaZe, just not really thinking anybody would be inside of that space and just being like, oh, I can walk in here, this is our map. But, you know, obviously that not working out. Past that, SSG has done a bang-up job of committing themselves to not only the OBJ work, but also getting these picks onto the FaZe members.
Two very one-sided halves so far have been the way this game has
It's not
played
updated.
out, while SSG took their pause
7-4.
on
Thank
in
you.
the half.
I was trying to look at
On the
Wikipedia, but it
defensive
wasn't
side,
updated.
Limited effect, to be honest with you. FaZe are saving theirs for the very final round in hopes that they can bring out one winning strategy, and that's really all they need to prevent overtime and allow themselves to come out on top of this one, in addition to getting the 1-0 advantage overall on the series. Important to note, of course, we still have 2 additional maps coming up after this one. You guys will see them on your screen in just a second over towards the top right once we get back into the game, which should be happening in just a few seconds here as the pause time has concluded. We are counting down and heading back in, so let's get into it here and see what exactly these two teams are going to be able to bring on the final round of regulation, as it really has become a duel of 2 top players there. If you spotted it on the scoreboard, Cyber at 14-7. Meanwhile, you got Hot and Cold at 10-7 as well. Both those players competing heavily to try and push their team over the finish line.
Houghton is doing his damnedest right now. The only positive player across the entirety of SSG in the moment. And that's not something that we see too often coming out of this squad, especially for you and me and what we saw inside of stage 3. So we'll see if SSG can possibly tie things up here. This round means quite a lot to the overall story of this best of 3. FaZe obviously committing themselves to the reading Fireplace Hall defense yet again here. There's a lot of some mute jammers to hold on to the single panels here, as well as committing some utility upstairs, not only around the freezer space, but also inside of Cocktail, just to slow down this SSG take.
So for SSG, they've come back with huge efficiency here, especially when it comes to their opening picks, and specifically for Hot and Cold as well, finding so many playmaking opportunities where he just tears through the setup from FaZe. Bringing a lot of what we saw in some respects from Astro, more than anyone inside of the first half there for the members of FaZe, as he was pulling off a lot of the same things on at least 2 or 3 rounds where he just kind of walked right in, got himself some easy doubles. Very much Hot and Cold, bringing that same type of player to the table in the second half.
It's crazy how SSG has completely turned this around after they lost like 2 flawless rounds. They were down like, they've been down, what was it, 6-2?
Gonna try to utilize a bottom to top clear for at least Fultz as he takes up.
This is the part that I think I would struggle with the most, trying to be a professional player, is the mental.
Yeah, Fultz, as of right now, seemingly the only SSG
The mental part of it is so tough.
Of the building. So he's on this base floor, just seeing if any of the FaZe members want to try and commit to a rotation on that base level, something that we'd see quite often here on Cafe. So a great read from SSG to get him in early and make sure that they have this shut down if FaZe do want to commit to something like that. This is more than likely going to lead into SSG making some game plans on the other end. Fultz, that's a freebie right there. Exactly. Cameraman ends up getting taken down on white stairs, and yet again, FaZe punished by the base floor.
So FaZe will once more lose the opening kill advantage for themselves here, which has been a huge core issue inside of this second half for themselves, just completely unable to prevent the lurking from SSG or other bits of aggression which they've allowed to come in. Interesting from Skyzer, he's actually going to shoot out the X-Pyros and choose to enforce.
I'll tell you why. The reasoning is that they're more than likely going to be going for a fireplace plant, and they don't want that hatch open because if they retake up top, they're just going to kill them.
Yep.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. You're not going to win that fight. So for SSG, it's much smarter to keep that hatch sealed and make sure that they can safely play inside of the train space instead of opening it and giving FaZe the potential to retake the top floor.
Houghton going to try and load up a nade for himself here, and it will land itself in a good position. Unfortunately for him, an ADS is still primed and ready to go halfway down the white stairs. There's though that player from the other side on FaZe will be able to avoid their premature death in this round, and you've come to a little bit of a standstill, but that's all for good reason, as they are trying to build up the strength to go for an attacking clear here. The only issue being, once again, possible lack of intel on the actual site setup. A lot of players on FaZe sitting at the board of this would have been able to shoot out drones fairly easily. And you can see that only half the count's been used by the SSG roster, so still plenty of opportunities to try and gather that. One of their lurking players here. Most notably, we see Fultz unable to leverage anything else for himself. The rest of the team is nearly prepared to make that transition themselves.
This is so very awkward for both of these teams right now. FaZe doesn't know what the move is from SSG officially, but it seems as though they think that they have an idea that it's going to be coming in from the white side, and they'll be right as they're taking down member after member. It's a 2 versus 2, and that's the case. SSG, they're not able to get it done.
Wow.
Rampy with a frag, but FaZe play it out perfectly as they'll shut down down the take from the white side.
That ended up a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, but still not very close.
Here's to many more months as a supportive lurker. Keep killing it.
Victory on Cafe.
A little bumpy on the defensive side, but they managed to get the job done. And fortunately for the members of SSG, if we had seen a more competitive first half, they could have very easily come out with a victory on this matchup, considering what ended up happening. But falling way too far behind with that 1-5 score that we warned you guys about, if they ended up falling into that.
They started off too slow. Once they were on the comeback, it was already a bit too late.
That one final round sneaks in for FaZe at the very end of it, and they are able to
Voot, thank you for the 2-month resub. Paragon, thank you for the 17-month resub. Thank you so much.
On both sides here, the offense and the defense, and really, this is not looking too hot coming into this next map.
Let's switch to the other one while we're.
Start. Do we reset the match? Reset the match. Reset the mentality and reset the operators. Reset resets.
It's the same map, which is confusing, but it's different teams.
Away from the Goyo hold, we've entirely removed the chance of the Echo drone as well, and instead back to the smoke.
Also to the castle, which I don't know how much that's gonna affect Liquid, because Polu on Sledge, that's a duo. You know, we talk about duos in the scene. That right there, that's the favorite.
Yeah, it's a classic sort of setup, and I guess they're gonna see if they can buy themselves a little bit more time, because for me, the kills that came through was Ness got to an aggressive position and then got aggressive. He lent into the holes that were open to buy Rogue as that stretch, and Castle is the little bit of a breakdown there. Okay, you might still have those extensions coming out of Freezer. You might still have those watches across that vault, which they do. But now you have the castles and the Aruni gates on Cigar, so we cannot have a player just get in.
This is the last game of the day. These are the two last games of the day. They're both happening simultaneously.
Definitely force Liquid into the win.
APAC is done for today.
The repels, like I said, more than likely we're going to see Polu straight up.
Tomorrow they play at 1 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. GMT. DWG plays MIBR. I really wish that DWG would have a game that I could watch, because these are all
but still the gadget intact. You have
early as hell.
You can burn the Aruna Gate and then just open up with the other impact if you need to. So that really
all their games are either at like 1 or 4 a.m. for me. And I'm really sad about it, because I would like to watch their games, but I'm not going to be awake at 1 a.m. or 4 a.m. Good news is, I bet they're probably going to make it through into the actual bracket, and so we'll just be able to watch them
was playing that a little bit more
then.
aggressive, but has pulled away, dropped the hatch, and gone to a slightly different location. Crime was on a roam before, but he was also the last remaining person, which at that point generally means that it hasn't quite worked. You weren't able to flank yourself into a fight. You weren't able to find any success in just slowing down the approach of the team either. They were able to just sort of coalesce themselves inside the site, and as you said, Cigar
it's in Sweden. I know. I hope that they can have events in NA soon, so that I can actually watch them in their entirety. At least we can watch some of it, but it's gonna be tough.
Forces out. Leon now has to take a bit of a backseat position, and he's
gonna be tough.
Stuck, isn't he? Oh no, he's prepped the castle barricade for himself, and out he pops back to the safety of his team. Nesk, though, will get the opening pick. Down goes Prano. That's the castle off the board. I mean, was castle, his use was already up, wasn't it? Doesn't really have any C4s, no nothing really that he could have utilized in the kind of late stages of this round.
Dedicates himself to the cause of putting up big solid doors and windows sometimes, and at that point you've only really got the imp, and you're going to see if you can make any connections with it. Saw some legs, didn't swing for them though. Palu is just sort of waiting to see if he can strike at the right time. He doesn't want to overextend. They know he's there, but he's waiting for the rest of Liquid to get into a position where he can be there and be a little bit more destructive.
Yeah, that's a great point, Fluke. You think about Sledge in this scenario, he doesn't need to go chase for kills. He has to stop just anyone pushing down white corner. That's the whole point of why he's there, and he will get a nade kill. Down goes Cryan. Nesk also up with the nade, right down the white stairs. However, Rips has dodged that one, and back up he goes. No nades now from Ness. That's a bit of a worry. He can actually clear this position too safely, and with 10 seconds to go, Rogue needs to try and stop this onslaught. Quick jump out, but Ness is there. Resets with another now, 1 versus 4. Hold on to Leon. He's in the clutch. The diffuser's call, but Ness shuts him down. A little bit scratchier from Liquid, but still the round goes their way.
I mean, Nesk over the past 2 rounds, I think he's on 6 kills across maybe 7.
Telling you, Palu and Nesk, this is it.
It's just terrifying. 7 kills, 2 rounds. And it's the pace that
7
he's
kills
set
in
for
2
about 4
rounds.
years now.
How does he keep going?
I don't know.
How does he keep going?
And he's a father. There's so much energy.
Is that, oh, as soon as you become a dad, that's it. Game of potential. All dads out there, you're no longer allowed to game.
No, I just think it's more impressive. My brother has a young kid and no energy. I don't know. It's for me, it's unfathomable. I have barely any energy. Anyway,
There's only 10 possible kills in 2 rounds, and he's got 7. Jesus, Nesk.
That's it.
Mindset grindset.
Holy shit.
Liquid have come off that previous map, and we sort of talked about it a bit of what do Rogue need to take away from a loss on Oregon, and for me it was OT, because they needed that confidence that they could put some pressure onto Liquid. They had only really suffered pressure the whole time. Liquid were much quicker to warm up into this engagement, and now they have come off the back of that much hotter. It is sort of dangerous, very blinding, the pace that they're just throwing themselves into these engagements and across the map.
It's so impressive the fact that they've won 2 attacks and, in my opinion, arguably the most defender side of top floor. It's so difficult to burn through so much stuff. You know, you mentioned about it. It's a big old task, and one mistake really ruins the entire environment for that top floor. If one person gets killed who has utility, that's it. It's over. But Liquid, 2 in a row. Very impressive. Rogue, changing things up in towards the mid floor they go, albeit doesn't really change how defense.
I like the Mozzie just spinning around with the C4 in his hand. He's ready.
Top floor, it's still got that layers where you have to burn through a lot of utility. It's most of the same. So I think Liquid will attack this the exact
Any
same
more
principle.
copy, chat?
Are they going to catch him? There's the first, there's the rip, there's the release, there's the explosion. No!
Almost. Ooh.
So much damage, but
Well, he's got like 20 HP left. You can't see it behind my camera. This is where they wanted us to put the camera in, but I kind of feel like it would be better to put it like up here or something, you know? But they said to put it in the bottom, so.
And there's still a bit of a crossfire here, hoping to catch anybody that tried to pick up the pieces on the Mozzie, but no dice. As we said, when they don't need to push, Liquid, when they're calm as they are now, don't. They're happy to allow the rest of the players to get into positions to make sure that when it does have to come together, there is the support and a plan B in place.
A lot of utility being used. You can hear the drones go off, exploding anything that PSK can get his hands on. But I've certainly slowed down just a tad from Liquid. Looks as if maybe, Fluke, they're opting to move in towards that mid floor, maybe towards mining, and then finally in towards fireplace. Or maybe Nesk just wants to get some kills and wants to be in the thick of it, which certainly can work. Many a times we've seen somebody just walk into the bomb site and just pick up kill after kill. It happens, so I hope Rogue is ready for that, and it certainly looks as if the fireplace is going to be the option for them. They've opened up a wall now, and that gives them the entrance in. It really comes down to see how Ask wants to enter, because he has a diffuser. He's the one who wants to try and get that plant down. All pressure relies on him.
Well, Aces is really aggressively trying to step back in.
Yeah, there's also the player cams. I don't know. They wanted us to put them in the corner.
On the top floor means that they can retake all of that hold above train, and that's a big blow of concern.
Double check
for Liquid. They've got to now retake.
They sent us like an example of where to put it.
Some pressure here, but 30 seconds. Uh-oh. And those alarms are going to start blaring because you still need to try and make a bit of ingress onto the
they
site,
put them all
with a big rotation,
bottom left or bottom right. Even in their example, they're covering the bottom player stats.
Or they might just try and get gifted by a
It's
kill.
just how it is.
On camera, you're going to have to try and pull yourself elsewhere. There's 2 kills.
Oh, Nesk.
Nesk catches them on the rotation, hoping to see if somebody was repelling. 15 seconds. They're going to see if they can still try and connect those dots. And Prano with a C4 might be the one to try and pull them apart. Just slips past. But without that diffuser inside the site itself, the connection can't quite come through. The C4 over the top, and it's dropped down onto the backside and rips. He's able to make the connection.
Rogue causing chaos. That's exactly what they needed to do. The attack Liquid went for is actually something very new that we're starting to experience. Teams rotating away from the more standard, let's blitz in towards the top floor, try and plan in towards reading, utilize the verticality. Now we're seeing teams adapt a kind of soft clear. Similar to what we've seen on Oregon from Liquid, where, you know, remember the downstairs where they would only take a minimal amount of stuff and then maybe just try and hold a flank? Exact same principle. It all revolves around trying to plan in towards fireplace. You take piano, you take top red.
You put it in the top corner, you'd cover up
That's where you want to try and
either their
iterate from.
hashtag or their
Then you
sponsor
look towards
spot.
mining, and then you look towards Fireplace.
That's not where I put it though. I put it in between.
If you're inside a Fireplace, every
Watch again.
I could go to the hatch.
If I put it in here and I made it smaller,
Inside a piano, looks down in towards train,
but they said not to do that, so.
To make sure that doesn't happen. Rogue understood that very, very well. 3 people went upstairs to find that one single player, and because they lost that upstairs pressure, a bit of panic set in. Then a bit of panic from Liquid. They didn't really want to go for the Fireplace. They then started wrapping around. You know, Ask, he entered in from the corner, didn't come in for the Fireplace, entered in somewhere else. So this is what
it's fine. It's whatever. It's not a big deal.
They need to
It's like,
create
it's
chaos
just the health.
They don't let them set up.
It's a small thing to cover.
Impressive from Rogue.
So they're still not going to go back.
Yeah, I understand that they don't want us to cover the sponsors or whatever, but
they also don't trust their kitchen, and I guess we'll only really get a taste of which one they trust more when we find ourselves after this round. If it's a success,
there's no one there.
Can build behind and put themselves back level peg, and they'll have no choice to take one of those 2 remaining sites. Liquid, they've suffered a little, and it was suffered because, as you said, the brilliance of Rogue going for the rotation, retaking, putting pressure onto that ever-present 6th man time itself. It was a blow, and it was just one misconnection of the 2 remaining players split across each other from Zulu on the far side.
Swing and a miss.
C4, Palu sure does, and he's playing it much more cautious than he was before, baiting the swings out to make sure he's not going to suffer a similar fate.
Oh, that's what he's doing. He's like fake swinging so that they throw the C4.
That's basically what they can do again.
Phase SSG is back. All right.
Except they can now plant in mining, which was an area that was
game plan is they'll be going for the SSG roam. We've got Hot and Cold on Vigil, Bosco on mute. They'll be reinforcing
now on
everything
Clubhouse,
upstairs, making sure to barricade the door for Billiards as well down low. And well, at least we'll see SSG stay true to their name.
Absolutely the case here, as they are going to commit themselves into that, and why not as well, considering the playstyle we got out of FaZe
in the last
round. We were talking
Thank you
about
for the sub.
Welcome
to the Armory.
Of play that was going on from their defensive side. They were really unable to do that on Cafe Dostoyevsky. This is a map that they know the inside and outside of, however, so they should have no problem leveraging an aggressive strategy like this here, considering they're the ones who popularized it in the first place. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to popularize themselves into a victory, however, as we see Fultz going down to very low HP, trying to contest over towards blue, only returning a sliver of that damage back onto Cyber as he loses about 20% of his overall HP.
Yeah, FaZe truly terrifying on these offensive sides thus far, and it seems like it's going to be no difference here when it comes to Clubhouse. When it comes to this top clear, you really need to flush them out towards another member of your offensive side, and that looks to be what FaZe is trying to commit to. Pengu and I were actually talking about clearing out the top floor of Clubhouse earlier, and I love the way you described it. More, the same thing as a flush, but a hammer and anvil. You have to have that hammer come through and push them into that anvil to make sure that these kills happen. You don't want them to waste all of that time and get away scot-free, and that's exactly what FaZe is doing in the moment. Already some serious damage done to Fultz, and Bosco done and dusted.
Cameraman very, very close. He sees that footstep on the ground.
What?
Thrown out by Houghton from inside the window is going to catch Cameraman instead. The bait towards the window catches him hook, line, and sinker, and Cameraman is going to be upset about that one.
I did not see his health before that, but man, has he gotten away with so much. SSG will be able to at least take down Super, or rather Rampy here, but Hot and Cold trying to get back downstairs, and as I was talking about before, you do not
Pulse is really low. They still have a minute 10.
To the basement and assist their teammates. They have to all die, John. You have to kill all of them, and that's exactly what FaZe has achieved. They're going to commit back to the drones now, as Souls will be opening up the box hatch here. Cyber going to hop out. Might even make a dirt play here. That's exactly what I would assume as he's moving his way over towards the soft panels as of right now. And the beauty of Maverick, can just make himself a nice hole and walk on in.
Absolutely the case. They'll do that without too much of an issue here. Gonna start getting a little bit low on time, considering it's only a 3v2. This is absolutely workable for the FaZe roster here, especially as they move themselves in. Already catching the position of Sky, so just have to figure out where Fultz is at, as he's going to be the lower HP player here. 30 seconds remaining, though, so going to need to try and commit themselves in towards a drone or two. They still have 6 of them, in fact. But no, Fultz is going to be allowed to just take the initial duel versus Cyber out right there, and he wins it despite the low HP. Charge is going in. Bullet does read into the play, but a shotgun pump nearly takes him out, and he can't return the damage in kind. Another one downs him as well, so it falls only to Souls. SSG might very well hold on here, but no, clutches it out instead.
Nice clutch.
The big man from FaZe FaZe does it, and they get on the board first.
Oh, SSG, that's got to be head and hands there for them, as they were so very close to getting away with that round.
That was really close.
Not really working out for them either. FaZe had literally every single avenue that they could possibly escape shut down. They have people over on secret stairs, people repelling the main stairs as well, and there's really nothing that SSG can really do to get out of that space. We even see Hot and Cold fully commit to running down main stairs, and he still gets bodied trying to escape the FaZe members.
That's a play from Souls, player we've seen pick up the clutching potential for FaZe in the past as well. The semifinals back during the Sweden major during
Maverick skin too. That one's new.
He was up again, I think 4 1vx's over the course of that series, where I remember the stat correctly on the top of my head. So some really impressive stuff coming out from him.
The Maverick actually looks kind of sick. Those goggles are cool.
With that round right there, very well done from him as he shuts it all down in the favor of FaZe and puts
Hello
the
there.
forward for the attacking side. This is going to be very similar to Cafe Dostoevsky, where every single attacking round that FaZe can sneak off is a massive boost to their second half performance.
Absolutely the case, my friend. SSG have got to be getting these rounds, and well, it looks like we'll be having something interesting here. A site that's been changed up quite a bit when it comes to Clubhouse, and one that needed a desperate buff over its win rate. It's going to be bar, not stock anymore, stage. Bar stage here for SSG, a site that we seldom get to see, but one that is quite interesting. If you ask my personal opinion, I hate the site, but that's mostly because of just how many times I've seen things go wrong.
I hate
in the
this
past.
site.
With this change-up, I don't really think that we have the largest sample size from Squad, so honestly, very happy that SSG has done this. I want to see what FaZe was able to commit to this actual space. This is going to be a lot going into this top floor here for SSG to make sure that FaZe can't work this verticality because of how important it is to the overall strategy inside of this area.
Now, inside of North America, we don't see this site come out very often at all, as you were mentioning before, but obviously inside of other regions, specifically Europe, we've been seeing it played quite a bit. So it's not like it's going to catch FaZe off guard here. Globally, this is something that has been coming into play over the past few months. It has become a bit more prominent now, so SSG probably going to be incorporating quite a bit from the international side of things to bring that strategy into play and use this site. Not a huge surprise overall here for the FaZe roster. We can see, though, once again, a bit of a split amount of utilities. They're going to try to hold it from the top down, spreading that utility out over here. We've got as well an interesting position being played out by Rampy all the way over to the inside of security, and as well a nice annoyance as they're going to throw out one of the clones from the alibi just to get that nice annoying red text in front of the attacking player's face.
I hate when people do that.
You just gotta love it when somebody trolls with
That's
the
stupid.
alibi clones. It's always so funny.
Stupid red icon.
You can get up on top of one of the stacks
pisses
that you
me off.
actually can't shoot as an offensive member, which is just hilarious when it comes down to it. But either way, guys, we're waiting for FaZe to start trying to make their entry into the building. You can see SSG just simply waiting for FaZe to try and make any committed play. Some serious damage on the bullet as he'll drop off. Take some damage from one of the SSG members over inside a strip.
See here once again, FaZe biding their time now that we have seen that jump out happen from SSG. Also, an attempt to counter out some of the aggression that's been coming in from FaZe, but not going to lead to a whole lot here. Neither player able to really meet their mark, or the team rather, able to meet their mark inside of this first 2 minutes, but a near fight happening up on top there as we see 2 players, one from FaZe, one from SSG, nearly colliding with each other on top down angles. In fact, the yellow pink going out, I believe it's going to be Fultz's position that will be revealed. Oh no! They don't even realize Fultz sitting right down below them there. They shoot back right at each other, and Cyber goes down. Additional presence is near the main stairs too, so FaZe isn't even out of the hothouse. Oh my god! Cold snipes bullet out from inside of your strip, I believe, is going to be able to take him down and bring it down to a 5v3. This is an amazing hold from SSG so far. FaZe do not know how to handle this. Souls with a great
only have
response,
30 seconds.
Though, locks into those tracers and immediately trades out onto Fultz.
Well, if somebody needs to get frags, Souls can, as he has 4 right now for the team, trying to fight back. Astro getting even more done.
God, where's the... Oh, why?
Bosco, please wake up! Somebody shake the man, get some cold water.
I wonder if he was still blind?
Speaking of it, we'll take
He just sat there and let the castle go down.
Still have that beeping outside, that annoyance for the FaZe members, but it's not getting inside of their head.
Oh, they're getting the plant down.
The plant's going down as well, and
it's all on Rampy.
He needs this kill.
Oh, he could stop it? No, he can't. He's on the other side of that vending machine.
He'll be dusted by FaZe, and they'll pick up a
Wow.
bar round.
Wow. I wonder if Bosco was still blind there.
As you saw how low the both rating FaZe players were as well. They had like maybe 15% health max between both of them there. So just barely able to squeak out the way. But what a recovery, especially with the push working its way into cash.
Turnaround. Yeah, I wonder, he might have still been flashed. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Greenbox, to be fair, the player's POV we were watching from FaZe, I'm pretty sure he didn't know that second player was even there until he caught his foot sitting behind it, wrapped it, and unfortunately, I believe it was Bosco, gave him just enough time to scope back in, lock in on that target, and had his teammate take him out.
Sadly, that is one of those rounds where you just gotta go, Bosco. You gotta win those, man. You have the shotgun playing around green box. You should
Maybe
not be
he was
losing
blind.
fights like that, but this goes
Calm
back to what you and I
down.
were talking about previously on the last map. FaZe are committed to their game plan, and the last thing that they're gonna do is not commit. They are fully committed to what is going on inside of these rounds, and you love to see it, especially as a LATAM enjoyer myself. I always love to watch these guys do their thing, and this is definitely going to be some of the similar things that we have been seeing. But the big thing as of right now is that SSG just simply can't get anything going. They're able to get the kills onto FaZe, but in these clutch moments, FaZe time and time again come through.
Absolutely the case, and we've seen that happen 2 rounds in a row now, both with the close 1v2 play coming out from Souls on the first basement hold, and now that crazy action you see in the dying seconds of this first floor hold back over inside of bar as well. So they're going to go back to the basement, see if they can try their luck here once again. It was incredibly close. If they can just clean things up, and they are going to fall back onto the turtle setup too here, so this is going to be a bit of a safer play overall. If they can keep those players alive into the dying seconds of the round, there's a very good chance they can sneak out their first round on the map here through that type of play. Cyber, could have some good timing on this nade if it's able to go deep enough, and ADS more likely going to eat it up though. No, it actually does go for the full explosion, but thankfully, the player from SSG is far away from it by the time it explodes.
Well, a calm 30 seconds initially, but that's actually quite funny if you do think about it, because Astro is already in the building, and not only that, he's dropping down into bar. FaZe, once again, committed to the game plan, clearing out the map, starting to work onto this mid-floor here as SSG is giving it all up, not going for the roam this time around as they just simply lost too many bodies the last time. FaZe knew exactly how to counteract what the game plan was. FaZe will begin breaking up hatches as well as flooring around. Astro still has his breaching rounds as well, so could establish some pretty dastardly angles working in towards Armory if he so chooses. They also have cameraman.
Is Warden actually used now? Yeah.
Well, so he'll be able to get
sometimes
into hard to reach places that SSG
we just saw him in the last map. I forget who was
onto.
playing.
And an operator
Was what SSG? No, not SSG. Oh no,
being
yeah, it was
inside
SSG.
of this round out towards
On
the church
Cafe
wall
Bakery.
here, just trying to watch things out towards the actual main stairs as well as Rampy looking
They used him a
in
couple
towards
times, I'm pretty
blue.
sure.
But this is where cameraman can step up to the plate and do some serious damage.
Yeah, could potentially be some serious utility and aggressive capability coming out from SSG because of those mirror windows existing, but as you were mentioning, those drones working their way in will have very easy capability to knock them out and remove that aggressive capability from SSG as well. For the time being, it is going to be an issue that will mean FaZe is going to have to respect it to a certain extent here, be able to avoid getting instantly.
I think it's also because Ying is like,
very smart.
Ying gets used a lot now too.
Unfortunately, and Bosco's going to be able to continue to rain out shots from behind this mirror window as we don't see the Ash Charge work its way through successfully.
I don't know what Bullet has left in that lifeline either. I don't know if it's his concussion or it's his impact, but they desperately need one of these to be able to break up this wall, because as of right now, Hot and Cold can be an absolute menace against this offensive side. They're trying to look in towards Church, and luckily enough, it's a singular impact that he has remaining. So be able to destroy that and start working in towards this yet again. Hot and Cold now committed out towards the hallway. There's no verticality coming in onto him inside of the main hall, so he'll be able to stand inside of this space for the time being. That Vector being so terrible to fight against inside of close quarters.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see a
a
Mira.
30 seconds remain here now as
I
well.
guess they didn't.
Immediately as
They
FaZe
banned
start
out the
transitioning
Goyo instead.
downstairs, they're going to fall to pieces here. No capability to work their way into the site whatsoever.
Ooh.
No
Yeah.
pressure at all on the
TSM,
set for their utility clear. And with that, a very, very clean round. The cleanest we've seen yet so far in this map is going to come out from SSG as they finally get themselves on the board.
That strategy right there is almost
TSM plays
made
tomorrow.
for competing
I think
against FaZe.
each
It's
day
super
of the
difficult for
groups,
them
there's
to
one
actually do
team
what
or
they're
like
good at, which is
a couple
pushing
teams
the
that
site,
don't
get
play
those
at
big
all. They have
frags,
like
and
one day
really
off.
try and take their
So
gunfight.
TSM will play tomorrow, and
if you try and step up against that Black Mirror, you're more than likely going to lose your life.
they play the
And
next
that's
4
why FaZe was
days.
so committed to
They
trying
get
and
the first
clearing
day
that,
off.
or at least getting it to where if somebody did peek off the mirror, they at least see them. That's the biggest thing there. But obviously, SSG had the answer to FaZe.
Because this
trying
is
to
the
commit
last.
into
These
Church.
are the two last
Moto
games
as
today.
well as the bottom of
SSG
main. Very
FaZe
well
and
done by
Liquid
them.
Rogue.
So SSG
Liquid and Rogue is
not
actually
playing
tied.
to either of the top floor sites just as of yet here. Either are finally going to start to transition over towards it as they work their way into a CCTV and cash hold after they tried out that bar hole in the second round. Didn't really work out too well. Unfortunately, FaZe ended up just barely getting the better of them. Say with the initial.
Yeah, they
base
play
roll, but
tomorrow.
they've already corrected
1800 GMT, 10 a.m. Pacific versus Furia. My money's probably on Furia, to be honest, but I'm not sure. And then the next day they play BDS. And then Dark Zero, and then Elevate.
You can expect 1 or 2 players to mess around at least a bit with an extension into construction for the opening minute or so as well, to try and waste away that time.
Is Houghton putting his Electro Claws on the rafters? I do believe so, since they do have the mutes here, and yes, he will. That's exactly what I wanted to see out of them. Because when it comes to FaZe, we see how committed they are to certain areas of the map, and Garage just so happens to be of the utmost importance when it comes to this site. Once you get Garage control, the B-bomb site is practically free, especially if you have some hard breach to blow that right-hand panel. You can just walk right up to the shelves and start your plant there. You do not have to walk into a line of sight.
What sucks too is that the schedule, for me anyways, it sucks is that it's in Sweden. So I can't, I'll probably only catch the last like 4 maps each day, maybe. It's gonna be tough.
Rather the far panels, but not the closed panels over here towards the Harry Potter of Garage. So they're gonna be able to at least find some semblance of security in that basement space here for Garage. We'll have to see if FaZe can possibly get something done with that now popped.
FaZe going to continue to try and weigh their options now that they are starting to get some access points open up. Stokes mentioned that was closed doors on Garage are not going to be too much of an issue as they'll be left open for the taking, but they'll still need to get someone committed to the inside and actually be able to take out the player currently mounting that position. We're able to knock out some of the utility that was defending the balcony wall as well, so that'll be taken down without.
I wonder why they blew that up there.
Well, here with only about a minute.
The Flores.
The round faults. In the meanwhile, here we'll catch the early duel versus Astro and take him out of the play.
It's ready for a jump out over there in gym.
SSG.
That was truly terrifying from Astro. I don't really know what the overall game plan was for that one, but it seemed like he assumed that he could possibly just hop in and catch some SSG members off guard, but they were ready for it this time around, especially Folds as he was holding on to that window. FaZe as of now trying to recommit to a game plan. They have Cameraman working his way in from downstairs, something that more than likely SSG will not be prepared for. Nobody's watching these cameras. It's more than likely a kill for Cyber, and it will be. He's got Garage control now, and this is starting to look quite easy here.
Cameraman on 2 HP.
SSG off not only the rafters, but the site.
Now they have Garage control.
Is going to commit to the plant now in
Here goes the
corner,
diffuser. Oh, he backed out of it?
Well.
Oh, Rampy's underneath. Rampy's underneath.
Stop it from going on. He can indeed.
I don't know why he stopped the plant.
As he commits backup Cash.
Folks, meanwhile, still trying to maintain his position in Cash, but unfortunately he's going to get outwitted by Bullet for the other
Just
side.
the Rampy. They know he's underneath.
Yeah. Bullet quickly cleans up Rampy as he catches his rotation up through red as well. A fast win from SSG on the basement hold. Possibly an even quicker one coming out from the FaZe roster there as they run over the setup on the inside of Cash and get themselves their 3rd round in the half on the attacking side of Clubhouse as well.
Unfortunate for SSG on that one as they're able to get the initial pick, but past that, really nothing coming on to them. FaZe able to get away with a lot there, especially around that Garage space. I thought we'd see SSG more committed to holding on to that, but they were so unbelievably worried about what was going on around Breach that FaZe was just allowed to sneak into Garage and take the frag instead. Especially for Cyber, of all people, he just simply crouch walks in, finds him on the 2nd rafter, and is able to commit or secure that frag. So for FaZe, it's going to be 3 rounds on the offense now with SSG only able to muster 1 so far.
So with FaZe inching closer and closer towards victory. Important to remember, folks, if you only just recently joined us, FaZe currently have the 1-0 advantage inside of this matchup. You can see that on either side of the Rainbow Six logo at the top of the UI there. SSG will need to try and win both of the remaining maps between this one and our 3rd decider as well if they'd like to come out on top of this and max out their points inside of the group. Meanwhile, for FaZe, they're looking to do the same, but they've already got an easy time here with 1 map in their pocket. Just need to claim this one, and so far on the warpath to do that as they lead 3-1 here. It is going to be the final site played out from SSG. They will once again make the full rotation of all 4 sites available on the map as they go over here towards gym and bedroom for their 2nd to last defense inside of this first half.
And sadly, we won't see Frost. Anytime we go here, I always hope that we see
TSM.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of people that commit to Frost on this site just because of all all the window play. It's so very annoying knowing that you have to hop a window and either get shot or lose your ankles. You know, it's like, it's hard to walk when you don't have ankles.
Not to mention it's like a 90-degree flick you have to make when you hop on the window, so if you have like an immediate gunfight following that, you're probably going to lose it just on the mouse movement. Okay, I don't even know where that one came from.
He shot him right through the construction window, just bodied him.
Jeez.
He had to have been through that probably breach over there towards the closet, but either way, nice shot from SSG. It's immediately going to deck bullet. He won't even get a chance to see the inside of the building, let alone fight for it.
I mean, technically speaking, he got baited by his teammate too, trying to break the window up top, and Han's like, oh, I'll send shots, and just shoots him right in the head. But I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in Siege. Sometimes it's just wrong place, wrong time, and you end up losing your life. So Bullet will happen to fall to that inside of this one, but that doesn't mean that FaZe still can't fight back. We've seen them constantly, especially inside of Clubhouse here, win inside of the clutch. So being down a man is not going to be too scary for them.
It is important to note that it is the Zofia that goes down, though. We've already seen during very nice counter comes out this time from Cyber.
Wow.
There's so many of just these bombardments with the frag grenades coming in from below. We saw
nice
one from SSG in the previous map, and now we get another one from FaZe right here. But anyway, to get back to the point I was making, one of the problems that we've seen FaZe run into is a lack of soft breach utility to be able to clear out what the defense is bringing to the table here, and losing the Zofia before she can use either of her charges is not going to be a recipe for success here. FaZe runs into that problem in the last minute and a half of the round.
They still have Ashe and they have Flores.
Bosco's nowhere to be found. He's 0-5 right now, and not only that, inside of this round, he's playing
Maverick
Mamai.
kind of.
Early pick does not bode well for him at all. His utility has dwindled already.
Yeah, well,
he's not going to be able to put up nearly as many.
That early pick on Mamai is tough. He gets more utility the longer he's alive, so for him to die early is bad.
But they still have a lot of control over the bomb site in the current moment. Big issue right now is
oh, the timing! Wow! How? Jeez. He just matrix through grenades there.
Like an SSG round. SSG taking control of the player count yet again.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh god. Oh wow.
With the crouch drop as he works his way in.
That was a prone drop.
There, but unfortunately is not going to have really any considerable map control to play off of here. He's got Logi, but no one in their right mind from SSG is going to try to challenge him on the inside.
He still has one smoke left too. This is tough. 25 seconds and there's still a smoke.
And no matter where he goes, you can see it. He's got a duel against someone from SSG waiting for him when he goes for the swing.
They're all just sitting too. They're not even peeking him. Oh, here it comes.
That M590 in close range is never going to lose that fight. Skies will do bag and tag him, and that's going to be SSG's second round, and they desperately needed that one.
Absolutely the case. Once again, falling behind on this defensive half, just like we saw Cafe Dostoevsky, to be fair. So, don't count SSG out as of yet, even if they end up with, say, a 4-2 half, and we see a rebound from FaZe in this final round. As you've already seen once back on Cafe, SSG was nearly able to completely come back from a 1-5 deficit as well. So certainly a place to be made. We might see that happen.
That was a lot of unfortunate timing.
Map also. This is a map that obviously SSG has a multitude of experience on over the years that they have been prominent on it. So certainly wouldn't put that past them to come back on the attacking side.
Yeah, most definitely. And here for FaZe, we're going to have a 6 pick for Astro and be moving away from the Ashe and picking up the Ace instead, which we saw him manning quite often when it came to Cafe. No slouch with that AK-12, as it's a pretty scary sight when he starts to hit his mark. So we'll have to see what they can do with that here for round 6. SSG will go back downstairs, but we are not going to be seeing the roam strategy again. And I mean, why would you? When we saw that in the first round, FaZe just simply walked away with the bag. There really wasn't anything SSG could do about it.
I think SSG has learned that contesting FaZe in the open outright with a large majority of their team is probably not the play, especially if they give FaZe enough time to analyze the setup. The kind of lone wolf mentality that we're seeing out of a couple players like Rampy and Fultz every once in a while is definitely leaning to a lot more early round success, and more importantly the early round picks that is allowing for SSG to control part of the player advantage towards the mid and late points of these rounds.
Most definitely here. We're going to have SSG going back to the old faithful, the strategy that got them their first round here.
I'm hungry.
Inside of their defensive half that could possibly get them their third and tie things up against FaZe. Mira back in play for hot and cold, and the Black Mirrors back in the same spots that they were before. FaZe will be committing some early utility out towards dirt just to make SSG sweat a little bit, but more than likely no one even hearing that Selma charge go off. But as with any defensive round downstairs, it's always something that you have to worry about. Anyone charging up dirt could possibly take out your armor.
Are CSGO players the highest paid in esports, or is it league players? Ooh, I don't know, actually.
Blue is going to try to see if he can suss out the position of the player.
I feel like it's got to be League.
Second drone available also.
But I'm actually not. I'm not 100% certain.
As of yet.
I feel like it would be League.
We'll check back in with him in about another minute or so and see if maybe he's going to try to push down blue stairs to contest against that, or might go for the oil drop as well. If that drone continues to feed an
Dota?
Sitting up on top. Rampy is going to get spotted.
Oh yeah, Dota. I always forget about Dota.
Here, and he chooses to just ditch the position entirely because
are we?
It's too
but are we going off of salary or are you going off of prize money?
As you can see, Astro just a couple
like highest paid meaning what, you know?
And that will thankfully save his life to head down there.
If you look at the charts, I don't know what charts you're talking about. But again, like, are we talking about prize pool or are you talking about salary? Because that I don't know.
Off of these mirrors, Cyber will start breaking up the hatch here in sight of stock with some extra info going out towards oil pit. So obviously they're going to be wanting to work this secret side. But what exactly is the commitment going to be? Well, we saw the Selma chart.
Look at all the charts. Look at all of them. So yeah, there's no audience for SI. If it were going to be in Montreal, I probably would have gone if there were an audience. But
if they can get it done, but we'll have to see
there's no audience
once it comes down to it.
So much utility being dumped in right now.
Dota has the most prize pool.
I don't know. The transition back in, but importantly, he wasted at least one Selma in the process. Looking like he's still going to end up losing himself in the shield, but actually, I think it is blown up right before it's able to go off there. So very well played by the members of SSG as they want.
Yeah, how did they prevent that?
Play.
How did they prevent the Selma from going off?
50 seconds remaining as well as they're once again going to try to stun this out, but Rampy still has the window to play off of, and unfortunately, no counter to come back.
I don't know how they stopped that.
Obfuscation on the Windows sites either, so Rampy can see all this pressure boiling its way out blue right now, and is more than likely going to have no problem stopping it. As you said before, on the very same attack here, you cannot directly contest that mirror window. Almost every single time, the player on the clear side of it is going to win that fight. In addition, they're going to win the dirt fight too, as Bolts finds a pick there. Bosco now coming into shape as he fends off part of the blue push. Rampy's more than ready to stop this play from blue stairs also, as we're going to see the push come in, and there we go. Bolts actually picks that one up very quickly against Cyber, leaving just Souls and Bullet in the clutch here.
Yeah, this is FaZe's kryptonite. There's no way that they win this. SSG just played their utility so strongly inside of this, especially for hot and cold. He had the answer to the Selma charge that they desperately needed. If that last Selma charge goes off, this is a completely different round. But that Nitro Cell removing
it was a Nitro Cell. They threw a Nitro Cell in there.
That space around Dummy's box.
Magic, thank you for the 79 months. Spakey, thank you for the 72 months.
Of dirt. No one's really sweating as to their position for SSG, so it's just very well done from them, and that's actually going to lead to a
Nitro in there.
Half, which, I mean, if you really got into the nitty-gritty of all of these rounds, you would assume FaZe would be a lot farther ahead.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and I'd actually argue they're partially behind now as a result of the way that the half ended up playing out. I want to hold my breath on that statement for like a round or two of this first half here, or the second half rather, as we work our way into it, just because we don't know if FaZe is going to also struggle with their defense like they did back on Cafe Dostoevsky. Not really able to tell us if that was due to the prominence of SSG's own attacking strategy on Cafe, or FaZe was just looking a little bit weak there like SSG was as well. So let's see how this first
I don't know, it all happened so fast.
FaZe could still very easily bounce back if they were able to bring a very solid defense to the table, as we saw in those last couple rounds from SSG.
We'll have to see exactly what they can do. The biggest thing right now is that what do they do without Goyo? A lot of teams are so used to having that operator in their lineup, and now FaZe are going to have to call an audible every single time that they go to a site where they would normally have him. Luckily enough, Bar is more than likely not one that you would have Goyo, just because of the way that you're forced to play it, especially with this top hold going on from FaZe. But when it comes to CCTV and things like the basement or, you know, gym bedroom, that's definitely a site where you're going to see Goyo just because of the access to those two shields. So unfortunate that FaZe will not have this, but that leads to straining them just a bit to see if
both games are pretty close. Yeah, I'm glad to see SSG having a close game. Because the first one they started to come back, but that seemed pretty decisive.
And that's pretty much it in terms of what they're going to be bringing to the table here. It's all focused on the utility clear. No trying to track down any lone stragglers that might be a little bit aggressive here from FaZe or anything of that nature.
Utility, 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 utility.
I mean, look at it.
Developers. SSG is just very, very committed to the hard breach, and I honestly completely agree with this when it comes to Clubhouse. An overabundance of hard breach on this map is not something to shake your head at, because there's so many things that can go wrong, especially, I mean, when you have Maverick, whenever Maverick's up, you might as well play the operator. You have a torch that counters out all utility on the defense, a great gun, and frag grenades. So what else could you possibly want? What do you want from me is basically what Ubi's saying with this kit. Just play Mav and go have a good time. At least that's what's going on for Bosco. Hopefully he's having a better time now that he's on the offensive side, because the defensive score line was definitely not there for him.
We're going to see SSG slowly start to creep their way forward to begin clearing out the extended play on the second floor. As you can see, there's quite a bit of resistance going to be deployed into that, specifically in the form of a reinforcement between the security as well as Cash wall here. Bullet will sit on the other side of that one. Bosco, I believe, has been able to spot him out with a drone that was lurking its way around red. That's assuming there was a rotation towards red, but there's a good possibility that could have been left reinforced. Yeah, Fultz actually doesn't have the clear picture as of yet in terms of where Bullet is hiding. It's because he's jumped up on that.
I'm so glad these are best of threes.
Now with the drone going directly
instead of last year, they were like, wasn't it just one map?
Able to get that intel. That's going to also draw the ire of Cyber to be able to move over here and support Bullet in the event he gets pushed relatively quickly, which oftentimes was the case for SSG in the previous maps. They want to make sure they can trade that out if things go awry here.
There's a soft panel on the back end here for Bullet, so if SSG is able to time this correctly, then this should go off without a hitch, but oh, Cyber's got the ace in the hole. He's waiting for that rotation to be made. Nitro cell out. It won't hit its mark, though, as SSG, they're standing on their timer and just waiting for FaZe to make a mistake. Fultz is transitioned down low here, and he'll be able to pick up souls inside of stage, as it looks like SSG instead just want to go for the site.
A first kill being found here with less than a minute remaining is going to put a lot of pressure on SSG to keep that type of presence up throughout the rest of the round.
Oh no.
They were failing to do it until a second ago when both Bosco and Rampy both pick up kills here. Cyber still maintaining a position inside of bar, and you can see Houghton with the case, ready to play it, but he's got no support to be able to do that. Cameraman.
Oh, he's got somebody on the pool table now.
They do have sight control and should have the capability to play, but they just want to go for this kill outright. It looks like as they hold so many angles against him. Time is starting to get a little bit low. So in the name of caution, Hot and Cold will finally have the security to put that down out. They realize the position of Cameraman, and this is where this becomes nigh impossible for him to clutch it back out here. Looking for the planter, but not going to be able to find it. Hot and Cold is long gone, and so are most of the chances for Cameraman to clutch this out, unfortunately.
They all are gone.
Can do with this. This is more or less just FaZe trying to talk things out. Unless Cameraman can get some very serious picks, but SSG's positioning more than likely strong enough to be able to defend this, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Big round there for Bosco, is especially on the top of Cash stairs. His timing was impeccable. FaZe thinking that they just simply vacated the area, but obviously not. Bosco just waiting with open arms for anyone to try and make a rotate towards the top of Cash stairs. He catches FaZe off guard. SSG in the lead for the very first time in the series.
It does really seem like SSG has taken full control of this map. Even coming off the previous half as well, things have been looking very promising for them. And they are
where is
control the chaos here,
what country is FaZe as an organization from?
Great trades happening over
obviously the team is. What the fuck is that about Lucy? Oh my god. What is that?
Red unfortunately pays the price as he walks directly into a waiting member of SSG. That on top of a couple other.
She looks like one of the 3 kings that showed up at Jesus' birth to offer gifts to Mary. Like what the what is that? She's got like a
leverage that to control their first map as well.
FaZe committed though.
She's either that or she's like the old witch from Snow White.
They do not want to allow SSG to get too far.
The gift Snow White the apple, you know? You know that gif of her like closing the thing and she's like
they're set up around this space.
That's what she looks like. What is that? What is it supposed to be?
Out on their side. Instead we'll be seeing a lot more denial utility as well as just utility to try and slow down SSG for once they actually commit to the site with these Banshees.
What is?
Going to see them commit themselves more than likely towards your typical setup when it comes to the hold downstairs.
Oh, it looks better when she's like standing upright. It's just in the picture.
Opportunity for them to try to commit towards a more extended play. And indeed, it's looking like Cameraman is going to be in that position. Popping down a couple of the mute jammers as well, so there will be a little bit of extended roam coming out from FaZe. To what degree, though, we have to wait and see here. Because once again, still plenty of time for this.
Yeah, it looks much better in the like full picture. It's just that in the little card, she's like hunched over.
I was very scared that Bullet got that audio cue on that rappel, because I mean
FaZe is American.
That's just some cracked player things when they hear an audio cue and they just start shooting through random walls and stuff.
I was curious because they have the Brazilian flag on their jerseys.
I mean, honestly, if I heard the rappel, I probably would have just sent shots at the door and be like, I mean, maybe I hit him. You know what I mean? Like, why not?
And so I was wondering if that was like
not going to do so. SSG.
Because like most of the, none of the other teams have
flags.
flags.
Game. Bosco will be coming in through strip. Fultz already establishing control over garage, and SSG.
Like
with a
SSG
strong
doesn't,
clearance
you
at the
know.
first minute, almost guaranteeing that the site is, or rather, the rest of the map is clear minus the site.
Their R6 team is LATAM. Oh, I know that part. Yeah, I just wasn't sure where the org was from.
There's a hole downstairs inside of Kitchen. The FaZe member staring back at him, hot and cold. Also with a secondary hard breach here on Capitao, and the para of all things. You usually see the LMG on him nowadays, but always gotta love some AR whenever you get to see it on Capitao.
NA FaZe and Valorant. Yeah, because the org, I mean the org can have teams in different regions. I just wasn't sure where the org was from.
SSG continue to pop open everything they possibly can.
FaZe is a European CS:GO team. They have the flags on the jerseys as well. Interesting. So I wonder if it's like a FaZe thing.
Lucky and catch 1 or 2 members of FaZe, but so far unsuccessful in that remark. It is still a full 5v5, not a single point of damage going on to any.
Does their Valo team have the US flag? Or I guess it might be hard if they're like also Canadian. I don't know if they're NA. Who have I been most excited to watch? I'm excited for any of the APAC teams, to be honest. I think LATAM or APAC have got it this tournament, but DWG and Sandbox and Elevate actually kind of slammed earlier. So
speaking of rotation, Cyber's forced off of blue, now over towards the actual hallway for Oil Pit. He'll walk back in on the timing, but only takes a little bit of damage.
I think DWG I'm really like the most excited for, but all their games are at like really bad times for me.
When it comes to the entry capabilities today, but inside of this,
because their game tomorrow is at 1 a.m. and then the third day it's at 4 a.m. Fourth day they don't have a game, and the fifth day it's also at 4 a.m. So I don't think I'm gonna catch any of their games.
Bolton Skies with 2 big finds here. Souls quickly puts down any clutch attempt there with Skies. Now going to be left alone here in a 1v3.
Wow,
and Souls
nice.
Once again getting a multi-kill here at the end of the round to shut it down for his squad. As they pick up
Yeah, I really, most of their tournaments have been like EU based because of the pandemic.
Insane stuff coming out there.
But that means that all the time zones are just, it's just terrible for me.
So, you know, we were talking earlier
or anyone who's
secretly and not
PST based.
You know, it's pretty bad when your hard support's the top of the game, but when you're tied at 4-4 and Souls is hitting shots like that, it's a little bit of a different story.
Absolutely the case here, but either way, it works out into FaZe's favor because they are able to come out on top of that.
This game ended?
With a great response going into their favor, that will send them immediately up to the second floor hold. I do believe is where we're going to go for them next, and we can see the stats in front of us too.
Coming back in 4 minutes.
Dominating the state of play at this point.
Is it over?
10 and 6 with some other teammates a little bit closer behind there. So let's get into it. It's going to be a CCTV and Casual coming up next for this team, trying to mess around with the bar play. Far too open it seems, and abusable by SSG and their slow, methodical clear, especially heavy drone emphasis coming in for them. FaZe just could not maintain strong enough positions to be able to play into that, so going to go to one where they can lock themselves together a lot more tightly and hopefully be able to trade some of that action out if SSG puts the pressure in a similar position.
Yeah, it feels like it's Souls
doesn't have a
versus
score
Fultz for lightweight, you know, champion of the world in the current moment. Both of them.
We had that last game too. It was like Cyber versus Hotton on map 1.
Yeah, right. It just seems like we're just constantly competing for belts in between.
Step up this game, boys.
There just so happens to be 4 other people standing besides them on both teams. I really don't know how these guys got here, but you know, I guess you need 5 people to play
Rainbow Six, online,
right?
on the
so, either way, though, tied things up now for FaZe, so they'll be able to take a breath of fresh air here for at least a moment before hopping back into the fray. SSG once again let out of the gates as they'll be attacking CCTV here for the very first time.
Quick breaching charge, as there's not going to be any reinforcements on the garage panels, interestingly enough. FaZe is going to allow that to be open for the taking here, as SSG will be able to flood in towards it relatively quickly here. Gonna drone it out, obviously, as they don't want to just waltz right in and potentially walk into the setup from Souls specifically. But regardless, plenty of time to play into, and SSG already checking off that one check mark there by opening up the garage panels with relative ease. And now, unfortunately, going to have to, if they do it with the Maverick, at least going to take some extra time to open up the balcony wall just because it's been Swiss cheesed a bit. So more than likely going to have Skies or another hard breacher, Hot and Cold's the other one, potentially do that.
Yeah, always an aggravating thing to try and torch just because of the depth inside of the wall there. Trying to get that torch to make sure it breaks things up. But as you were saying, it's a lot easier to simply just toss things out towards the wall and actually, well, I don't know exactly what's happening here. I believe they got the mute jammer, but yeah, there we go. They'll get it the second time around there. is they'll finally be able to clean up that mute jammer, but it just took a second from them. But as I was saying before, just simply torch the area where the mute jammer is, get rid of it, and then just have the thermite blow the wall instead. It's a lot cleaner way of doing that. And I mean, just look at the size of the breach. That's a big thing about thermite, is he makes some massive holes when he is able to blow those up.
Selma lands a little bit short, I think, where they wanted it to land and open up a hole over towards garage. Well, yeah, it's been mute jammed out also, so well, swing and a miss there from Hot and Cold, but it's all good. He still has 2 more, so we can correct that at some later point. Plus, they also know it's jammed now too, so they should be able to fix that issue fairly quickly once they're able to get control for themselves. But that's the big issue right now, is they don't have a whole lot of presence on the inside of garage to.
That rafter spot is like one of my least favorite places to play.
That opening, if they were able to make it,
that's so tough to hold on to.
For him to play into as well, so they probably want to be a little bit cautious about opening that, at least in terms of the timing of when they might choose to do that.
Yeah, SSG already ended up clearing the mute jammer, so now they just have to toss the Selma on whenever they need to. I don't really know what the commitment there was from Souls, but I mean,
why did he jump over?
It's his decision, John, not ours. He chooses to go off the top rope and try and take a gunfight against 2 people, not us. We're paid to talk, he's paid to play. So Skies will obviously get free control over this space, but that Selma charge down is going to make it super easy for Skies to walk.
Yeah, they didn't reinforce. They still have 2 reinforcements. You can see top left. They still had 2 left. I don't know why. Oh no, wait, those are deployables. Never mind. They must have used them somewhere else. They wanted to use the. What is happening?
Skies had a visual bug there and started taking some damage. That tends to happen sometimes with the smoke canisters, but that's more than likely the round here for SSG. Bolts has to commit up the stairwell, but now so many FaZe members falling. Somebody has got to get a hold of this case, though. They're bearing down on the FaZe members.
Oh my god.
The last one alive, and the damage.
Oh god.
0-0 now inside of the 1 versus 2. Rampy's been down. Hot and Cold still committed to the plan. Bullet will be able to at least clean up, not even the body. Finally, get it, but he's traded
Jesus, that was chaos.
What in the hell was that round?
Just back and forth, back and forth.
But hey, it is what it is.
I don't either.
That's one of the sloppiest rounds I have seen.
Somebody get the janitor, man.
So what happened with the rogue game?
So many whiffs going on there. We'll move on to that relatively quickly. Just highlight the things we did see. Souls thinking it's like
show
a
us the score.
Match, jumping off the top of the ropes. We had like either a visual bug or just a general misstep from Skies on the plant.
This is one of my problems with
the same mistake. He was actually got very lucky on the timing that the smoke faded away, because that might have ended the round right there. I think that's what FaZe was counting on. Their timing was just
one of my problems with the R6 stuff is that they often go to these scenes where they don't show you
as well. That we see like he can't
the
even
scores.
Kill the body on the ground. Like, what was going on, man? Anyway, wipe that round from our memory. Let's move on as we're heading into round 10 here, and SSG is once again in control.
They have these like scenes where like they're talking about the game, but they don't show you the score. So if they're not like telling you, like they show this, but they don't actually show the score.
Wow, Skies is really the most committed member of this team. Just literally.
So if you just tuned in and you missed it, they just don't tell you what it is.
This is fine. It's A-okay.
Canadian is on Dark Zero. He's not on any of these teams, and they lost earlier to
probably the messiest round
Elevate.
I have casted today, and we honestly watched Na'Vi get 3 rounds total. So.
At least Na'Vi just bowed down.
Yeah, they just let it happen.
They try to fight back in those situations.
I still cannot believe that Souls just sent it off the top.
I don't understand why he did that.
Throwing me around, like, why?
The Jaeger jumping off of the garage balcony was insane. I don't know why he. Maybe he knew something we didn't. I don't know.
Breach, but didn't realize they were coming from below him, so maybe he thought there was an off chance he was going to be safe. I don't know. There's like 4 different scenarios.
Man, I'm already
potentially done that. But
I'm already jet lagged, and now they're making my head hurt.
Like I said, I know we said we're going to move on. I know we're another minute into the round here. Wow. All good.
But wow.
Now we'll move on.
Either way.
Talk about what we're seeing here.
Round 10 now. Let's move on from this. We're done. We're done. Bosco is going to be moving over towards Jacuzzi. Should be torching this wall up very soon. The rest of SSG will be handling the plat side of things. They'll actually be able to get this wall pretty convincingly. I don't even think that there was a mute jammer on that, so pretty straightforward for them. Also, FaZe playing a pretty interesting setup around the bathroom space. We usually see one of those panels actually open to make it a little bit easier to play out for the balcony and actually have some aggressive options to try and fend off the offense. But obviously with that panel there, it's going to make it a little bit safer to play inside of the site, but could also lead to SSG having some safe haven to work in towards Armory. Big pickup here for SSG as well as will take down Cyber.
See once again here. Initial pick has already been found from SSG, so they are under no pressure whatsoever to continue to force the issue in terms of this attack here. They want to wait this one out. Now, FaZe will very much not have a choice. They have to do very much the same thing for themselves. But despite that, Cameraman trying to swing into this push and ultimately falling victim to a frag grenade that lurks its way in just as it's about to explode over
from the
towards
roof.
YG there. So a second player down from FaZe as well, because they keep trying to aggressively contest against that, giving themselves away. Obviously, again, they have to do something to fend off the push that's coming in through the breach, but no support on that fend. So once again, another easy kill picked up from SSG, and so far leading the charge here to 5v3.
I'm really surprised that Souls is still alive with the amount of utility that's been committed towards him inside of the bathroom. Plenty of frag grenades as well as a Selma going down to establish an angle through that space now. And well, Souls now going to lose his life as he tries to swing out towards main stairs, trying to catch SSG off guard with something, but it seems like SSG is ready for FaZe's aggression this time around. It's a flawless round from them thus far. Bosco, the only member that's taken any damage.
FaZe really starting to kind of lose their luster when it comes to the capability of fighting between. It seems like SSG may have finally gotten FaZe's numbers. These last few rounds have gone handily into their favor here. Starting to take some serious control here. Bullet, the only one remaining. Shouldn't be much stopping the SSG members from going for a plant.
Well, now they know where he is.
Bullet's just going to get a freebie, drop it right down in front of him.
Found him.
A gift from the heavens. Skies will now go for what should be a clean plant. Like I said before, not really much Bullet can do even with the angle he currently holds, and not even really going to be able to traverse the stairs from the looks of things either. A two-player hold here. Even if he gets the first one, the second one up on top is going to be waiting for him. So this is a tough ask indeed for Bullet in a 1v4.
Yeah, there's really not a road that he's going to take that leads him to victory here unless he can get every single isolated 1v1. But you can already see SSG stacking things around main stairs here as well. And there's going to be an awkward fight here for Bullet. Bosco's going to get info off of the barbed wire up the staircase as well. And with very minimal time remaining, you can see Bullet not too committed to the cause inside of this moment. That's the beauty of Prone inside of Siege. Use that thing as much as possible. You will catch people off guard.
That's a tough fight because he has to watch the top of the stairs, thinking there's someone at the top of the stairs, but there's someone prone, so he can't like check both at the same time.
FaZe is going to take a time out, and I believe Rampy said, "Oh my God, I am so good." I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said. So SSG,
I feel like that was in the song almost.
Was it?
I don't know.
Was it? I mean, it might have been. Either way,
it sounded like it had like an echo on it. Or
I think that we're actually getting them piped into the feed as well. I think
you're right. Yeah, I just couldn't tell which one that was coming from. But either way, SSG have good reason to be hyped up right now, as they, like I said before, really have started to take.
We're writing down strats
specifically here.
No.
FaZe.
Why would I write down strats?
All of what they were bringing to the table before, as every single opening kill seems to be going the way of SSG, and they're not having too much of an issue following that through into a closeout. Even with the kind of sloppy nature when we had 2 rounds back, it was still, for the most part, in the control of SSG during all of it there, despite FaZe's attempts to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, for me, I mean, SSG is making me pretty happy to cast a best of 3 and go the full breadth of this, even though it is late and you and I are both jet-lagged. I'm a little tired, but I'm excited to do this, man. This is what I wanted to see out of SSG on the first map. That's what I thought we were going to get on Cafe, but obviously not the case. It had to happen on Clubhouse instead.
So, tactical pause should be expiring.
Run my own team.
FaZe are continuing to talk through what is going wrong. You can see their coach giving plenty of input. He's going to use the full breadth of that time to be able to do it, but time has now expired, so his mic will be muted in a second or two here, and we will head.
I'm going to start an org.
We'll head back into the game to see if FaZe can rebound. A second
I don't even know how to start an org. I don't know how you make money.
Chasing it, no longer SSG. If not,
you can go the 100 Thieves route and just... What is that Vigil? Dude, there's so many skins in this game.
We'll end up in the hands of.
We are headed back down.
Just go the 100 Thieves route and sell hoodies.
Too much of a
Look,
change
it
of
worked.
Strategy. Cyber back onto the Vigil for this one. Don't see FaZe getting away with too much if they do try to commit to something like a roam. We'll have to see exactly
Come on,
what they
FaZe.
want to do. But obviously, as we talked about,
win the next 4 rounds so that I can go eat
This is the bread and butter strategy of SSG. And when you make the strategy, you should more than likely know how to counter the strategy. So we'll see if that holds true, or if SSG will be taken by their own creation here inside of this one.
It's a little bit bold for FaZe to be going for this, considering the kind of early control that SSG's been able to leverage over some of these early movements from FaZe. Going to need to make sure once
sponsorships
again,
and merch.
Set up the trade in the event that once again FaZe try to take an opening duel and they get run over, because to some extent that is happening now, as we saw in the last round there. SSG having no trouble clearing out some of the early extended presence and leaving the site very, very vulnerable. Only about a minute or two into the round, making it a very leisurely final minute for the SSG crew to take control of themselves here. We'll see what exactly SSG is is going to lean their initial push towards here now, as well as obviously they're out on the board and look like they're going to put some initial pressure over here, over towards security side.
Well, the good news at the end of the day is that oxygen is not alone for North America. That's the big thing. I think a lot of us were sweating when it came to Cafe and just going, I mean, SSG, you guys got to do something. It's been a couple years since something happened at LAN. We need you to actually come back to life here. And finally, we're getting something. They're looking to take a map off of our recent major champions and the likes of FaZe. They're beginning to break up this top floor. Skies will deal with the panels over on Jacuzzi, whereas we don't have too much of a presence from SSG over towards the east side just yet. Or actually we do, just could not see it in the initial camera.
We're going to see a bit of a slow clear going on here. Fultz as well, having to take a moment to be able to take the goo line out. It seems Astro got the intel from that and is able to
Astro
lean
just
in.
ran in there.
Trying to take the pin out of his leg, picking up that opening kill. Some damage, as you guys probably caught, there was traded on to Cyber, but unfortunately not going to get the full kill. He's allowed to fall back.
Oh,
He's
God.
probably going to take up position in the base.
God, they're both so low.
The same thing as he's lost the large majority of his life now.
They all fall back to site.
SSG's roam in phases. FaZe, yes, they take a lot of damage, but they're alive. That's what's important. And
everyone's alive.
Yes, everybody's alive, and they took out the most important, influential fragger on the offense. Fultz is gone. He's 12-7-3 right now, and just to remind you, he was one of the sole proprietors of Cafe as well, alongside Hot and Cold. So they really, really need him to be up and about, but obviously they won't have him for the rest of this one.
Rapino with a good minute now to clear things out on the top down is going to waste no time slamming open every opportunity he can here with this hammer in check. Fortunately, like you said, going to have to do it with a player down, as Fultz will no longer be able to assist. That's also going to remove pretty much every single bit of ranged utility clear they would have had through soft breach. They're going to have to try and use something else. Might be able to take out some of it with things like Selma's, but it is going to be quite limited. You have frags, though, and that'll do the job as well. Obviously, would have liked to save those to use on players, but given that we only have 40 seconds left, might not be an opportunity for that, especially with Cyber continuing to wipe out the rest of this team. That Sky's now knocked out as well. Hot and Cold begins the process of trading these kills back out, though, as he finds one against Bullet and is going to remove the Malusi from the defense.
It's truly insanity. Cyber recommitting.
Bosco's me right now.
And he's able to get
desperately trying to open a hole in a wall with Maverick in the last 30 seconds of the round. Oh my god, he's planting? He's planting? Oh, the plant's down? Oh, that's it. That's it for SSG. There's no way. No, they can't do anything.
Able to get it within one here as they're looking to go to
It's like, hold on, I'm coming. Hang on. Just gonna open this hole real quick.
12 full rounds to decide it. These two teams are certainly evenly matched.
I don't know why he went for that plant. That was crazy.
On both of their picks.
They didn't have armory control. They just like went for it.
How that one is going to pan out as
Where
well.
did Bosco go? I don't know.
They need to either end it
I don't know
here
where he went.
or take it to overtime.
That was weird.
FaZe's goal is going to be at this
I don't know
point.
why that happened.
Great hold from them. Problem for FaZe is they've also got to move away from that basement hold and find success
Oh god,
elsewhere on the
the
map.
center of my back
A little bit
itches.
here so far. They're gonna head upstairs into CCTV and cash, and we'll have to wait and see.
I can't reach it.
Find their luck there, and they're gonna bring a very, very annoying operator potentially into the fold to maybe accomplish that. You guys probably already see the symbol for yourself. He's gonna 6-pick.
Yeah, I figured that that's exactly what we're gonna see. Oh, Bullet, you dirty man. That's not even nice. That's just not nice to do to somebody. They 6-pick away from the clash and pick Wamai. Now the big thing here is if you guys noticed it, SSG 6-picked over to Capitao. The reason being, that's another counter to clash. What I was going to point out if that went through in the lineups that we had is that they only had one answer to that, and that would be Fultz having to stay alive and use his concussions to get around the clash. So SSG were forced into that 6-pick, but now FaZe have the answer for that utility. This is a huge game changer for FaZe on the CCTV defense.
Yep, they can just eat up those darts with the Magnus that'll be thrown out by Wamai, so a great mental counter coming in there on the 6-pick phase. But to be fair, we very rarely see those types of mind games nowadays. There's some really good stuff coming in from FaZe that kind of force the hand of SSG.
Just went into her office. I was like, help me, help.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I can't.
You know?
I can't reach it.
But
that exact spot where my hands are like,
just
I can't.
like 3 free spawns.
I mean, as long as you give me like free sweet tea for life, we're good to go. You know, that's really what I'm committed to. Either way, though, SSG back out and onto the board here, and
I require assistance.
He's going to be the first one that we're going to be looking into here, as he's going to be going down his checklist and what we'd seen him do previously. Claymore on secret window, and now drones inside of the actual garage space to see exactly what
Trying
phase is
to
going
be
on.
an observer for this game is gonna be so hard. Oh, they made the wall messed up.
Looking like they're just going to go for the simplistic method of taking care of the mute jammer, though, and then quickly popping it open here with the thermite charge. They've already got access to the mute jammer, and there you go. It's a 1-2-step process. Oh, okay. Yeah, the impact. I thought we went a little far away from it, so I lost the audio cue.
I thought he was going to impact through the Maverick. I think maybe he tried.
Yeah, that
Where's
was
the
really close there by Bullet. That was like MOP level if he was able to sneak that in through the crack, but just short there. And SSG is allowed to get that panel open, as well as Skies popping construction as well. Now with this makes this super
almost tricked that.
You don't know what SSG are going to commit to. If things aren't working too well on Plat, they can simply leave someone over there, and now FaZe are just going to simply think, okay, well, they're still over here, so we
need gun lines. That's like CSGO has that, right? Oh, you're on fire. You're on fire.
For some odd reason, there's no discs around this space, or SSG was able to burn it out. Not really sure, but the fire and flames coming through on rafters, no bag souls because of it.
This game is just—it's really hard to follow what's going on in Siege. Even for me, as somebody who's played like thousands of hours of Siege, trying to watch other people play it is like I can't follow what's going on like a good 60% of the time. It doesn't help too that the camera angle changes so much, but like they have to show everything else that's going on. It's just a complicated game.
Impact, I'm pretty sure, that comes out against Skies. Nearly takes him out. Thankfully, it's a very quick revive, bring him back into play, but there's another impact available. You might be able to pull off the same thing here. Rampy, though, gonna try to take care of this utility, and I was talking about it before. Here comes the Melusi. She walks right up. It's a bit of a risky fight at range.
Oh my god, Astro! Oh no! Wow. Right behind you. 30 seconds. It's a 1v2. He might get it. It's possible. Oh, but he doesn't have the case.
Fultz has to get something done. Luckily enough, he's got a lot of bullets inside of this man.
Man, that Melusi just ruined that round for them.
Get countered from climbing up the ladder in garage.
If there was ever a time to do it, though.
Man.
If there was ever a time to right. 12th round. You think you got the team on lock? You think you got this team? It's like
overtime.
They close in on that site, guys. They aren't going to try anything. They are scared. They are scared to even move right now.
Prefer to watch everything in top down.
Going to plan the entire time that they were losing player count over there in garage.
I got so much
angst like
from that, I had to take a knee at the desk. That's what happened.
That. Oh my god. The fact he got 3 people out of that's insane. Yeah, I feel like it has to be, it's like an FPS, like a first-person game, but to watch it competitively, I agree. I think it might be easier in a top-down view. It's just such a hard game to watch. It's a really tough game to watch. It's not as bad as Overwatch, but it's like CS, it's so much easier to understand what's going on, and this is so freaking complicated. There's so much going on. But yeah, I agree. It's like there's so many like cuts, and like half the time the observer cuts to something as they like die. So it's like really jarring.
What's going on here?
I think that FaZe have found what they want to try.
Because they'll cut to somebody like right as they die, and you don't see them die. You just see that they are dying.
That extends. So also might be nicknamed
it's really weird.
I don't know. You might know him. So we'll have to see what cameraman can get done with Monty here. As he is.
Yeah, it's fine when you're just watching like one person play the game, but trying to watch 10 people play.
Because look at the lineup for SSG. There's no trap operators, no nothing. The only person that is a counter to this man in the moment is Skies. And if he commits those smokes early, that could be damning for them inside of the late round.
We have also seen FaZe bring this in previous series as well, in other tournaments where they use it kind of to speed things up a little bit, to force the issue in a couple areas on the map. And that may be what they're trying to do here, is they've also fallen victim on quite a few rounds, so just kind of running out of time, not being able to properly clear out utility. We saw that back on Cafe to some extent as well there. So hopefully going to be able to allow them to steal away that one attacking ground.
Yeah, the observers are really good. Like the issue isn't them, right? Like they're doing the best that they can. It's just they can't predict what's going to happen.
And obviously SSG will have to be very cautious of that as they have a player mounted on the other side of the AC unit down there.
And FaZe working quickly as well. I mean, just by their positioning, I thought we were about halfway through this round, but we still have a couple of moments inside of the 2-minute mark here before we even get down to it. Cyber's going to start working on the hatches. I assume the rest of the squad will, follow suit here as we begin breaking up the kitchen floor. Obviously, SSG committed to the cause downstairs.
There's one down there. Oh, there's one down there.
Up as some gunfights go back and forth
in
between these torch lines, but no damage accepted by either side.
Not even one going off on a Bosco as he sneaks back through the doorway there. I thought for sure he might be able to get a shot off on the foot or something, but no, is not going to be the case here. As we see the smoke start to envelop the mirror window here. They want to try and hide this as they work their way down and finally get the hatchwork starting to open up as well. Cyber's actually shifted himself over. Instead
he can't get the C4 through there because they're actively watching it.
Like I said before,
he might have tried, but they were ready for it.
No lack of time here. It's just about the strategy and how they eventually work their way in.
Mirror already used her C4 too, so
ultimately a failure.
They still have the 3 smokes and they have one. Oh no, she doesn't. Didn't it say 0 for her C4? Maybe she was holding it. I think it shows a 0 if she's holding it.
In this position, this is telling SSG that this is more than likely going to be an armory take. But obviously, with all the FaZe members still up, there's a lot of different ways that this could go. The concussion's starting to mess up Cameraman there a little bit. Also, the smokes out.
2 smokes.
Holding the rotation here on ramping. As long as that thing's deployed, there's only nothing that they can do. And this is exactly why Monty is so potent in certain positions. He's able to move up and make it to where ramping really can't move. And now he's got a solid read.
Oh, they reinforced that side too.
Of the site, Cyberman's going to break the mirror as well, and they've distracted SSG outright.
See Souls catches that hole in the wall, but he can't get the appropriate angle to catch out the player on the other side of it, so Fultz is allowed to use it and take down Cyber here. Bullet incredibly low, and now Astro caught as well. What a turnaround coming in from SSG. They're going to shut down this entire hit. There goes the Monty. Souls is the only one that's left. He's got a 1v4 and only 15 seconds to clutch it out here, so SSG remaining stalwart in their positions, not giving away an inch here. Souls is going to try his best.
Man, that really looked like it would be...
And SSG controls the first round of overtime.
It comes down to the gunfight.
That really looked like it was going to be a FaZe round because of that Monty play.
FaZe is not better. SSG able to get it done, even though early on inside of that one, it looked like the Monty was going to
ever be interested in becoming a commentator or an analyst for Siege?
Armory, but once it
I
came
don't know,
down to
probably
the other
not.
members of FaZe, they weren't able to muster much. SSG taking down a lot.
Definitely not a commentator. I don't think
let's be honest,
I don't think fast enough.
Triple. It was beautifully done.
I feel like I would trip over my words a lot.
It was working too. We saw the Monty and the pressure against the mirror window over by Blue. Got them access to the site, overwhelmed the player that was playing behind the mirror window.
The Monty play was really good. They just couldn't get their kills.
The Monty's push, I believe, was Bullet at the time there. Unfortunately, got to very low HP, so he really couldn't afford to jump out into the open. A single stray bullet means he's going down on the ground.
The Monty was like in sight and blocking off that rotate, but he was just trapped in that corner. He had 3 people watching him.
To counteract that push that had come in and get into positions to ultimately fend off the actual assault once it was ready to move in.
Yeah, the AK player inside of Armory was really the last nail in the coffin there for FaZe, as just time and time again, Fultz's number was called up and he was able to land his shots. But now SSG needed to do it yet again, but this time from the offensive side. FaZe will head back downstairs to a site that they were able to find quite a bit of success on as well.
See here as FaZe now need to give themselves a bit of a lifeline with their own basement hold coming up here. Have to try and close this one down if they still want to look for the 2-0 victory. To get the lion's share of points out of this matchup here. If not, SSG is going to be able to challenge for the outright win and take us to a third map that once again is going to be played over on Villa. And that'll be following this map immediately, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they speak really fast.
Here on the Bravo stream for the SI group.
They actually make coherent sentences.
So 4 more days of our groups coming up.
Well, while we're in the opening of this round, I'll tell you guys a little something that should make a lot of Siege fans extremely excited. Guys, we currently have 106,000 people watching Rainbow Six Siege on Twitch.tv. Overall, for
Astro, you can do it.
So not just in this stream, but
camera.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege overall, which is just beautiful. Really happy sight to see.
Cool deployable camera that's actually going to go up there.
Yeah,
we just saw it go
that was cool.
Did you put it on the jukebox?
No, the vents.
Oh, okay.
I jumped up on the table and was able to get it onto the vents up on towards the roof there. So that's actually gonna, that's like, yeah, you can see it.
Write that down. Write that down.
That's like really tough to take out actually as an attacker.
I mean, the big thing to remember is that they can definitely get rid of it with like a frag or something like that, and it's going to be pretty easy to get rid of from like the
still, that might be in a position where like you don't expect to see it necessarily, and it might sneak in that extra intel. So Cool stuff coming out from FaZe.
And that ADS, it's going to be able to catch some things as well. That's what you always got to look for. If you guys are not putting ADS's Oral Mai around your utility, then baby girl, what are you doing? You need to stack that up. You need to stop trolling my plat games, man. This is actually me yelling at you because you guys are all trolling my games.
This is going to be a great camera too, because it potentially allows, if they lose a player early on in the round, to just like constantly keep watch for moto pushes and whatnot. So now you don't have to necessarily commit your blue player or someone else inside of church to be able to watch out for that and, you know, fend off any quick plays we might see SSG trying to make to get the control themselves. That's actually a really nice piece of utility in the event. FaZe, once again, lose out on the opening duel here and need someone to keep eyes on that while they still have to watch for areas like the blue push as well as dirt tunnel in the main stairs as well.
Well, hopefully he got rid of that nitro cell with that. The fragmentation is obviously random on those, so Rampy could get dusted here depending on
he got rid
nitro
of
cell
it.
made it through or not, but it's actually Fultz to do the dusting here as they'll clean up Cyber. Bullet's still down here inside of Armory, so trying to contest these angles up towards the kitchen, but now SSG going into their last moments here as this last minute comes to light.
Rampy, unfortunately, going to eat a face full of an impact there. That's max damage, I think, from an impact going out against him. So if they're able to line up another one, could very well lead to his elimination, but survives for the time being. Souls needs to check his back, though, as he's going to have pressure coming out against him.
Out. He still has 30 seconds remaining.
Stuck here. No, look at the time he's going to be able to waste. Works his way.
There's no more Selmas. They're not going to be able to get the hatch open.
Skies as well. Your Souls wasting a massive amount of time. They cannot push until they take him down, but he does eventually go down because he's in an incredibly exposed position.
They can't get the hatch open. They have to rotate now.
Bullets and dirt tunnel. Meanwhile, Astro.
Oh, they're just gonna go for the kill.
So some chaos for a moment there, but it seems like it's all going to lead itself to be into SSG's favor unless Astro comes out huge in these next 10 seconds.
Oh, the grenade
lines up against him. He'll be crossed out. He did take down the player in dirt tunnel, so at least one confirmation there. But now the kit is down on the inside of Church, and it's going to be very, very tough to take out these last 3 players.
Well, for Astro,
one's going up top.
So much to do here inside of this round. It looks like it's
the main hallway rotate,
but that doesn't mean that Astro can't play spoils. Case down, prime position here. Able to play this out from the hatch as well as the player inside of Moto. Astro committing to the plan to be able to at least get one, and the good half coming through.
Give a second,
wow.
Yeah, you gotta trust your teammate, cameraman. There's definitely some things that could be done, but as it hits 7,
oh man, that was a really nice kill on the guy in Moto. Jeez.
So SSG come out on top, taking it all the way to overtime after finally taking a lead for themselves as well inside of regulation. They push up to 6.
Was that 6-8?
Leverage the initial win, thankfully rebounding quite nicely with the defensive advantage.
6-8 or 7-8? I think it was 6-8, right?
At 1-1, and they're going to send
How did he turn like that? They don't. The player doesn't turn like that. It's the observer doing that.
Desk has to say about this one, because Dev Marta was very confident in this 2-0 from FaZe, and
the observer can move the camera like that, but the players can't.
Immediately when we got over to the clubhouse, it was a completely different SSG.
That's not a thing. Absolutely the case here. SSG really coming alive and starting to take some solid control for themselves on the defensive side as well. This area where both teams, you saw them struggling a little bit on Cafe Dostoevsky. SSG seemed to take much better control, and to be fair, so did FaZe. This is still a very, very close game with the rounds constantly going back and forth between both of our teams, but SSG able to just barely edge out the victory there with some very solid rounds as they really hone in their strategy and hone in their overall play style there towards the end of the second map. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen.
Game 3.
Map number 3
I'm also going to take a short break.
Who takes the final series of the day?
I'm going to leave this screen up, chat. I'm going to go reheat the food because I am starving. So, no, last map is Villa, I believe. So, I'm going to go reheat food and make some more coffee. So I will be right back. I'm just going to leave the screen for you.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time this evening as we're getting ready to head into map number 3 for our final matchup of the day. Your FaZe going up against SSG. If you just missed it, you just missed the end of map number 2 there, where SSG was able to barely come back at the end of Clubhouse. They're their own map pick as they take it inside of overtime, going the full distance to be able to do so. But indeed, they come out on top, and now we go to a third and final map on Villa to decide our victor. Stokes, how's it looking on Villa here for both of these teams based on the performance out of our first 2?
I'm so very excited. I am like actually sweating in anticipation of this map right now. I'm telling you, there's so many different ways that this can break down in between these squads. You know, SSG, a pretty prominent Villa team, as well as FaZe. So I really think that we could see a pretty amazing, you know, map in between these two. I really think it's up in the air though. You know, especially with the 2 maps that we had seen previously. Cafe, super defender-sided. Clubhouse, not so much in between these teams. I feel like Villa's going to feel a lot like Clubhouse inside of this matchup.
I think so as well, and you know, even so, this map and this matchup has been incredibly close the entire way through here. Every single game has nearly gone the full distance. That's with the incredibly skewed nature of how Cafe started out. A 5-1 victory there, only really going into FaZe's hands because of that. And although we nearly had an epic comeback from SSG, once again, that massive advantage that FaZe had, only really needed like that 1 round for a good 3 to 4 rounds straight. Finally able to close it out, no overtime needed there. We go to Clubhouse, it is constantly back and forth and back and forth, a game of adjustments between both of these teams, and now they're going to have to do it again. As you can see, FaZe taking one final look at the strat book. I passed by a couple of the SSG members, even there, it's like, man, that game was crazy on the second map there. So once again, they're getting amped up for this one as well, getting very much prepared for the challenge in front of them, not only for this game, but again, guys, this is just day 1. Yes. We still have the rest of this group to play out here as well, and a lot of our groups are going to be very, very close if everything ends up being like today.
We've got great maps, we've got great drama. I mean, what else could you possibly want as a fan of esports? You're just hitting all the slots. And I mean, as a North American fan, a lot of North American fans at home, you have got to be happy that SSG came to play. They were playing against the previous major champions in the likes of FaZe. This is not a slouch team. SSG just took Clubhouse off of these people. They forced map 3, and honestly, SSG is looking very strong this tournament.
SSG indeed bringing that very, very capable performance to the table. And some of the big players now really starting to show up inside of our second map as well. Bosco Foltz really coming alive there after some questionable results out of the first map and a half, really igniting themselves. Hot and Cold as well, having a phenomenal performance. It's something that was occasionally missing when we saw them play at Sweden there. And
Don't forget Foltz. Do not forget Foltz.
Absolutely the case there. So Foltz as well having, specifically in that last map, a massive boost to his own performance. Really most of the team, I think, at this point coming in and finding a good performance to write home about. But once again, everybody finding good footing where they struggled to do so back in Sweden, which already bodes very well for how far SSG might be able to go this time around at SI.
Yeah, as much as you and I love to joke around and, you know, say maybe things sometimes, fatigue is indeed a factor in this. And I think that's something that we actually need to talk about as we get a little bit later into the night right now. What's the official time, John?
I got
9:30, 9:29 at the current moment. But for all of these people, including us, we both came from where they are time frame wise. It's starting to get to that hour where I'm getting tired. I'm assuming you're probably at that point where you're a little tired as well. They're fully committed into a best of 3 series that is, you know, just milliseconds away from a victory in a round or a loss. You know, it's getting very, very difficult for both of these squads. So really be looking into that mental and the stamina that could possibly be draining them coming into Villa.
It's been about 2 hours and 20 minutes since the series started as well, so just to give you a picture of how long these guys have been in the chair. And now they're going to lock in for probably another hour or so of action as we head into the third and final map of the series. Who's going to take it? We don't know at this point, so let's find out. Will it be FaZe? Will it be SSG? You guys put in your vote earlier and CV favoring FaZe, a 60-40 split. Generally, I kind of agree with the way that that's looking, but SSG bringing some extra prowess to the table here for map number 2 specifically leaves them with greater chances maybe to take our third and final map. Let's find out if it's going to be that way as we get into the bands.
Do we pop off with the energy for this one? I feel like it needs
it. We should, yeah.
We should?
It's been a good game. You know?
Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Clan versus SSG. Let's get into the ban phase here for Villa as Thatcher will be removed off the board.
Can we get production like pumping some crowd noise?
We love you, Blue. That's all I got.
Someone just came with a woo. I think it was our observer. Yeah, we're going to see actually interesting ban here. Twitch going to get knocked out. We did see FaZe using that quite a bit, specifically back in map number 1. So that's going to be a bit of a target ban a little bit. I don't imagine SSG was going to be using that too heavily. So just trying to knock out a comfort pick. And SSG also taking out Wamai as well. Okay.
They're going to try and run it up on this offensive side, man. The Thatcher ban obviously coming through from FaZe. That's going to be the most rudimentary ban that we have inside of Rainbow Six. But with Wamai off the board, you're going to see Capitao. If you don't see Capitao, I don't even know why they banned Wamai in the first place.
Well, we'll be seeing that very, very soon. Our final ban is going to fall much more in line with the meta trends as we see Mira getting knocked out for the final. That does mean certain operators, specifically Valkyrie, is going to be available. Valkyrie, an operator that can actually sneak in quite a few cameras on this map. Not even like on the outside territory either, but just inside of the map itself. There's a lot of like chandeliers and fairly complex geometry where you can actually hide those cameras pretty well. Obviously, most of the default spots are going to be pretty well known by players at this point, but still, you'll probably see her get picked up every once in a while.
There's so many cheeky things inside of this map. If you guys are newer to Rainbow Six and you're trying to learn like maps in general, just go in for those dry runs by yourself inside of customs and start walking around and looking at things you can get up on, because that's exactly what Villa is. If you walk through the kitchen alone in this site, you're like, there's like 35 spots that I could put things inside of this area. It's truly
just run into corners until you see a spacebar prompt.
Exactly.
That's all you gotta do.
It's actually insane the amount of different ways that you can set up the info game here inside of Villa, not only for the drones but also for the cameras on defense and the way that Bullet can play with these Valkyrie cameras. But we'll have to see. I really like what FaZe has done with their defensive setup as well. They 6-pick in on the Valkyrie away from Echo, and obviously since Echo no longer has invisible drones, they weren't really too worried about that for SSG, so they're going to 6-pick away from the IQ for Hot and Cold and put him back on the Yana.
That's going to leave the Valkyrie in check, and without the IQ, it's, like I said before, going to be sometimes quite difficult to suss out the position of where some of those cameras are going to be. The one on the bench, I think, was just thrown, for instance. That one will probably get spotted out, but a few more might be able to sneak their way through as we get deeper into the round.
See, that's just how complicated it is. Our poor observers trying to find a camera.
I think it's the wood bench on top of the stairs.
Yeah, it's somewhere around that.
It's usually under that wooden bench.
Yeah, that's like the most common one, is tossing it under there. But even right there, look at that. There's some vines coming down off the wall. It sneaks in behind them and just sticks to the wooden pillar.
You know, people like
out from the brick.
There's like a lot of like debris on this map too. So those people like mess up all the debris on a shelf and then just like hide it inside of the debris. just drop it in the pile of trash.
Dude, that's such a throwback to like the first couple of times that I started messing with like the destructibility in this game. I remember the first time that me and my friends like hid somebody inside of the wardrobe on Coastline and got a kill with it. Like stuff like that in this game is just so crazy, and it just makes Siege such a unique game, and that's exactly what FaZe is going to be abusing inside of this one. And speaking of abuse, Valkyrie might have her cameras out, but she's now dead.
Thankfully, the utility's already been deployed, so they're not going to lose that initially here, but the potential roaming capability, that is dead. However, so is Rampy.
What is this Villa?
As an immediate exchange has come out from Astro by Piano, so I believe that's going to be a lurk out from Art Studio to be able to find him and trade out that first kill that came in from SSG.
I'm questioning everything right now. My morals, this game, I don't really know what's going on. I mean, well, they'll be able to at least trade back and forth. Rampy's going to lose his lunch. Now a minute and 45 seconds remain for these two to hash it out. SSG really focused on this mid-level here to see if there is any roamers around this space. Foltz has gotten a hold of Lobby. He's currently worried about some players around main stairs, but nobody home as of right now for FaZe.
Nade goes in as we see SSG try to deploy another one from down below. A little bit off the mark this time, however, as a player on the other side, I believe Souls would have been the potential target from that, is way too far away to be affected by it. Even aside from that, too, SSG going to continue to take more and more map control away from the FaZe targets here, but still no success in knocking any of them out aside from the initial pick they were able to get for themselves here. Another nade comes in against Souls as well, and this one is able to edge out just a little bit of damage against him. Nothing really considerable, though. It is less than a sliver of his HP. As you can see there, doesn't even knock out the first chunk. So SSG, unfortunately, using the large majority, and in fact, pretty much all of their utility, except for the couple flashes sitting on skies, and now they'll have to slowly inch themselves towards the site and hope they took out enough with the nades they did use.
Yeah, quite draining right now for SSG as they're just down to the rifles and their commitment as a team to take out these FaZe members. Whereas FaZe, they have so many answers to this. We really need to see some frags come through here for SSG. Otherwise, FaZe is in very, very great place in order to win this in the current moment. Foles will be able to get a kill onto Souls, but it's immediately traded back, so we're locked into 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds remaining. Cameron will be able to pick one up, but it seems like we can't get away from these trades. Finally, a triple kill comes out from Astro. This will be all down to Bosco to clean this up with 15 seconds remaining.
Astro giving us a piece of the play we were seeing from him earlier on in this series. Back in Cafe was pulling off multi-kills like that as well, and is going to be able to do it this time from the defensive half. Bosco still looking for the clutch with 5 seconds remaining, but unfortunately not a whole lot he can do here. Just no time left, no case control, no hope of winning the round, so it goes handily into FaZe's control as we hit the null timer.
FaZe's willingness to fight for map control is what saved them inside of that round. Constantly holding on to a lot of the space around the actual site made things extremely difficult, especially that SSG had to commit so hard towards the site. That swing into 90 was mostly the damning moment there for SSG as they just lose too many bodies, and Astro obviously steps up and claims the life on top of main stairs as well. So way too difficult for SSG to get through that one. Really coming down to not only those frags, but also just that utility usage getting drained pretty early on and not being able to actually commit any more towards the site.
So things look good to start out for FaZe on the defensive side. We're going to get another 6 pick for them. Oh, and Ella coming into the fold here as well for FaZe. As Cyber's going to bring that in once again. This will be for a trophy statuary hold as well, so a couple positions where the Ella could actually be quite useful.
Lunchtime.
Depending on the type of gun that was
I'm
brought.
so hungry.
Sure that's the,
I had a big breakfast too, and I was starving.
Likely going to be used to hold a staircase or another hefty choke point leading into the site.
You can't do something like that.
Hey, honestly, Cyber made it easy for me there. I didn't have to like get closer to the monitor or anything. He's just shot it for me, so I immediately knew.
Whole magazine into the floor.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, I guess I know which gun it is now. Oh, and a nice catch on the drone as well there. Makes the job a bit easier. We don't have to worry about the kind of soft destructibility of it when it's a shotgun.
Yeah, I really don't have to care about that. It's more, with a shotgun, it's more accuracy through volume than it is anything. You got a lot of pellets flying down range, and I'm interested to see where Cyber's going to play this. Obviously, the bomb site is not kitchen. They're mostly focused on preventing SSG from getting down here and abusing the angles upstairs towards that triple wall. They want to hold on to that for as long as humanly possible. But we could see FaZe get away with a lot more than that. If the frags start to come through in a convincing way, then SSG could literally get rid of this round so early here if they end up committing incorrectly.
Cyber is obviously going to be making a lot of noise with that shotgun, so it is going to be quite obvious to SSG where he's currently playing from as long as he continues to ring those shots out. Not really any actionable intel at this point for the SSG roster, especially with them putting the large majority of their push, it seems, on the other side of the map for the initial clear. They want to quickly take care of any sort of extended setup that may exist over here inside of AVG, and they're certainly going to find it. Hot pings come out, at least on the player holding inside of Aviation, but one more still maintained a position somewhere close to the 90 bookcase shelf
it's
as
chickpea
well.
pasta
So we'll have to see how much of that is going to stay in position. Probably not much of it, as you guys probably caught. There's not really a whole lot of utility there to support those extensions. So yeah, they are immediately going to give up those positions after they get spotted by drones.
SSG working their way in here from the south side of the map, pushing north in through AVG and working their way towards bench. This could honestly bode pretty well for them, as FaZe really doesn't have anything on site to defend themselves. The biggest thing they could possibly have in the cards is some Grismots to give up the location of SSG and make these gunfights pretty easy if they're actually attentive to when those go off. With a minute and a half remaining though, SSG still has some work to be done. Pretty cheeky camera here from Bullet as he'll get some great information on these players rappelling up to Master Balcony.
So we can see once again half the round having gone by here. Obviously the members of FaZe trying to use any intel they might be able to gather from that outside camera that was chucked in here. Pretty the only one remaining as well here. The first one that was thrown up on the red stair chandelier who already got shot out, and you guys saw that on stream, and I haven't seen a pan over to a second one yet, so I assume that one has also already been deleted by our attackers here, as they're going to bring this down to 1 minute remaining. And it's been a very, very quiet round overall here, save for that little bit of action we had with SSG spotting out the extended players. There we go. A little landmine going right up on top of Bullet here as it takes him out, no problem whatsoever. Going to try to go for a second one here as well. This one, for the most part, is just to clear out a utility, I do believe. However, as the members of SSG are inching closer and closer to the site, and Fultz, however, taking a little bit of extra damage as he drifts just a tad too close to the smoke. Thankfully, he's got ability to heal, so he'll get himself right back up.
Sailing a little bit too close to the sun here. Hopefully SSG has some information as to what's going on inside of the site, because FaZe have a lot of traps set up for them. Some serious shots coming onto Rampy as well. Not prepared for Astra to swing that in the current moment. The shotgun does not care if a Grishmont mine goes off in front of it either. And oh my God, Cyber just swings it with the Evo and dusts the man hopping right inside a bore.
So some great stuff coming out right there to shut it all down. And although it was fairly close, SSG trying to keep their distance up until the very end of it. They are eventually just forced into an execution where FaZe has no problem whatsoever shutting it down. SSG, bit of a weak stance showing up here for the first 2 rounds. So we're going to have to see what they can try to do to rebound this. So far, it is 2 rounds handily.
Shotgun Ella.
Yeah, first round it was the utility usage. Second round, it was the info and the entry. Just not able to get anything done. Yes, they get the kill onto Bullet, but Bullet really didn't matter when it came to the actual site defense. That was the biggest thing there. So for FaZe, very well done, especially from Cyber in the way that he played with his aggression and that shotgun. That's just something that you can't account for when it comes to executing into a site. So for SSG, difficult rounds for them, but hopefully they can right the ship here. Not very many kills coming for them, but definitely something that they can fix inside of this one, as FaZe is going to their last site inside of the site triangle. It'll be Kitchen for this one. Oh, don't get to see that one too often.
We're going to see opening made through the little
whole thing, Souls?
I think he's going to play from behind the wall in front of him. And he's,
you mean the one that's like directly behind him?
Yeah, right here, right here. Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha.
They're going to have to do more destruction, though, if they're going to use that angle. So
also, they don't have anything to really prevent anyone from just pushing inside of mud, so that's a little scary. But, I mean, it is what it is. Gonna have the counter angle at least in from Kitchen. It's just, it's gonna make it difficult to play around Tetris for FaZe if things end up breaking down in unorthodox way. I mean, SSG could do quite a bit with that just based off the positioning, but obviously FaZe have strategy built around that, so I'm not too worried about it at the end of the day. Just something to point out to you guys at home.
So as we start to see some of the presence roam in from SSG, it's just going to be the Gemini clone coming out there from Houghton. It'll get caught pretty quickly there, only sees the player on the stairs. Bullet does get caught out by a drone here as he's lurking around near Library, but he too is quickly going to dispatch of that. But we'll have to change positions now due to him being spotted out, or at least we'll have to move eventually. See another lurk coming in. The Nook has made a return here on Fultz as well. They're going to use that to creep in through the basement and maybe sneak off a kill or two against an unsuspecting member of FaZe if they can close the gap against him. You can see, for instance, the breaches, which normally would have been used for FaZe's rotations. You can see Fultz trying to contemplate the way to go about this. And that's another nade coming in strong for SSG. They're just hitting the streak with these at this point as they pulled off one in the last round as well. So some beautiful stuff here of SSG making the maximum use out of their utility.
I simply cannot hold myself back whenever I see someone about to land a long-distance frag grenade or bounce one of them off the floor and end up getting a frag. Fultz has gotten away with murder constantly.
We talked about how that was going to happen, and he just waltzes right up.
It's just truly, oh my God, cameraman! Keeping the SMG-11 inside the box. He takes down Rampy, and that was exactly the answer they needed in the moment. Not going to be the tying frag, but definitely one that'll make SSG think about what their next move is going to be. Have to worry about this top hold still, but could obviously have some cheeky things still happen with Fultz. Although they do know the Nook is in play, it's still a difficult thing to play around simply because he muffles his movement, and that's something that as a high-tier Siege player, you abuse all of the time. Your audio is key to your playstyle.
A great pick coming out there, and a very much needed one as well, as we're going to be down to 5v3 had they not been able to find that kill for themselves. You can see Fultz working his way back up to the first floor to try and figure out where these players are positioned at, and oh, so unfortunate for cameraman. Tried to hide in plain sight over here. But unfortunately, he's going to get caught out by standing too close to the window there, getting caught in the spray as they try to open it for themselves. SSG, some great damage now onto a third member, and very well the capability to easily take out cameraman if they try to go for that nade. They just don't have the confidence to chuck it in as of yet, as they haven't confirmed his position is still close by.
It's even higher IQ, John. It's the mind games. Pull the pin, make him think you're holding it, get the gun back out, fry him if he tries to peek. But they'll commit to the frag this time as Fultz will step out into the angle. He'll be able to down cameraman, and he's seen the foot. He knows what he's done, and then it's down to only 2 members inside of the site. He'll shoot him through the wall just for the confirmation to make sure there's no human drone laying on the floor. And with 15 seconds remaining, SSG have got to get into the site. But here's the issue. With a very low amount of time, it's completely possible that FaZe is able to stem this. Cyber, he's actually been blinded, and he's not checked! SSG, though, will clean it up. That was a scary one there, but luckily, Fultz exists, and he can kill both of them with his own hands.
Yeah, much cleaner early round allows for SSG to quickly contain what could have been a very scary situation there in those final seconds. The nice clean opening nade kill they got for themselves. The follow-up lurk that we saw coming up through the basement stairs on the Nook as well. Put it down to a 4v3, and from that point forward, it's just a matter of trading out towards a win, especially once they got into the site in clean fashion. Good stuff from SSG, as they are now on the board as of the third round here, putting us at a 2-1 scoreline. FaZe is, of course, going to look for an immediate rebound as they start to unlock the sites they have already won previously, and that's more likely going to take them to AVG here for this upcoming round.
Aviator Games, the bread and butter site for Villa. We get to see all of the time. We'll see how FaZe want to hold this, as they just gave up the first round to SSG on their offensive half, and now SSG starting to spin the operator carousel as well Fultz go away from Nook and go to a completely different play style. And by completely different, I mean night and day difference. We are now on Finca with a 100-round drum mag. So big difference between Nook and that. So we are also going to have Monty coming out for SSG as well. We didn't see them abuse this inside of the last two maps at all. Only FaZe using this operator. So the very first time here for Space Station.
Double Nitro pickup coming in for FaZe as well to try to fend off some of that presence here. So it's not necessarily an assured win as of yet here for Hot and Cold to bring that kind of force the pressure in ways that we were seeing FaZe try to do back in their basement attack on our previous map as well here. Plenty of utility available for FaZe to try and stop that from being a success. You got things like, again, the Aruni gates as well. It'll slow him down. And at minimum, force a nade or two to be chucked out here from SSG. Just waste that flash supply that Bosco has as well as Skies.
Man, I can tell that I have not been at a major event in a while. My jaw is actually starting to hurt from the amount of commentary that we've had today, but luckily enough, it has been so very exciting. Especially inside of this series as of right now. I don't think that a lot of people expected this to get as far as it has, especially as hotly contested as it has been inside of these last two maps. SSG within one as of right now. Still a lot of the offensive side to go, with still 3 rounds as we are inside of round 4. SSG currently committed over towards Master, breaking things up and trying to use this Monty to see exactly what FaZe has going on inside of the site.
Gonna reach that very, very awkward point in the round here. Again, the Monty will reach the point where he can directly contest against these plays. Keep in mind, guys, this is going to be an AVG hold, not a trophy hold right now. And you've got this much presence from FaZe here, trying to fend off the clear, currently working its way through Master Bathroom. They can't do much about it, though, like I said before, because of the Monty working its way in here. They'll have to respect his position. Cameraman is in position to try and force it against him, but they don't want to take the chance on it. They just back away, bow down to the Monty, and in the process, Cameraman nearly loses his life as he goes down to about 20 HP.
And that right there is the beauty of Monty.
She was like,
there's really nothing that they
she was like, is there anything else I can help you with? And I was like, actually, I have another question. I asked her the other question. And then she goes, okay, great. Is there anything else I can help you with? We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Goodbye. I was like, okay, well, I hope there wasn't anything else that I needed, because you're zooming through this phone call. You're out of here.
Damage to anybody on the entry, especially if he's trying to play around these doors. There's plenty of soft destruction for him to abuse down low, so he could catch Hot and Cold's legs as he tries to walk in.
Hot and Cold still starting to peep his way into the site, see what may present itself here. Not going to find much, but you can tell they're being very cognizant of potential flank that could work its way around them. Cameraman might have been the one to do it, but now with that air jab in position on the red stairs, might think twice about doing so. As we reach near the 45-second mark, however, you're going to start to see those toxic babes work their way out. That is the bit of a kryptonite here in terms of the Monty, and is also potentially walk through that and waste away about half of his HP should he have himself deployed in the process here. Hot and Cold as well, not going to be able to easily drone himself in because of the pest sitting in the way also, so still watching out for that one.
I'm sure she's like operating on
30-second marker, and obviously FaZe continue to wait.
Like muscle memory. Oh, almost.
As he panics with the shots thrown out against him, but thankfully clears himself away, so only takes that little bit.
She's like just on a like a record, you know, like she's just doing the same thing she always does. Oh my god.
The trade does come in, and thankfully SSG still are in control, but there's only 4 seconds left. Souls can stop the plant and still win this round out.
But Monty just like watched that happen.
On the ground, and that's pretty much the round right there. SSG should be able to claim a second.
That was
I've done that before though, where I just like am on the phone with somebody and I accidentally hang up or like accidentally just like do something weird because you're just like autopilot, you know?
Actually, it's for Bosco instead. The SMG-11 apparently still has an ACOG on it for Souls as he'll remove him from the window. But now the fun part, yes.
Let's go, bro.
This is put him up. It's like basically going to the gym and just like hitting the bag. That's all he's doing right now. There's really nothing that he can do inside of this position.
Monty.
No smokes to play. Someone's more than likely going to try and wrap soon, but this is all she wrote. The timer's already hit its moment and full to be able to claim the last kill. Monty getting SSG through round 4.
So nice Monty pick there allows for SSG to tie us back up now at a 2-2 score line. It's looking a lot more like we're going to get more of that clubhouse type of game here where these teams go back and forth. The great adjustment coming in for SSG. Not necessarily going to be able to rely on that a second time, however, so we'll see if they try to bring it in once more, as obviously the site will be changing. And no, it seems like it worked, and to be fair, all credit to them, it worked really dang well.
Yeah.
So I don't blame them at all for trying to bring it in against the trophy attack also.
Yeah, you know, it's something that up against a team like FaZe who really wants to get in your face, it's a complete counter. You can't get in the face of Monty. That doesn't work unless he's by himself or you have the utmost amount of utility to deal with that. Some nitro cells, some impacts, what have you, to try and deal with him overall. We're going to have a 6-pick coming here from FaZe, getting away from the pulse and bringing in the smoke instead. Honestly, that's not going to be that big of a surprise to SSG.
Feels bad.
The big thing here is what he 6-picked away from.
Terrible.
The pulse. It's going to be very important to what SSG's overall game plan is for this site. They're really going to be looking into what's going on in the basement and what's going on inside of kitchen, because Pulse is one of those operators that if you allow it to let live, he is going to be your downfall. He is going to find all of the information as to what the offense is doing, and he's going to relay it to his team via that cardiac sensor. So FaZe, really heads up play there. The big brain stuff coming out between these teams, I'm honestly loving it.
Absolutely riveting stuff coming out here as SSG
Riveting
really want to work. Really
Ludicrous gameplay.
Really want to work. But
sorry,
it's getting late. I'm stretching the vocabulary at this point. But either way, SSG are really wanting to try and push themselves into pole position to be able to make sure they come out of the top of this group and get finding the early victory versus FaZe. Arguably one of the toughest matchups they'll have inside of this group is certainly going to be a good way to swing throughout the rest of this group stage over the next 4 days. Away from that, got them slowly making progress here. It's looking like the Monty is just going to go for a sweep and clear over towards dining room. We would occasionally sometimes have players extended into this position, but it looks like FaZe is not going to have anyone there this time, so it'll be very casual for SSG as they waltz their way through that at the opener here.
Yeah, you really don't want anyone to be playing that space in the current moment of Siege just because of how often people are bringing just the most immense amount of frag grenades. They'll clear that utility and blow you sky high in a moment, so we haven't really been seeing too many people commit to like closet plays and stuff like that as of late, just simply because of that, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. Hot and Cold obviously still on this Monty. He's going to be hopping in the closet here soon here as they're trying to work their way in towards master bedroom.
Already a minute gone from the round here. SSG realizing that there's pretty much minimal, if not any, presence downstairs on that first floor, so they quickly are going to move these guys up into position. Hot and Cold, just wait for the flash so he can walk himself through this laser gate here. And as well, oh, that's unfortunate as we're going to see just a tiny bit of the wall left over there from those X-Kairos as it's shot just a tiny bit too high. Should be in the world, though. This is mainly for a POV, not necessarily a
Impact
rotate,
nades
so
don't do anything to the shield.
There we go. It's actually going to be X-Kairos instead of a flash.
Impact nades aren't a good counter to shields.
Laser gate for these guys.
Especially not to Monty.
From that though, it's just a bit of a standstill right now. SSG trying to build up the confidence to be able to move.
That doesn't count as a counter.
Around as well, as they're still trying to figure out the position.
That's like saying having a gun is a counter to a shield. It's just not.
Maximum amount of information here. And aren't going to lose anyone due to any surprises. You can see Souls realizes that the Monty's kind of on his lonesome here, so tries to contest against him, but once more in a direct
they're just destroying him with the smoke. Holy shit.
HP very quickly, but Cameraman also will get caught in the process by Bosco, once again giving the opening kill over to SSG.
This is a big deal as well. That's going to be astronomy control going towards SSG. FaZe is backed off. Souls is over towards the south side of Statue right now with Cyber and Bullet both in the hallway of 90. Cyber's actually working his way down red in the current moment, but Rampy's going to clean up the player inside of Trophy as well. This is looking so strong for all of the players here on SSG, but here's the big issue. They've now lost their shield
Monty
player.
goes down.
Great thing about that, though, they've been able to deal damage back to FaZe. It's down to the 2 versus 3 after Cyber picks up Rampy.
Good bait, specifically using the Monty to get him out in the open there and then bring players into a position where they're going to be able to nade
Impact
out
nades
once
in
again.
Tarkov?
Bullet, though, is ready to fend off the challenge.
I don't get it.
Cyber Bullet shot it down, and Cyber
wow.
takes in FaZe
2v5.
absolutely nowhere.
Or a 3v5.
Did not have secure positioning on the inside of Statue.
And then a
allowed
2v4.
For Cyber to move in to completely thrash any hope the last member had of clutching that one out.
Beautifully done there from FaZe. I think that SSG had a really strong game plan coming into that. The picks especially boding pretty well for them. The biggest issue there, they didn't have the control over statuary that they really wanted, and there was no real space for them to try and commit to a plan. FaZe fought back in pretty convincing fashion, and once they were able to dust the player downstairs, they knew all of those members were up top. Smokes kill hot and cold, and then they know that the remainder of SSG is more than likely around that astronomy space once they get Statue back under their control. And it's a pretty straightforward gunfight, time and time again there for the Jaeger of FaZe. Just being more clutch in the moment. That's really what it is. Sometimes you just got to win those.
So we will see now. SSG will try to rebound against that. Is it their final round on the attacking side? Already respectful 2 rounds being picked up over the course of this half, but they can even it back out, trade once again to bring us towards a 3-3. They will certainly be happy with that. We're going to see once again the Finka brought into play by Fultz here. So those adrenal surges maybe helping out hot and cold if he gets himself into a bad situation to boost him up and allow for another push to come out from him. FaZe are not feeling the retry over in AVG. They think they have good control of things over inside of the kitchen instead. So we'll try one more time to defend this before they switch off onto the attacking side on the next round here. No huge changes to their operator lineup either. Still the same general ensemble of defender utility being brought.
Now this right here is a Monty site if you had to pick one. This is a perfect opportunity for them to be planting behind him, especially around this laundry space. He already knew what I was gonna say. You guys see the synergy? Fantastic stuff. Either way, yeah, that's what you want to see from hot and cold inside of this round. You really want to see SSG try and get this top clear, make sure that no one can get in around that laundry hatch. That's really easy to do if you're gonna try and go for this plant, because that means FaZe have to commit to master, which means you just have to play the windows. Pretty straightforward for SSG, but they have to be able to actually get in towards site, which Rampy's already getting all of this info. They know what Banshee's here. This is really easy to clear out. So more than likely the game plan that we're talking about is what they're going to try and continue with.
Definitely going to be some heavy presence.
How many matches can a team lose in the group stages before they're eliminated? I guess it depends on the points more than the matches.
At least 2 playing around the Astro and Master area that are going to need to
it's by points instead.
Restricted in some way for being able to rotate down. You probably heard that air jab go off, and that's one way they can accomplish that. We're also seeing some X-Kairos being used to try and get easy access.
They get points for each
they can swing directly out instead of having
map, I guess, too. So just a win. Is it like in the Pro League, where it's like 3 points for a win, 2 points for an overtime win, 1 point for an overtime loss?
You can play behind Houghton properly. It seems that they are going to back away and choose to re-engage somewhere else, and Cyber's going to be pushed out entirely. He can't even keep himself safe. He's going to stick around, though, to take care of a few of the X-Kairos. Very surprised he made it out of there. Rampy, baby.
Oh, so it's overall match. So 3 points for a 2-0 win. Okay, I see. Thank you.
I'm very surprised that Cyber lives right there. I'm right along with you, but it is what it is. Both of these teams trying to keep themselves alive for this last minute and see if they can either thwart the execute or get this execute to go off without a hitch. Luckily enough for SSG, there's 0 damage dealt to them. Cyber's going to use his last smoke here, so no longer preventing anything from going on when it comes down to this plan. It's going to be up to Bullet and Souls, especially with hot and cold, more than likely going to be playing defense for whoever tries to put this case down. Hot and cold's going to take a little bit of damage just because he did end up moving through with that unshielded play here. Fultz also, what in God's name was that? What just happened? What just happened? Somebody please stop this.
They just TK'd?
Hot and cold and it ends up hip firing Rampy, and Fultz is going to be able to get the kill. The comms there just not fluid. I don't know how that ended up breaking down, but now Super, or
it's just always behind him.
Is going to be able to move in.
Super is always behind them. He was the Malusi that went up and on, what the hell? Oh.
I'm flustered. SSG has to be flustered as well. What the hell was that?
Astro's the one who went up on the catwalk too and got that 3K on Clubhouse Garage. He's sneaky. He's a sneaky flanker.
Fultz fully committed to looking at kitchen.
Yeah, Fultz just like staring at the wall as well as he works his way in there. It seemed like he got like lost for a second or something. Like I'm not really sure what happened there with him.
Even pro players, TK.
Yeah, that was
it's true.
Very strange. Could have been much cleaner. SSG had every
it's true.
right to move in and take full control for themselves as well. There seemed like they had it built up well, but
the prone from the monster. Hilarious. That's some Anaton gameplay from Cyclops.
The pieces just fell apart, unfortunately, for SSG as they try to make that attack work. So FaZe plays into their favor ultimately as they take the lead coming off of their defensive half. Just barely though, at 4-2 here. Minimum advantage they can walk away with outside of that one. They're now going to still need to leverage at least half of the remaining rounds here to be able to take control of this map.
Well, it was round 9 for you and I on Clubhouse, but now it's round 6. It makes my frontal lobe melt. So hopefully round 7 can bring us back here, especially for North America's sake, because that's not something that you expect out of a championship roster, or at least one that's fighting to have a championship.
Like we were saying before, though, it is getting late. Once again, these guys have been playing for nearly 3 hours at this point, so mistakes like that,
stamina.
Yeah, mistakes like that I think are going to start to be made here as you kind of, to a certain extent, games like this become a slight war of attrition. I think it's much more applicable to like best of 5s and whatnot, but this can sometimes happen here, especially as these games will run a little bit later into the evening as we're just crossing 10 o'clock local time here now.
Yeah, always got to commit to that, or not commit, but always got to be considerate of that jet lag like you and I were talking about before. It's a big time difference in between these two. I know that first day after travel, I was so unbelievably tired, especially because I can't really sleep on planes, so staying away for 32 hours and trying to go to bed, not really that great. And if you guys have been keeping up with the North American scene on Twitter, a lot of people have not been able to get a lot of sleep here. It's been quite difficult for them, but either way, SSG, the
thought he was downing up, picked up, I think. Oh no, he was prone, yeah. I don't know, that was chaos.
Down 2 rounds here up against
that all happened
FaZe.
so fast.
Astro committing himself to some quick drone work here to see if there's going to be any extensions. He actually, ooh, this could be a mistake. He doesn't catch anyone initially, but there is certainly going to be presence on the inside. Seems like his teammates were able to suss it out, though, so he'll walk right in. Great damage on the hot, and he can't run away from it. Doesn't even realize where it's coming from. Chains it together.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
Astro, another waltz-in for him. He's pulled this off like 5 or 6 times over the course of this series, and he does it once again, just walking right up and getting himself a multi-kill.
Good sleep can affect Siege? Of course it can.
Just walks right in, man. Like, I don't even know how that happens to SSG. This is just insanity right now. Poor SSG is getting just picked to pieces by FaZe.
That's why I always imagined it would be really difficult to do these international lands when it's not in your region. But both of these teams are dealing with the same time difference, pretty much.
Cafe attack side at this point here, where they just walked over SSG in nearly every single round. Things have not gotten that bad yet, to be completely clear with you, but we could be heading towards that territory if SSG are not able to quickly rebound on these early round plays.
Well, now with 1 minute and 15 left for FaZe to commit to their ideals. See what they can possibly get done. Bullet now on the Rotero drones. He's looking to blow up some more things around the space. He'll get rid of at least the frost mat. Actually, no. The explosion will not do so, but I honestly don't think that he saw it in the corner either. So we could see a pretty big blunder happen here from FaZe. The opportunity is definitely there for them to make some mistakes, but they still have plenty of time to not only drone this, but also commit to other parts of the map around this site. And that's what's truly important. They really need to get a read as to what's going on inside of Study and where the remainder of Space Station's members are.
40 seconds left here, so that time bank is going to start to grow a little bit desperate for FaZe here, considering they don't seem to have a direct access point to the site as of yet. Can force the issue, yes, but that's normally how situations like this will teeter-totter back into the favor of the defense. They're going to just force the issue here, and Skies is very much ready for it. Cyber becomes the first victim, trying to cross directly past the Toxic Babes here. Where is the
Does the Finka still make you take more damage to smokes? Or did they change that? Oh no.
There we go. It's been even back out to a 3v3, primarily just because of the blockade from the Toxic Babes over at the main door.
He's going to try and plant.
Once again, they're just falling down. They're just lambs with slaughter at this point. Cameraman, though, turns it back.
Why? He ran back into the smoke!
But never mind.
No! He ran back into the smoke and died.
Ends up going into the favor of SSG this time.
Oh, they're calling for a timeout.
These guys some energy drinks, man. I just feel like everyone's mental is just collapsing.
Why are they calling for a timeout after they won a round?
For either one of these squads,
that's crazy.
But SSG after their dub
Maybe he wasn't calling for a timeout. It looked like he was.
I
thought he was doing. Oh yeah, he was doing that.
Possibly discuss some things, calm down for a moment, and then recommit to this Villa match. Now for FaZe, this is also going to be some assistance towards them as well, as obviously they can talk to their coach in the moment.
If anything, FaZe just need to calm down here for a bit of a reason.
Yeah, take a breathe.
Honestly, SSG needs to too, after that round before this one, but obviously SSG going to be very happy with the way that played out. utility clear in the early roam clear was great, but it didn't seem like they had anything saved for that final like 50 seconds. Like they had no plan of attack to actually get into the site, or they, like I said before, they just didn't have any actual utility to get themselves in. And then it's just one by one, they just walk right into the smoke setups. Like, guys, we gotta get in, but the whole team doesn't want to commit, so they just fall down one by one, and there's never any additional support that comes in from anywhere else. Very, very weird after such a promising start to the round.
Yeah, absolutely the case, especially with the recommit to maps table. Like, I understand trying to stick it through the smoke if you think that you have the timing, but the recommitment back towards where you were just taking all that damage from, very questionable.
You know he has all three. Like, you know that it's going to last that whole timer. You know that that's not an option.
Well, actually, that was Sky's last smoke that he tossed. He burned the other two earlier on the armory door, and then he had that last one and tossed it in towards maps at that last moment, and that was just the perfect opportunity timing-wise for him to catch him off guard with the tail end of that smoke. So, I mean, very well done from Skies and his utility management, but these last two rounds have just been quite questionable by both teams.
It is going to be an arduous process for either one of these teams to get themselves over the finish line at this point, ending up ultimately with a 2-1 victory here, and the points that will come with that as well. We're all going to have to see as we get a nice replay going for you guys to see just exactly how that round broke down. Actually, the one before that as well. Quite a few of them coming up here as we're going to head back into the game just as we load into our 8th round and see who will come out on top of this one. SSG going to pick up this different site this time. Instead of rotating over towards Statuary, where we normally expect the team to go, they'll head downstairs into their own kitchen hole to see if they can find a 4th round to equalize the scoreline yet again here on the 8th.
I honestly thought Souls already had that drone inside of the building. I was like, wow, that was some extreme parkour from this drone. Pretty impressive stuff, but nah, it's sitting on the outside of the building.
He's got like 16-inch rims on that.
Yeah, something like that, right? He's got the speed boost, got the NOS button, everything, man.
He's got the V8.
I've got so many ponies inside of this drone.
5 seconds left.
So many eagles screaming under this thing.
What?
That's a good operator idea. We need an operator.
I don't understand the reference.
Outrun
I don't know what they're saying.
the defenders.
Can we get like a battle bot that literally just takes you out at the knees? It's just got like a saw.
It's got a knife.
Yeah, exactly.
Cuts your feet off.
It just like cripples you like a frost mat. You just fall over.
It's like a gumai. Like you gotta like pull the knife out of your leg. Oh, that's actually a good idea.
Hey, I mean, Ubi, I'm just saying, if you guys need any new operators,
if you guys want to call us in at any point, let us know. Let's get into this round, however, as we're already 30 seconds deep into the action phase for FaZe, and we will see how exactly they're going to try and take control this time.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but the IQ's utility, I didn't realize that they had changed up the peripheral a little bit. I actually had ended up forgetting about that because we don't get to see IQ that often anymore.
It shows you like what it is.
Yeah, when you aim at it, that's actually so cool. I really like that a lot. So he's able to identify that black eye camera is in the positioning that it was and feed that back to his team. So pretty cool stuff here coming out from Cyber, and thank you, Ubi, for doing that, because that's a pretty cool thing for IQ.
So a good find from Bullet here as he's going to be able to open things up very quickly, and oh, how smooth was that? The opening of the Maverick line and the immediate follow-through.
Astro has decided he's tired of
Two
this.
players dead already from SSG. FaZe are not happy with the way that last round played out, and they want to speed run the number 8 here to quickly get back in control.
Have the info game here with Cyber moving through to clean up all of these cameras. Nitrocell out now, but that should more than likely be read by the IQ as well. Cyber just simply waiting. And exactly that. The Nitrocell goes off, but it's not going to do a damn thing to anybody upstairs. Now, the scary thing is this is exactly how the last round started out as well for FaZe, and we thought that they were going to take it quite handedly. Obviously did not go that way. Round 8 could still be in the bag for SSG if they're able to slow down FaZe, and it could be the answer here from Fultz, as he'll be able to not only kill one, but he also gets the case down upstairs. Great read. Rampy's able to equalize, and as I said, do not count him out just yet.
I was about to say, too, I was like, all right, a little different this time because they did get the smoke in the opening volley, so at least the delay potential is much, much better for FaZe here because they don't have to worry about those smokes blocking their only point of access. They can, to some extent, force the issue if they absolutely have to, which to some extent it's looking like it may become the case here yet again, as they're currently stuck outside of Laundry with only one other player upstairs, who I believe is going to be regrouping with them now as well.
SSG are most definitely no slouches. For those of you that are more recent to Rainbow Six Esports, SSG has a history of dominance inside of not only North America, but the world. I would like to turn all of your attention back to SI 2020, where 3 of these members just so happened to lift a hammer up against one of the most potent versions of Ninjas in Pajamas that we have ever seen. I, to this day, still dream of the shots that we see on Clubhouse inside of that series, because they were landing like this. SSG, their body in phase. Astro's the only man alive, and he's only got 3 seconds to kill 3 people. He's just gonna dip out and play for his KD instead. Pad those stats, FaZe Clan, as SSG will get another round.
FaZe is phenomenal at clearing out the map everywhere except the site.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yes. Well, I mean, that alone right there wasn't the site clear. What that was SSG recommitting to fighting FaZe. And that's exactly what needed to happen in that moment. Because if you let FaZe just simply sit upstairs and do what they want to do, you're not winning that round. Like you said, smoke's gone. There's nothing that you can really do to try and delay them any further. You have to take those fights.
So with FaZe now struggling to find consistent positioning here, they are going to call for their tactical pause. And we can see it's a bit stressful for them right now because these have been some incredibly chaotic rounds. Looking back at like the last 3 to 4 now, it seemed like they were in complete control for the beginning 2 minutes of it, but then suddenly, either through aggression or missteps in terms of the utility clear, they falter, losing 1 player, a second. Suddenly it's even, suddenly they're at a disadvantage, suddenly they've lost the round. And it's got to be very frustrating to constantly being put through the motions of that very same chain of events time after time again. So they're going to look for a quick fix on this here in their pause, as now we are tied up at 4 to 4.
I always love that you can tell just by the body language of the players how they're feeling in the moment. FaZe a little stressed but ready for these rounds coming up. I really feel like this is definitely not one of the moments where it's like, oh, you guys need to breathe. They're like, what do you mean breathe? We can't breathe. I think FaZe is definitely set up for some success still inside of Villa, but it's definitely gotten to the moment of being quite stressful. SSG is looking quite solid right now, and the big thing is that they have answers to what FaZe is doing across the map. And that's what you love to see if you're an NA fan.
Fragging presence is nearly identical for both these teams too. We have to score but up for our POV. I know you guys missed it, but a second ago there we can see the stats are relatively even looking at it across the board.
Just watching.
For Astro there as he shoots ahead.
This is the first day of the Invitational.
If you look at like overall kill totals and whatnot, this has been a very
first day of the group stages. First day of 5 days of group stages.
For SSG. Now, if you want to talk about
just chilling,
that's the 2 who you have to talk about, because that was a LAN and a half for them. As well, looks like we're getting back to basics here. Bosco starting to warm up as well. 4 and 7, definitely better than some of the previous maps we've
seen. This game is definitely inside of this match is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Actually, at the bottom
or it's as close as I thought it was going to be. It's closer than I thought it was going to be after the first 4 rounds of Cafe. I thought FaZe was just going to walk all over SSG and it was going to be really sad.
America, hands down, time and time again.
Seems like as we see when it comes to international events, whether it's jitters or something else, as he's maybe focusing a little bit more heavily on the leadership roles or something like that, he tends to fall off a little bit. But I mean, even inside of the series, we've seen him have good rounds. I think back on map number 2, he was really pushing the team forward in quite a few situations, and he was a big piece of the potential comeback that was happening on the first map too. Once we got into the second half there, so certainly we've seen him. But as far as this map is concerned, yeah, a little bit light in terms of the fragging potential that's been coming out from him. But that's okay again, considering he fulfills the leadership position for the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Skies do a bang-up job when it comes to SSG's leadership roles. But as just a reminder, not only for you and I, but those at home, because I honestly forgot when committing or considering the scoreline, he did play Monty for most of the offensive half.
That's true too.
So that's gonna pull away a lot of things. Hey, it is getting late for everybody here. So
my memory has like a 2-minute timer.
Exactly. Hopefully that is exactly what both of these teams have as well, because they want to forget all of these rounds before and commit to what's going on in the moment. That is something that's very difficult to do in any competitive sport at all. You have to let that water flow off your back. Do not overthink things. You can do that later when the game's over. Don't do it in the moment.
FaZe, unfortunately, not just having the SSG touch when it comes to those frag grenades as of yet. They'll chuck a few in way too early here. No members of FaZe going to be, or no, no members of SSG, I should say, going to end up getting caught out by that. We will see Cyber take some heat over here towards the kitchen, however, as a player pushes out against him from Pantry. It's going to be Rampy quickly dashing away after he connects onto that damage. Doesn't want to risk his own life this early on in the round here. If SSG can keep a player advantage going for themselves, that's even better considering they've already been at a deficit and have been able to still win at least the last 2 rounds in a row here. Nade, I think, was being cooked to go in, but
no, it's a flash. He doesn't have nades on this.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, he's got flashes for some odd reason, but the scary thing is I have no idea what this is for, but I mean, its FaZe is doing something.
Looks like it's going to be just a hop of some kind. Obviously not from up here, but like from push.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to try and flash out the guy playing inside.
Oh, wow.
What a shot onto cameraman.
That was a really nice transfer.
Here we go.
Oh my god, they're repelling into sight. No. No. Oh, he's backed off of it.
Also has plant inside of trophy, or rather
Oh my god.
in between the bomb and the actual statue in the middle of the space. Souls, he's continuing to push forward as well.
Oh!
And Skies gets away with the case inside a split.
Skies is going to be hidden. Oh my god! Walls of
Why are they letting this happen?
Second one as well.
Stop! Don't do it again! Stop it!
And he's on the SMG.
Stop it! Stop peeking the same door.
In their hands, but they over-regress, trying to clear out trophy and end up paying the ultimate price for
Not
it.
like
SSG
this.
now takes the lead away from them.
I will take a Skies pop-off any day of the week. You want to talk about an energetic player, it's that man sitting in the middle chair, the IGL for Space Station Gaming. Folks, I want to throw it back just for a second. This guy is not just an IGL. This is one of the mainstay fraggers from the Xbox days, from when he committed over to PC with Elevate. So many different iterations of Skies being dominant inside of these fragging positions. He can get it done in any role, though, and he proves it yet again here.
FaZe taking a point out of the SSG playbook now here in terms of their 6 pick. They're bringing the Nook into play. Here's something that I believe we'd only seen SSG use on their attacks prior to this point. Used it quite often, actually, both on this map and our first one on Cafe. So we're going to see how it fares for Cyber and the rest of FaZe, as they'll try to lurk it in more than likely through the basement and see if they can sneak off some kills through an alternate flank angle. We're back to AVG, and the meanwhile, things have already gone well here for SSG, as you saw before. This is where FaZe failed to clear out the utility and just waltzed into multiple smoke setups there, giving away at least 3 players to it, as well as a massive advantage they built up earlier on in the round. Need to course correct for that. We're going to have to wait and see if they can accomplish that. SSG.
Yeah, they just walked one by one in the same door.
Yeah, you cannot be losing rounds
no,
like that
I don't plan to play any
simply committing
R6 today.
It was a very strange round for FaZe, and I'm sure that they
I like watching professional
to fix that. But as of right now,
people
Space
play
Station
Siege.
in
I
the
don't
lead. They're 2 rounds away
really
from
enjoy
closing this
playing
out
Siege
inside of
anymore.
Regulation. Cameraman, as well as the rest of FaZe, now out and about on the boat here, as they'll be committing themselves towards the map very soon.
Obviously a slow build up here for FaZe with the issues they've run into over the past couple of rounds here. They do not want to get put into a position where they have to fight from the back foot yet again. Already on the back foot of the scoreboard here, so they're going to try to play this very carefully, more than likely in the opening seconds. Bullet sneaking in, that Matero drone, I think he wanted to go for the barbed wire. Oh, and did he get all of that too? Nicely positioned as he sneaks that one right in. That's at least 3 pieces of utility getting deleted by that single drone. Very well done.
Yeah, that really sucks for Rampy as well. He was very attentive to what was going on the stairwell, but the cheeky little jump there from Bullet just gets it in range to take out that full set of utility on main, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult for Space Station to try and play around that space. What was that? Cameraman.
Wow.
He literally swings in like Spider-Man.
There's about to be a nitro thrown at him too. Bosco's got to be so upset right now because of the way that played out. He literally had him in his hands, did the 360, and suddenly when he turned back, it was like a magic trick. It's like suddenly he's there.
There's just so much noise going on that they have no idea what's actually going on inside of 90, and this is a completely different phase. But this is also a completely different Bolts. He takes down Cyber, a flank from
Oh my god.
able to get Souls as well. It's a 3 versus 3. They have case control inside of Ben.
This is just chaos all of a sudden.
Skies. They can't do anything right, even though they take control of 90 in such a convincing way.
FaZe cannot control the chaos, it seems. Bolts and Astro sit literally on opposite ends of a wall from each other. Astro seems to be somewhat aware of it, but no, gonna lurk in. Thankfully, the vault door blocking the POV for Bolt, so he's not gonna realize it just as again, causing a death of a member member of FaZe as Skies is going to be able to hide inside of it for at least the third time we've seen it now. He's very low, but there's only one player left to take out. Bullet will get the better of him, and it puts it into a 1v2. So the round
doesn't have the
is not
diffuser.
done yet, but
They're watching the
remaining two
diffuser.
players of SSG are smart. They are playing for that case control. They are not going to waste any time trying to fight this guy out in the open. They'll just wait this one out, play the OBJ that they have control over, and if need be, just wait out this remaining 35 seconds here. Oh, Terra Drone going to work its way in though, so some intel potentially going to come out from Bullet as a result of this one. Will sneak it right in, be able to use this as well as it works its way forward there. Not going to be able to immediately suss out the position of either player, but as he works in, it's the double peek from SSG, and they have no problem shutting it down as they put him right in the middle of the sandwich.
There's a reason that Lycan is tapping the shoulder of Skies right now. If there was somebody that needed to come alive, it's Skies in the moment. Everybody else seems like their tank is just getting to that moment of drained, and he's hit the second wind, and is just bodying FaZe members left and right. They can't seemingly do anything against this man to shut him down in any convincing way. Yeah, he loses his life to the player inside of, Bar there, but it doesn't matter. The damage had already been done, and it had been done by Skies.
What time is it back in Vegas right now?
I can tell you, actually.
Oh, it's like 1 p.m. Everybody's just waking up.
Yeah, it actually is. That might actually be why Skies is going off right now. For me at home, obviously, you would be 2 hours behind me, my friend. It is currently 3:19 p.m. in Dallas, which means it is 1:19 p.m. in the beautiful desert of Las Vegas.
Just in case anyone's tuning in and is a little bit unfamiliar with why I'm bringing up Vegas, all of the North American teams currently, the pro teams that is, currently reside in Las Vegas. So that's where they all traveled from for this event, and what their home time zone is more than likely set to their sleep schedules and stuff like that. Either way, unimportant details. We work our way forward here. SSG now
beautiful desert of Vegas. Just the sand.
Of this series here at a 1-5 deficit, nearly.
Yeah, Skies has decided that he's gonna defend that site to the death, except for he's not dying. The opposite of death.
On the third and final map to decide the series to give them a 2-1 victory.
I mean, if you're Lycan right now, you have to be happy as a clan with the results that we're seeing in this moment. Even if FaZe end up coming back and pushing this to OT and some crazy things happen, the space station is just looking so stellar as of right now. And guys, just to remind you, this is day 1. We still have 4 more days of group stage, and that's not even the main stage. There's so much Siege to be played here, and to have SSG in form like this, you have got to be excited for the future.
So let's see if SSG can get it done. One final hold is all they need. We are going to be playing it downstairs, I believe, in the kitchen site for these guys, and we'll have to wait and see if they'll be ready to play this one out and hold it, as they'll have the extension up onto the second floor too. Soul seems to be well aware of that. Fultz as well, ready to chuck this Nitro Cell. We saw this lead to a very unfortunate turn of events in the previous round here. Hopefully things won't go that way this time, as Fultz seems to be ready for the potential play from Souls. Souls as well, probably not going to be too keen on just leaping in there by himself. He does have case control, so if he were to do that, and
oh my god,
he's going to go. This could be awful. That's the case down. There's no one in the area to retrieve that. Cameraman now has to go for a very aggressive swing. Cyber as well going to need to commit himself to this. It could work as a great distraction here for Cameraman, but he's going to move forward.
Oh, the timing.
As he swings out towards the hallway, but Skies is ready for the challenge inside of Gunball. He takes out Cameraman. He's well aware of the play from Astro now on the other side, inside of Aviation. So FaZe have lost the plot. He's got him. He's got 2! In for a second, and now another one sits to the other side. Bosco did help him out with that kill on Bullet, and now Astro will trade, but huge amounts of time is being wasted. Not even to mention player count here. Cyber finally has control over the case again. He's working with Astro as it's brought down to a 2v3, so this round is not over just as of yet. And to correct myself from earlier, we are obviously on a living room hold, my bad. But still, they need to make the descent all the way downstairs now with 1 minute and 20 seconds and still an extra player to eliminate.
And personally, I love the site selection here from SSG because it's really throwing a wrench
that was not a good play, no.
This is something that they haven't had to deal with through
he had the case, the diffuser. He just repelled into the hallway without anyone to cover him. Somebody watching his window.
Play overall in the way that they need to take map control, and that's why we've seen this breakdown.
They're pinging that player inside of Art Studio too, and he's gone. All right, well now they've got even man count, but they need to get downstairs and plant that.
Down without a fight. This team is so very scrappy, and that's what we love to watch them play Rainbow Six. It's down to the 2 versus 2 with 40 seconds remaining. SSG.
Hot and Cold still lives. Oh. The timing. They had an active ping on him for some drone or something. They still have a smoke left too. And they know where the push is coming from right now because they're making a lot of noise. Are they going in the hallway? Hallway on the right? Yep. Nice. Good cover. Oh, what a good cover, Astro. Holy. What a good cover that was. Nice. Germinatrix, thank you for the 18 months. That was so solid.
Major champions will not go silently into the night. Space Station Gaming, you're going to have to do a lot more to put FaZe away.
That was really solid, yeah.
From overtime.
That did not look like they were going to take that round at all. That looked like they were going to struggle.
Rounds on our second round.
Indeed.
Yeah, so 38 rounds total will be completed after this one, and we could push it up to 41 if we see a response from FaZe yet again on this upcoming round. These guys are playing their hearts out, and as Stokes mentioned multiple times, this is just the group stage. This is largely for our big echelon teams. This is largely just for seeding purposes, as long as you feel the confidence to stay in the top 4 out of 5 for your group. So this is the type of competition we're going to be getting in the group stage. I shudder to think of what we will get when we get to the bracket.
I'm so very excited. You have no idea. Like the child inside of me right now is just smiling from ear to ear. This is amazing. This is why we flew halfway across the world to cast some Rainbow Six Siege. This is exactly what everybody wanted to see. And I'm really happy that you and I are the ones that get to bring it to everybody at home. This has been truly incredible, and I hope that this doesn't stop here. I really want to see FaZe pick up this round and force this to overtime. Not because I'm an SSG doubter, but because this deserves it.
All right, well, let's see if we will get it, ladies and gentlemen. One final round here inside of regulation. Same rules as before. FaZe wins it. We go to an additional 3 rounds, and best 2 out of 3 takes the map and the series. SSG closes it out, though, and we are done. And SSG will win this series. A 7-5 final map score and a 2-1 overall series score. It is going to be over here in trophy statuary as well. SSG wrap themselves back over towards that. Not feeling the confidence to play into that hold back over towards the living room once again here. Had some good play early on, but unfortunately, I think things got a little bit too chaotic on that upstairs extension over towards AVG for their liking. So they're going to go to something that they know they can control a little bit better and have already done so earlier in the half over towards trophy.
FaZe calming things down here inside of the opening moments, as previously we'd seen them be quite aggressive inside of this first minute, trying to gather map control very quickly, especially around the 90 space. But this time, as we just said, going to be slow rolling inside of this opener. Cyber working his way into Art Studio. He'll be holding on to main for the time being, but obviously the site all the way across the map instead of Trophy and Statchware. The only person over inside of this space, hot and cold currently. He'll get found by the Gemini. Nitro Cell out just to see if anybody is following that up. Very smart read by him, but nobody home.
Nothing to be caught by that, and no damage to follow up any of these plays either. Look, come close to a bit of a contention there between 2 players in the hallway through that repel. I'm not sure if either one managed to catch it. As
there's so much on the UI. I don't think a map would help you at all, to be honest.
Souls in that position once again, ready to move himself forward. A nice little
oh wow, nice.
Immediate cutoff as hot and cold just winces a little bit, trying to back away from the flames, ends up going right into the POV of one of the members of FaZe.
They pushed him right into. I think that was cameraman that got him. The Iana.
Out of it just yet. So plenty to be done, especially with Fultz and Skies on the board still. Just one of Fultz's most dangerous operators when he's got a hold of it as well with the Maestro. Could see some big plays coming out here. We'll just have to see. Hot and cold to be stuck to the info game for the remainder of this as he sits on the death bench. FaZe trying to clear out the rest of the map and make sure that there's going to be no funny business coming from this basement at all. They want to make sure there's no flanks or anything of the sort coming out of SSG, and luckily enough for them, that is definitely not the case. We do have Skies in a pretty interesting position as of right now, looking for the Nitro Cell out the window, but it's actually Cyber to pick up Rampy, and all of a sudden SSG starting to show some wear.
Another one for FaZe here. SSG seems to have maybe lost their own prowess a little bit. As I say that though, Bosco with the mind read absolutely decimates Cyber as he tries to go over towards the base.
Wow.
But here comes the response.
Free Fire did not work.
Waltz is right in, Bullet supporting him as well. Bolt's now the only member standing for SSG.
We got overtime.
To a second consecutive overtime to decide the series as FaZe brings it back to a 6-6 deadlock score.
Nothing like casting a pretty badass best of 3 at 10:27 on a Tuesday. You know what? I'd say life is pretty good right now. FaZe and SSG, both of these teams giving it their all inside of the group stage right now. I don't know what else you guys want. Are you not entertained? We have 3 rounds remaining for day 1 of SI 2022.
Some incredibly epic stuff coming out from just this single matchup. Great way to end day number 1 here, and a great way to get you guys prepared for the rest of the week as well here. 8 more matches will be teed up tomorrow morning, both here on the Bravo
Astro
stream,
on
as well as, of course,
15.
over
Jeez.
on our main stream. We'll have the command center in between all of our series to break it down.
He keeps getting these like wild flanks and getting like picking up 2 kills on the back of the team every time. Back of SSG, not SSJ.
Analysts on this absolutely insane series that's been playing out so far. But like we said before, 3 more rounds up on the board. Whoever takes 2 walks home with the win in this series.
A lot of people coming into this matchup, including myself, thought that this was going to be a 2-0 for FaZe. We currently sit at overtime on the 3rd map of this series in between these two with an SSG that we have not seen in years.
I would have said
I have goosebumps literally all over my body. It's just so immense. It's incredible right now.
Certainly in character to a certain extent for SSG. The wins we've seen from them at the past major were all very, very close as well, with their opponents getting a minimum of 4 rounds against them in any map that they would ultimately win back at the Sweden major. The only best of 3 they played though was against NIP, and we saw them immediately get eliminated 2-0, with some close maps played there as well. Seems like this time though they have shown up with a much, much stronger sense of their game and sense of their own strategy, as you can see them contesting against the most recent major champions, going all the way to a full 3-map overtime to try and take a win away from these guys.
A difficult call as to what this really favors for either side right now, since we have just started the technical best of 3 inside of overtime round-wise. FaZe will be playing 2 offenses if we go that far, and SSG will be playing 2 defenses. But with the way that these rounds have been breaking down, there's really no way to say who this is going to favor. We're just going to have to see it on a moment-by-moment basis. FaZe will be clearing out the bottom floor here over on the south side just to make sure that there's, once again, no funny business from SSG with possible nitro cells or anything else. And have Bullet breaking up the walls inside of the space down low. We'll more than likely see exactly why a little bit later on. Cyber actually with a great read here onto Fultz, although Fultz doesn't know that he's standing on top of a drone. Some shots out towards him from Cyber, but luckily enough for him, they won't connect.
They're reading that red stairs repel too here, so we'll see if there's going to be another opportunity for a FaZe member to catch SSG. SSG seem to be a little timid at the moment though, and understandably so they will avoid giving themselves away here. We do have the position from Rampy. This was taken up actually by Bosco a couple seconds ago. Obviously the Terror drone moving in is going to take care of the Melusi charge, the Banshee very quickly, and Rampy now sits with very minimal support here. No shields to write home about. He does have another ADS that's going to get spotted out, so we should see a member of FaZe dump in some flashes to get rid of that very quickly. I was going to see at least one Toxic Babe work its way out from Skies. Actually, the second one overall been used in this round. Nades going out, but the pings are way off the mark in terms of trying to find any players here. Might have still been used to deal with utility, though. We didn't get to see that from up on top, so a very good possibility for that, as it was right behind the bar, right close to the stairs here. There
nice
we go.
nade.
That nade's going to land on a player, though, as it catches Bosco this time. And now they still think it's Rampy on the
oh my god.
Too much of a problem as Souls immediately wipes him off the board in the first contest.
They had the collapse from Astro up top as well, and with a minute remaining, I believe SSG has given up too much. FaZe is so many.
I love when they show them
options
sitting
here
right next to each other.
Hunker down onto SSG and really deal some serious damage to these site players.
Everybody misses their shot sometimes. It happens.
Cyber gets finally taken down from Bolts, but he's going to have a Herculean effort to be able to get through this one.
They've got 3 on some pretty low HP.
The smoke out here from Skies. Souls will take down Bolts.
No more smokes though.
Oh
my god. Hello?
Now Bullet with the plant. He's already halfway through it, and that'll be down for FaZe. It's a 1 versus 3 for Skies. SMG-11 in hand.
Skies unfortunately
almost.
cannot even get the sights
Nice.
on any of the
One more
remaining
round.
3 players there, so he will get outwitted back over by the
One more round
ball.
for FaZe.
The player inside of the study, excuse me, the direct one he was fighting against, that manages to get that kill. Lots of hype being built up here now for FaZe. Not only do they win that first round, they win it on the attacking side also, meaning they get their pick of sight and ultimately the comfortability of playing this defensive round out for potentially the match point of this series.
SSG was on the precipice of stealing away this best of 3 from FaZe, as basically everyone around the world thought that FaZe was going to take this, but now FaZe finally have fought back, clambered to this moment for a 7-6 inside of overtime. They're 1 round away from finally shutting all of us up and taking this series. But either way, if you
see, the Melusi looks weird because it's like most of her face is just obscured.
SSG though, now
she's like
the hot seat,
crouching off screen in that picture.
Side, we need to see something insane from them. Inside of that last round, FaZe is allowed to do way too much without any responses. No kills coming through for SSG in any convincing way, especially around the main stairs space.
So FaZe now sits, like he said, at the precipice here of being able to shut this one down. Still going to see that usual extension made by them with some additional reinforcements to support it over towards AVG. In addition to that, see a whole plethora of utility going down still on the inside of Astra to prevent that easy rotate for the SSG clan if they decide to move themselves in through that usual clearing route, through the master bedroom, and of course through the bathroom as well here. But like I said before, you can see the reinforcements going down on the walls. A little bit of a POV from Gunvault to be able to fire out against any potential study pushes as well. FaZe once again want to fight early on. It's all about how they control that aggression if they're able to pull it back appropriately in time. Not to mention if they don't get tripped up by any unweighted aggression we might get from SSG going directly towards the site and ignoring the setup.
Well, no one's going to be sneaky beaky around these staircases as we've got quite a few Banshees being set up around this area. SSG, though, might be committing in a different fashion as they're looking towards Kitchen in the moment. Just seeing if they can possibly get some control here early on. FaZe, more than likely, obviously with the setup, looking to see if they would probably commit in towards AVG, but that's obviously not what's going on in the current moment. Hot and Cold to clear out the entirety of the bottom floor with the Gemini, and now SSG will be able to hop in and spring to action.
See, Bolt's just doesn't like that radio. Get rid of it.
Opera music sucks. Terrible. Alexa, play Little Uzi Vert.
He's not a vinyl fan. So get rid of that. Yeah, unfortunately, just kind of an annoying piece of sound there that normally would get taken up by the defenders in most rounds there. But yeah, just taking care of that real quickly in case anyone's wondering why he specifically went and did that very quickly there. But either way, we'll move forward and see once again if SSG is able to put the pressure forward this time. We're going to see the Gemini clone fade away. Will not be able to successfully spot out Cyber, but obviously the follow-up drone is going to get some good POV onto him. He will have noticed that the clone was down there, so he is going to use, I believe, the first of his Toxic Babes, indeed the first one, to try and block that out in case Faults are hot and wanted to go for a quick swing up those stairs. Gives FaZe a little bit of extra time to put some defenses in this part of the map, should that be the play, which is starting to look very, very likely with players building up towards it. I doubt it's going to be all three, though. More than likely, like one or two will run.
Oh, no way! What?
Another bombardment
wow.
from SSG. The mortar shell lands right below Astro and knocks out the most lethal player so far in this map from FaZe. But immediately, there is a response from Cyber as he catches Hutton.
Pro players have such good nades. You never see shit like this in, like, in ranked. It was just, people always just randomly whip their nades everywhere in ranked. But in this, it's like precision mortar strike, like they said. It's like so specific.
The dying moments now. 45 seconds. They know that the smoke's playing around Astronomy. Rampy still has some frag grenades to try and deal with this. We'll see if it can land.
Ooh, God, the nades! Oh, there's so many grenades. They got 2 nade kills and almost a third on cameraman right there. Ow.
But Bosco has already shifted over towards Master. He must pick up this case and work with the rest of SSG to work in towards the site.
The support needs
No more
to be there for cameraman. He's a sidearm shot
well.
away from going down, but now they've lost their other teammate as well. Bullet can't connect the shot. Comes in for the assist, but he's out dead on the ground as well.
10 seconds. Oh man. Round 15. I know, I would fuck up the timing. I would just hold the nade in my hand until I blow up.
In overtime to find our winner for this series.
This is insane between these two right now. The energy in the room. And honestly, for a game like this, what it feels like is something that
SSG is NA, yeah.
main stage.
They're an NA team.
Incredible stuff.
FaZe is LATAM.
It's 7-7 on Villa. We have to have a victor. And where are we going? We're going back to Living Room Library, the hardest site for FaZe to fight on their offensive side.
I would love to know exactly how many frag grenade kills we've had in this series now, because it is a ludicrous amount.
Almost 3 just in that one round.
SSG's point of view alone there. They have to own like 80% of the overall total here. And just how many of them have come from below as well. SSG have been absolute aces with that utility usage. Second to none in terms of their frag capability here. Really, really impressive stuff coming out from them to just dispatch members of FaZe without even needing to see them.
Yeah, it's pretty nice when you have some mortar shells in your pocket, right? You know, just be able to toss those up towards the ceiling every once in a while. It's actually really funny with the way that that came about as well, where that was being more and more abused. It actually ended up stemming from the utility meta. Obviously, we did end up seeing like frag grenades being used in this way before, but it was paramount to what people were doing inside of that, because you're trying to get rid of Goyo shields in a lot of of different places, and those frag grenades are so damning for those positions because you can simply blow them up from below. You don't have to deal with all the utility that they stacked on top of that shield. You can just get rid of it in one foul swoop. So SSG hitting their marks with these frag grenades, and that's why they've been able to extend it all the way to the max round here on Villa.
So let's see.
Watching this makes you feel overwhelmed.
Final round separates these
Yeah.
from the losers, at least today.
Apparently there's a character named Thorn. I don't even know who that is. There's so many characters in Siege now. I feel like it's just too much.
To try and claim this victory. It's all going to come down to an SSG hold on the inside of a living room.
I would rather have less operators and like more maps, I think. But I feel like we have a billion operators and like 4 maps that get played with any regularity.
If SSG will be able to correct their mistakes from the last hold here, specifically
had
able to hold that extended game either for longer or at least with less.
At least every map was played once today. Bank has played 3 times.
Very well see SSG walk away
Club
with
and Coast are both twice each.
Already knows how to handle this strategy, so we might as well see them come out on top.
Well, we did end up seeing Astro clutch up the round previously on
2
the
minutes.
site inside of the 2
It all comes
versus
down to
2.
this.
They were committing to the plant.
That's
right
crazy.
inside
All
the
the
office
past
space
like
right of the
hour they've been
library
playing, literally
downstairs.
everything just comes down to this.
Astro in very similar position to the previous
This
round,
last
playing
minute
here
and a
inside
half.
of Art Studio. A lot of rounds still to go.
The
so
Year
he's more
7
than likely just gonna
panel.
lurk
I don't know
around
when
the
that
space and
is.
see if any
I
of
don't know
the
if I'm allowed to
SSG
restream that.
members want to get risky with their positioning around the map. As for the rest of FaZe, they have to try and see what's going on this top floor. We're already halfway through this round in the current moment, but what's the commitment here for FaZe? It's going to be Astro initially
Nice.
to take down Hot and Cold on main.
There's the first one.
Hot goes down. That's going to be, as you said before, main stairs under the full control.
Still the
of
pressure's
FaZe.
on
They're gonna
FaZe to
quickly
get
work
in
on
here
red
because they're
as
on the
well to
attack.
potentially pinch
They've
out
got to
the
get in and
extended
plant.
play for both Fultz and his other teammate Skies playing onto the inside.
And
of the
Bosco still
AVG
has
extended
3
hold here.
smoke
Cameron has
grenades.
reached the top and has full
Well,
control
toxic
of the red stairs area. He's
grenades.
going to be very careful
Gas
here and check
grenades?
to make sure there's no cameras that he has to worry about that might have been hidden.
It's
here.
on the
We get
20th.
intel to the
Oh, like
players
during the grand
inside
final.
Skies as well with some good intel to sneak out. Rampy, however, sneaks out the first kill for SSGs. He's able to trade one against Bullet here. So much intel coming from this Yokai drone right now. They know exactly where 2 players are positioned now. You can see the yellow things coming out against
just watched her
him. Fultz has
run
wrapped
by.
himself down to try and kill that player a little bit late to the party.
Oh god, the run out. And you missed.
It's Astro. At least it looked like a headshot, but no
No,
connection.
it's not a
And
headshot.
immediately Astro, Adrenal surges himself back up, but a quick adjustment from Fultz still gets him that kill.
He's ready for that
This time
refrag.
against Cyber. And Astro, though, gonna
Uh-oh.
try to force the issue. It won't work. And suddenly the round is over. The series is over. And SSG
Wow.
have come out on top.
Space Station
Wow.
Gaming and a best of 3 up against
Wow.
our major winners in 2021. Take the series on Villa in maximum overtime in such a convincing fashion inside of the last round. It seemed as though FaZe was going to have the answer, but they did not, especially when
That was
it came
close.
to Fultz's aggression as well as the
Man,
rest
that
of the
came
team
so
landing
close.
their shots in such a dire moment. FaZe head in hands thinking about what could have possibly have been inside of that last round, but unfortunately enough for them, they won't
a really
get the
good
2 points
effort.
that they so desperately wanted. That goes to Space Station Gaming.
41 rounds over nearly 3.5 hours of competition. What a series played out by both teams. FaZe really have nothing to be ashamed of as well. They're both teams playing their hearts out, but ultimately coming down to the clutch. They forced the issue a bit too heavily in
That was
the
a really
final
good game.
round.
Yeah,
And
that
we'll
whole
wait into
match.
the waiting
See,
hands
that's the
of
one I was the
SSG
most
who
excited
shut
for
them
today.
down and give us a very, very quick
And
end
it
to the
was
series there as they take
very
control
good.
of it. And SSG, like we said before, is going to be taking the
Yes, we've
lion's share of
got-
points from that series with the 2-1 victory going to them.
Absolutely ludicrous from both of these teams. This
Look
was
what us 3 playing.
definitely the funnest game for us to cast today, and honestly, I'd put it up on top for probably the best series that I saw, minus the sandbox games. You know, truly incredible stuff that we saw from both of
That
these
noise
squads,
scared me.
but
What was
Space
that?
Station just having that extra gas in the tank in the last moments.
Absolutely the case here. Space Station really rebounding, and after such a poor start we saw from them as well, they're on the very first round. Incredible stuff, incredible rebound from SSG to be able to take control. That'll do it for the 2 of us this evening. We're going to go over to a short break, and when we do come back, we're going to have our command center ready to break down the final match.
Okay. Oh, it was like that song, but it was starting early. Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, unlimited overtime, that would have just gone back and forth just forever, I think. That was a lot. That was a long game. I don't know, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing that makes watching Rainbow Six esports so difficult. Because that last round, it was like over in a heartbeat. And we didn't see 90% of what happened because it all happened so fast. I'm just going to the VOD. Coastline and it was Empire and G2, the like 20 plus round, whatever it was. That's the one. That was the Invitational 2019, I think. 2018, I don't remember. I was there at the like stadium just forever. I was like, I want to go to the bathroom and get food, but if I leave, then I'll miss it. But it's also going on for an eternity. So it was 5-4. It was 5-4 for FaZe with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
The extended play for both Fultz and his other teammate Skies playing onto the inside here to give intel to those players. There's a position now. Immediately Astro round is Adrenal surges himself back up, but a quick kill that player a little bit late. Yes.
Okay, look. 4-4, 50 seconds remaining.
Goes outside here, gets the shot against Astro. At least it looked like a headshot, but no connection. And immediately Astro Adrenal surges himself back up, but a quick adjustment from
3-4.
gets some that kill this time against Cyber. And Astro though gonna try to
2-4 and it's over. In the span of like 10 seconds, it's over. And you like don't see any of what happened because it just happened so fast and all at the same time. And that's like how the game has to be played, but god, it's so tough when you're trying to watch and you're just like, wait, what? There's like, I feel like there's no buildup of hype. There's no like, here it comes, like, cool, I'm so excited about this thing, it's gonna happen, and then it just like, there's no time for you to build up to that. You're just over, that's it. The whole thing's done. With unlimited overtime, what are the win conditions? Basically, it'll go, each person is, you have to win by 2. So I'm gonna grab my crayon. Okay, so let's say, it's 5-6, right? Hang on. It's 5-6, right? This team wins, so now it's 6-6. Okay, so now we're in overtime. If it were unlimited overtime, then it would go 7-6, 7-7, 8-7, 8-8, 8-9, basically forever. Until one team wins 2 in a row. So if this team, instead of it being 8-8, if it goes 9-7, then this team wins. So it's just whoever gets like 2 rounds in a row. Right now, it goes to this and then it stops. Whoever gets 8 wins the whole thing. And that's it. So with the Empire and G2 game, it was basically like each team would win a round and they just went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for like 27 rounds or something like that. Because nobody could win 2 in a row. The problem with unlimited overtime is that obviously because of the nature of it being unlimited means that you don't know when the game will end. And therefore, how do you plan for when the next team is supposed to go? So if you have groups like we have today where hang on, how often is unlimited? There's no unlimited overtime. They don't do that in I mean, I don't know the last time that they've done that in Siege. So let's see. Yeah, they don't do it, like, they just can't. That's what I'm saying. So this was today, right? This is the first day. If you had unlimited overtime, and see, each game is supposed to be, they allot 3 hours for each game. Sometimes they take longer, sometimes they take less time. But if this game went to unlimited overtime, then how do you know when this team can start? And then when will this team start? And when will this team start? And if this game is supposed to take 3 hours, but it actually takes 5 hours, then this team starts 2 hours later than what they expected. And if their game takes 5 hours, then this team starts 4 hours later than what they expected. And if their game takes 5 hours, then this team is now 6 hours behind schedule. So it's not really doable for stuff like this. It only works for like a grand final, but I think even for the grand final for this week, they're or for this invitational, they're not doing unlimited overtime. They're just doing like a best of 5 with no map advantage. That G2 match was probably the last time they were like, you know what? We did it once and it wasn't great. It took so long. I mean, it was like, honestly, that was like a historical moment in R6 esports, and I'm glad that I was there for it, but I understand completely why they can't do that anymore. Like, it's just not possible, so. Yeah, I don't think they're doing unlimited overtime for anything. Because it's just like, the nature of it being unlimited means that it could just literally go forever. Unless they did like a limited unlimited overtime, you know? It would be like, we're gonna stop it after 20 rounds or 15 rounds or something, I don't know. Well, 15 on one side. I just don't think it works. I don't think it'll work for anything. So tomorrow, let's see, this is the game that I was most excited about today. God, I would love to watch this game. DWG versus MIBR. But it's at 1 a.m. I really want to watch that one. Liquid versus Space Station also is going to be a good one. SSG versus FaZe or versus Liquid. Those both sound really good. TSM versus Furia. No, I think the one that I would be most excited for tomorrow would be this one. DWG versus MIBR. NiP versus Empire. I don't know. I didn't see Empire's game today, so I feel like I don't know what condition Empire are in right now. Is this Google thing publicly available? No, I made this. I grabbed some of this originally from this person on Reddit, but then I made the rest of this with all the stats and the formatting and everything. Empire was looking a little bit rough. See, that's how I feel like they played during the season, which is why, I mean, they like barely beat Sonics. I don't know. I feel like that one is less exciting. I like watching NIP play. This game, if I had been awake for it, I would have loved to watch, but it's at 1 a.m. So I think that one is my the one I'm most excited for tomorrow. Day 3. Sandbox versus Sonic sounds good. Team 1 versus MIBR sounds good. Ooh, DWG versus Oxygen sounds good. These all sound good. Damn, ugh. I want to watch these. Yeah, Empire in their heyday. Furia versus Elevate. A lot of these games sound really good. MIBR versus Navi. Navi in their prime, I would be excited for, but Navi won 3 rounds against OXG today. I don't know what happened in that game. The dock was made in dark mode. Originally, I had it in light mode, and I was like, this is gonna hurt my eyes. I'm gonna flashbang myself every time. Team 1 versus OXG should be pretty good. NIP versus Sonics should be good. Cyclops? I feel like I'm not familiar enough with Cyclops to know how to feel about this one. Liquid versus FaZe. TSM versus Dark Zero. Yeah, I love that it used to just be EU on top and everybody else kind of fighting for second and third and fourth. Well, second and third, and then APAC was just at the bottom. I love to see APAC destroying today. They won all their matches today. Good job, APAC. Proud of you. Empire versus Sandbox. OXG versus MIBR sounds good. This, I don't know. I really don't know what happened with Navi today. Dark Zero versus Furia. Space Station versus Rogue. No, I really think day 3 and day 4 sound like the really good ones to me. I get my my LASIK on tomorrow. I don't get it. My appointment's not until afternoon, but I just don't know if I want to deal with trying to stream in the morning or if we're just gonna say heck it, you know. I don't know. Anyways. Now what? Now what, chat? It's 2 o'clock. I've already been streaming for 6 hours. I really want to watch that DWG match. I'm really sad that all their games are just at like 1 or 4 a.m. for me. Maybe I could try and stay up late tonight and I'm having a problem. Uh-oh. My mouse cursor doesn't exist? I'm scared. Hello? I hate when my computer does this sometimes. I can't see my mouse cursor. I see it highlighting stuff, but I can't actually see it. Where are you? I can't see you. I actually don't know how to use my computer like this. What's happening? Mouse cursor? Hello? Oh, okay, there it goes. I had to Windows key and it was fine. Yours does that too? Do I really want to stay up late before lasers get shot into my eyes? Yeah, maybe that's not a great idea. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I just really want to watch DWG versus, what was it, MIBR? That sounds really good. Sounds like a really good game. Is it a bad idea? Maybe it's a bad idea. I don't know. I have to have elective surgery like an idiot. Fool. That's true. I could record it and then rewatch it later. That seems like so much effort, though. I just like the hype of it being live. I was thinking about how what might be cool for Rainbow Six esports stuff, if possible, would be, I don't know how this would work, but if they were able to, like have the broadcast, you know, it's already on like a 4-minute delay, right? Because they don't want people to be able to like screen cheat basically if they are broadcasting it live. So it's already on a delay. If they could broadcast it and do scene switching with a slight delay, you know how they do that with like live TV, right? If they could, like, if they're like, okay, this person killed this person, so switch to them in like 3 seconds so that we can actually watch the kill happen. And I don't know how that all works, and so that's why I'm like, maybe it's not possible, and maybe it's not possible with the way that Siege is. I have no idea, but I feel like that would make it so much better, because then you would actually be able to see things happening rather than how it is now, which is like, I swear 80% of the time they switch to somebody as they're dying. And it's really jarring as you're just like, wait, we just switched to this person and they died. Like, what's happening, you know? And so I feel like it just doesn't work very well. You think they tried that before? Did they? I don't remember that. Not a replay, no. Just like to do scene switching like kind of live, but like on a slight delay, I think. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know. Nasir, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. They still limited it to 2 spectators. That is a good question. I have no idea. Thank you, Nasir. Thank you so much. Uncharted Paths. That's a cool name. Dude, man. Pro bro, also. I don't know how that's why I'm saying, like, maybe it's just not possible. Maybe they just can't. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm really excited to be done with it. Just so that I don't have to wear contacts or glasses anymore. I'm just really worried about, like, not being able to touch my eyes. Because, like, when I wash my face in the morning, you know? Now how am I going to wash my face? Just have to have a disgusting face for a week or what? There's a tech limitation about the number of spectators. Yeah. But, I don't know, you don't really need that many. You just need to switch before somebody shoots the other person, you know? You just need to be able to know in advance who to switch to. Be able to wear glasses to look cool. Fashion glasses? Well, I'll need different ones then, because these ones have lenses that are prescription. And I won't need them anymore after I get my LASIK. I know, I'm gonna have to wear, like, swimming goggles all the time. If you guys see me on stream and I just have, like, rings around my eyes, you'll know why. Face mask type things, they're cleansing it. No need to wipe. Do you guys not wake up with, like, eye boogers and stuff, though? I'm gonna have to be really careful with my face. I feel like I touch my face a lot, and the anxiety about getting LASIK is making me realize how much I, like, touch my eyes, because I keep thinking about it. Anyways, I was thinking that I might play some Tarkov today, but I've already been streaming for 6 hours. Baz is playing with people. I don't want to bother them. I don't know. People with glasses are said to be smart. Wait, what? But they had to fail a test. Oh, to get your glasses, you have to fail a test. It's not failing a test. You're just answering it with the correct answers to get the lenses, or the prescription. How long do I have to not wear makeup post-surgery? I don't know. Probably, I think it's at least a week. Because they don't want you to, like, have to remove makeup or get anything in your eyes, you know? So, yeah. So, yeah. So, I think I'm just gonna stop early. The week isn't bad. I don't mind not wearing makeup. I'm just mostly worried about, like, not being able to touch my face or wash my face. Or having to be, like, super careful about, like, rubbing my eyes. Or sleeping with something on my face. That's gonna suck. Having to sleep with, like, goggles on so I don't rub my eyes in my sleep. I'm worried. I'm worried about that part. I know, I'm very paranoid. Took you a while to not rub your eyes after LASIK. Do you mean, like, took you a while to not do it? Wait. Took you a while before you could rub your eyes? That sentence doesn't make sense. Well, they said they're gonna give me some, like, glasses or whatever to wear. I'm just worried, like, what if I take them off in my sleep? I am a notoriously heavy sleeper. I have slept through earthquakes, through a raccoon messing up the screen door on my house. I sleep through everything. Took you a while to stop yourself from rubbing your eyes. Well, but if you did it once after, that's why I'm confused. Because if you do it at all after LASIK, you're gonna fuck your eyes up, right? So, like, the sentence doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, it can't take you a long time to stop yourself. Like, you have to stop doing it immediately. So, I don't get it. Fromage is on sleep watch. Yeah, I guess so. Fromage you can't sleep. You have to stay awake and watch me and make sure I don't take my goggles off. It should work. I'm just worried they're gonna, like, fall off or something like that. Yeah, but in, like, an eye shield, isn't that just gonna fall off? Like, is that not just gonna fall off of my face as I'm sleeping? Dog cone. You know how big a cone would need to be on a human being to prevent your arms from reaching? It would have to go out to, like, your elbows, at least, or, like, past your elbows. Because you could just...
Nice.
Tape it on? How do you tape it on? You have hair, don't you? You're just gonna get tape in your hair? Don't let them put a cone on me. I feel like a cone is a good idea, though. Handcuffs. I'm gonna sleep with goggles on. I'm gonna duct tape them around my head, and then I'm gonna get handcuffs and sleep with handcuffs with my hands cuffed behind my back like this. It's gonna be really comfortable. I just don't understand. I don't know how you... goes over the shields and from your cheek to your forehead. The tape? You just tape, like, the side of your face? Wow. Fromage is never gonna be attracted to me ever again. I'm gonna wear fucking goggles and I got tape over my... Oh my god, that's gonna look so dumb. How will I go potty? Not with my face? What are you talking about? What the hell? How are goggles gonna prevent me from going to the bathroom? You psycho? Do you know how going to the bathroom works? Clearly not a human being. Hand cones. You know what? We should just put, like, oven mitts, and I should just duct tape oven mitts on my hands. Because then I just, like, won't be able to do anything. Sleep. I'll sleep in one of my helmets. Oh well. We'll see, I guess, what they give us. We'll see what goggles they give me. They'll give me lots of recovery instructions. Yeah, I have lots of paperwork and stuff, so... Coat the oven mitts with hot sauce to remind myself not to touch my face. To sleep in? That's gonna be terrible. What's up, Fives? Thanks for the 5-month resub. Wow, 5s of the 5 months. Nice. Talk to you again in 51 months.
Nice.
Motorcycle helmet. There we go. Load, what's up? Thanks for the 11-month resub. Caboose, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you. Sleep in a motorcycle. I'll sleep in my my Mass Effect helmet. That one? That would be great. And then Fromage will just have to be careful. She'll just have to be careful. You ended up gaming after the procedure instead of resting? Like the same day? I have a lot of helmet choices, that's true. Well, mostly 2. Only these 2 actually fit on my head. This one is too small. This is just like a collectible thing. You ended up gaming the week of? Well, they said I should be able to use my computer like the next day or the day after. Yeah, no screens for like 24 hours, right. Can I watch TV? No. They said to keep your eyes closed as much as possible. I'm just gonna come home and lay down, I guess, and be bored out of my mind. I guess I could listen to my audiobook. I'll just lay in bed and listen to it. Surprised you can actually put on any of them? Really? They're pretty big, actually. It's probably way different now. Maybe. Yeah, I guess it's one of those like medical procedures. It seems like it changes a lot every like 2 years or whatever. Do you get packs here too? No, not until the 18th. They decided not to have the co-streamers get drops until the actual like playoffs time. I don't really know why, but that's what Rainbow Six decided. So, I'm listening to Leviathan Wakes by James S.A. Corey. It's the first like Expanse book that the TV show is based off of. And I think like 2/3 of the way through that right now. Just didn't think they were made to actually be born on the inside. I don't think you should give birth inside the helmet, no. But you can wear them, yeah. It's a great book. I'm really happy that I decided to start reading it. It's like I already really like the TV show, but it's like the TV show on steroids, you know? It's like even better. It's great. Anyways, I'm gonna take the rest of the day off. I mean, I've already been streaming for over 6 hours, although we were just kind of chilling, so I still feel like I have a lot of energy, but I'm gonna use that energy to clean. Since tomorrow, I'm just gonna have to sit quietly in the dark with my eyes closed. I'm gonna be so bored. Oh no. Chat, I'm one of those people who, like, I can't sit still. I don't relax. I never stop doing things, ever. It is sad. I'm sad about it. Like, I sent a meme to Fromage one time because it was like, oh, what was it? It was like, dads will say that they need to take a day off and then they spend the entire day fixing every like tiny thing around the house. And I sent it to Fromage and I was like, am I a dad? And she was like, yes. She was like, that is you. Because I don't sit still. Like, I have to be doing something at all times. And so the idea of just literally laying in bed with my eyes closed, not doing anything. At least it's only for like the day, and then the next day I'm gonna try not to be on my computer too much or at all, really, the next day. But at least it's not like a week-long recovery, you know, for that kind of stuff. Anyways. So yeah, I guess I probably won't be on at all tomorrow. I don't know, we'll see. I might hop on for a little bit. My appointment is until like noon. I need to probably leave, so we'll see. I might stream a little bit in the morning and just watch some of the some of the Invitational, but I might not. So we'll just see how I feel tomorrow. But I'm going to spend the rest of the day doing some cleaning around the house since I can't do anything tomorrow. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It's just kind of a chill stream. I was going to play some Tarkov, but like I said, I think I'm just going to kind of clean and do whatever. Make sure you eat beforehand. Yeah. They said no caffeine, and they were like, well, you can have a little bit because your appointment is in the afternoon, as long as you're not, like, jittery. I was like, no, I need to have, like, 8 cups of coffee before I get jittery. I am a caffeine... thing. Caffeine doesn't affect me. I don't know. A caffeine... something? Whatever the word is. I don't know. Fill in the blank. So make your own Mad Lib, chat. Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Maybe, if not tomorrow morning, then I will see you not on Thursday, because that's going to be the morning after my surgery, so I'm going to stay off my computer, stay away from these bright lights. So Friday then. Anyways. Have a good night. Bye. Button. Nope. It didn't work. It worked. Okay, great.